Chapter 35-39. It was definitely Yu Sang's biggest mistake to put the embodiment into this blood light array. He probably didn't expect that the embodiment could ignore all kinds of mysteries of the array and directly reach Yang Kai. This already belongs to the category of the space divine technique. How is it that not only is this human proficient in the space divine technique, but also this strange Holy Spirit is proficient in it? Is it really so strange? Yu Sang was puzzled. His mind was shaken, and the blood sea also rolled. Countless blood corpses were still appearing from the blood sea in all directions, but the strongest of these blood corpses was only at the level of a high-grade demon king, and there were only a few of them. The rest were at the level of a middle-grade or low-grade demon king. The true power of the blood corpses lay in their numbers. Anyone trapped in this blood light array would definitely be flustered as long as they were besieged by countless blood corpses. However, the embodiment was now a genuine half-saint, and these blood corpses at the level of a low-grade or mid-grade demon king couldn't do anything to him. After punching and kicking for a while, the blood corpses surrounded the blood fog, and cleared the surroundings in the blink of an eye. The blood corpses didn't appear again. Yu Sang probably also realized that the current situation was not right, so he didn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Although he claimed that there were 8,000 blood corpses in this blood light array, according to the embodiment's killing speed, he probably couldn't do anything to others even if all 8,000 blood corpses were killed. On the contrary, a violent sound came from the mountains and river's bell. Yang Kai didn't pay attention for a moment, and almost let him escape. Frightened, Yang Kai hurriedly urged the power of this ancient treasure to continue suppressing him. The embodiment looked at Yang Kai, and immediately understood his current situation. He nodded slightly, and without any communication, Yang Kai understood his plan. The next moment, the embodiment stretched out his hand, and the demonic war hammer appeared in his hand. His figure flashed, and rushed towards the mountains and river's bell. Yang Kai changed his hand seal, and a gap appeared in the suppressing aura. Yu Sang, who was trapped in the mountains and river's bell, keenly felt the change in the mountains and river's bell and immediately turned into a bloody light, trying to get out. However, to his surprise, what greeted him was the Avatar's hammer. The Avatar's imposing aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth pressed down upon him, and it caused Yu Sang to be shocked. He was like a frightened rabbit, and he hurriedly shrunk back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the embodiment also plunged into the mountains and river's bell from below, and Yang Kai sealed the gap again. Soon, fierce and terrifying sounds of fighting could be heard from the mountains and river's bell. Obviously, the embodiment and Yu Sang were fighting inside. Yang Kai made a series of hand seals, trying his best to maintain the mountains and river's bell's power, but his face was faintly bitter. There was no doubt about the power of the mountains and river's bell. After all, it was an ancient treasure used by the great emperors in the past. It could even suppress the existence of the phoenix real fire for tens of thousands of years, so suppressing a half-saint was naturally not a problem. However, the premise was that Yang Kai could display its full power. Yang Kai had obtained the mountains and river's bell for many years, but he was limited by his own cultivation, so he couldn't display the true power of the mountains and river's bell. He was able to trap Yu Sang just now because he caught him off guard. If the embodiment hadn't arrived in time, then it wouldn't have taken long for him to escape. At present, the two half-saint were fighting with the mountains and river's bell as the battlefield. The aftermath of the fierce battle was shaking the surroundings. It wasn't any smaller than the commotion caused by Yu Sang inside. Yang Kai didn't know how long he could maintain this situation even if he tried his best. Once he couldn't hold on, Yu Sang would be the first to escape. At that time, he could use the blood light spell array to turn the tables and regain the initiative. Yang Kai doubted that he and the embodiment wouldn't be a match for Yu Sang. Yu Sang was a veteran half-saint, so it wasn't so easy to deal with him. Now, his only hope was that the embodiment could kill Yu Sang in the shortest time possible, or severely injure him. Only in this way could he have a hope of victory. What made Yang Kai even more anxious was Ming Yu's current situation. When he rushed over from the valley, Ming Yu was already severely injured. She was surrounded by countless half-saint, so he didn't know what kind of situation she was in now. This made him hate Yu Sang even more. If Yu Sang hadn't ambushed him halfway, how could he have been delayed? But now, he couldn't ignore Yu Sang. If he didn't kill or severely injure Yu Sang, he wouldn't be able to break this blood light spell array, let alone rescue Ming Yu. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the mountains and river's bell. Yang Kai's emperor's qi burst out, and his mind was closely connected with the mountains and river's bell. As the sounds came out, the patterns on the mountains and river's bell also constantly flickered. The bell's body also became bigger and smaller from time to time, showing the intensity of the battle inside. In the beginning, a few blood corpses would occasionally jump out from the blood sea and interfere with Yang Kai, but they were all killed by him. As time passed, the blood corpses in the blood sea no longer appeared. It wasn't that the blood corpses were all dead, but that Yu Sang didn't have the time to control them. Although he was a veteran half-saint and had great strength, the mountains and rivers bell limited the scope of the battlefield, which made it very convenient for the embodiment to use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method. Now that the embodiment even had a saint artifact in hand, how could Yu Sang block it? Just blocking the embodiment's terrifying attack had already exhausted all of his concentration, so how could he have any spare energy to control the blood corpses to cause trouble for Yang Kai? While the battle here was in full swing, the real main battlefield was also flowing with blood. Under the command of the half-saint, the demon race's phalanxes of 1 or 2 million rushed over from all directions and pounced on Ming Yu. The moonlight was constantly blooming, and one army after another was wounded or disabled. The demon race suffered countless casualties. This scene looked like a group of ants besieging an elephant. The scene was comical, but the world was filled with an indescribable tragedy. It was said that many ants could kill an elephant, but that was under the premise that the elephant couldn't move. Even though Ming Yu was seriously injured at this moment, it wasn't something that could be shaken by the demon race. The half-saint didn't expect the ordinary demon race to cause any new injuries to Ming Yu. In a situation where the demon saint didn't interfere, they just wanted to use the power of their subordinates to exhaust Ming Yu's energy. Every move Ming Yu made would weaken a bit, and once it reached a certain limit, it would be time for the half-saint to make their move. 11 of the 12 demon saints' gazes were fixed on Ming Yu. Only Yu Meng was looking into the distance with a frosty expression. Although her divine sense was powerful and could sense the situation on the other side, she didn't know the situation inside the blood sea. She only knew that Yang Kai plunged into the blood sea and fell into Yu Sang's trap. It wasn't until the embodiment and Zhui Feng also entered the blood sea that her worry eased a little. Others didn't know Yang Kai's details, but Yu Meng, who had been with Yang Kai in the star boundary for a long time, knew a lot about him. Yu Sang was in trouble. Yu Meng snorted coldly in her heart. This was really a case of being too smart for her own good. The betrayal of her subordinates was undoubtedly a blow to her prestige, but as long as Yang Kai could help her regain her face, her shaken prestige would be stabilized again. It's time to end it. After an unknown amount of time, Bailey Mo's voice suddenly sounded in Yu Meng's ears. Her tone wasn't very excited, but rather a little bleak. The fall of a great emperor is really spectacular. Yu Meng was startled. When she turned her head to look, she saw Ming Yu standing alone in the void. Her figure was bleak, and the surrounding sky was clear. The ground beneath her feet was covered in corpses and blood flowed like a river. Countless demon race members were buried here. The moonlight longsword in her hand was now dim, as if it could collapse at any time. The aura of the great emperors had long since disappeared. She was so weak that she looked like an old man on the verge of death. Even Ming Yu's originally pitch-black hair was now white. Her original image of a handsome young man was gone. It was indeed time to end it. The demon territory had paid the price of hundreds of millions of lives to force a great emperors to this extent. It was time for the half-saint to truly step on the stage and compete. I wonder who will win this time. Xue Li chuckled from the side. The half-step sages who had been watching Bright Moon nervously surrounded her again. Every one of them was extremely excited. In an instant, they surrounded Bright Moon so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone looked at desolate infinity. The tall first demon saint slightly nodded with a dignified expression. In the next instant, hundreds of half-saints' figures flickered and rushed towards Ming Yu like a pack of hungry wolves. In the center of the storm, Ming Yu's expression was indifferent. She was still calm in the face of death, but there was a trace of indescribable exhaustion on her face. She slightly closed her eyes. The moonlight longsword in her hand trembled a few times before the light collapsed. Within the blood light array, Yang Kai's whole body trembled. His face was as pale as paper, and golden blood continuously flowed out of his 7 orifices. Excessively using the power of the mountains and rivers Bell had overdrawn all of his strength. This affected his previous injuries, which weren't very serious, and made his situation even worse. There was nothing he could do. The Avatar and the 2 half-saint Yu Sang were fighting to the death in the mountains and rivers Bell. The aftermath of the bombardment made the mountains and rivers Bell tremble, and even its owner was affected. However, he could only clench his teeth and forcibly hold on. Otherwise, once Yu Sang escaped, all of his efforts would be for naught. The feedback from the Avatar allowed Yang Kai to understand the situation in the mountains and rivers Bell immediately. Compared to himself, Yu Sang was also suffering. The narrow space forced him to face the Avatar's ferocious attacks head-on. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique caused his momentum to drop continuously. On the contrary, the Avatar became more and more courageous as the battle went on. It seemed that the Avatar wanted to beat him to death here. Yu Sang was also a little flustered. He didn't expect that things would develop into such a situation. Compared to the suppression of the mountains and rivers Bell, he was more afraid of the Avatar. He didn't know what kind of evil technique this strange Holy Spirit practiced. It had the effect of plundering and devouring. It was simply the nemesis of his blood demon clan. Chapter 35-40. As a half-saint of the blood demon clan, Yu Sang was naturally most proficient in the various secret techniques of the blood race, but he didn't dare to use them lightly now, because no matter what kind of secret technique he used, the embodiment could use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique to dissolve and devour it, making his situation more and more unfavorable. Damn it, it was obviously a foolproof ambush. How did it develop into such a situation? He wanted to escape all the time, but the bell-shaped secret treasure that trapped him had an unimaginable suppressive power, and the embodiment was hindering him, making it impossible for him to do as he wished. It was a shame that he was trapped by a mere middle-rank demon king for such a long time. At this moment, Yu Sang suddenly felt a flaw in the aura that had been suppressing the surroundings. This discovery made him overjoyed. Although he didn't know why Yang Kai would make such a fatal mistake at this time, Yu Sang estimated that he had reached his limit. After all, with the opponent's cultivation, it was rare for him to be able to hold on for such a long time. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Sang spat out a mouthful of blood mist, and didn't hesitate to consume his own blood essence to stop the embodiment for a moment. Immediately, his figure turned into a bloody light and rushed towards the flaw. The embodiment couldn't stop him, and could only watch as he rushed out of the suppression range of the mountains and rivers Bell. At the same time, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Just now, he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling of palpitations, as if something extremely terrible had happened. It was because of this palpitations that he had a slight pause when controlling the mountains and rivers Bell, revealing the flaw that allowed Yu Sang to escape. Instinctively, Yang Kai felt that something should have happened to Mingyu. Because in this world, he could no longer feel the aura of Mingyu. Although he had been competing with Yu Sang in this blood light array, he could still feel a little bit of the aura of the great emperors, but just now, the aura of Mingyu had completely disappeared, completely annihilated from this world. Yu Sang's escape made him quickly come back to his senses, but it was too late. In an instant, Yang Kai was extremely angry. The expected counterattack did not come, and Yu Sang, who had escaped, was nowhere to be seen. He had completely disappeared into the sea of blood. It was unknown whether he had fled or was hiding nearby. The sea of blood began to churn and shrink in one direction. At the same time, Yu Sang was fleeing into the distance under the cover of the blood sea, gritting his teeth and cursing. He was a dignified blood demon half-step saint who had ambushed Yang Kai, but in the end, he had fallen into such a predicament. The resentment in his heart was simply indescribable. Fearing the strength of the embodiment, he didn't dare to do anything to Yang Kai. He just wanted to escape as far as possible, lest he be trapped by Yang Kai's mountains and river's bell again. If that happened again, he would lose his life. With the cover of the blood light array, he believed that he could escape with his life. As for the enmity between him and Yang Kai, he could only think about it later. A bright ray of light suddenly tore through the boundless sea of blood, and a moonlight sword silently chopped towards his head. The expression on Yu Sang's face completely froze at this moment. Above the sea of blood, Yang Kai took back the mountains and river's bell. Before he could take a breath, he suddenly heard the embodiment's cry of alarm, "Be careful." At the same time, a feeling of horror spread throughout his body. Yang Kai's eyes widened. When he turned his head, he saw Yu Sang rushing towards him with a gloomy face, full of murderous intention. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai took a deep breath and threw a punch forward. Wherever the punch passed, the void collapsed. To Yang Kai's surprise, when Yang Kai threw this punch, Yu Sang, who had rushed in front of him, did not make any move to resist. Instead, he opened his arms and took the initiative to welcome the punch. There was a relieved smile on his face, and the murderous intention that had almost condensed into a substance also disappeared at this moment. Yang Kai's heart suddenly contracted. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to stop. With a cracking sound, the fist directly penetrated Yu Sang's chest, piercing through him. As the fist force exploded, it even blasted a hole in his chest. The fist force corroded his body, completely shattering his flesh and meridians. Kai Yang's expression was sluggish. He didn't feel the slightest bit of excitement from killing a powerful enemy. Instead, he felt an indescribable pain, as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart, as if it was his own body that was being crushed. He seemed to have done something wrong. Their eyes met. Yu Sang's expression was gentle as he said softly, "I'll leave everything to you." As his words fell, Yu Sang's appearance distorted and changed into the appearance of Mingyu, who was covered in wounds and bathed in blood. "Master." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "How did you? How did you?" He could not accept the scene in front of him. The life of the great emperors of Mingyu had been ended by his own hands. His mind was in a mess and he could barely think. That punch had shattered all of Mingyu's vitality. There was no possibility of him surviving. The one he wanted to kill was Yu Sang, but he had ended Mingyu's life. It should not be difficult for a great emperor to deceive his perception and make him mistakenly think that he had seen Yu Sang. The killing intent that could almost pass off as real was also the key to forcing Yang Kai to act decisively. "This is what I wanted to see. The entire star boundary will thank you." Mingyu clearly understood Yang Kai's mood at the moment. He raised his hand and grabbed Yang Kai's wrist. He looked straight at him and said earnestly, "So, don't feel guilty." At this moment, Yang Kai could not hear what Mingyu was saying. When he saw Ming Yu's appearance, his mind was in chaos. An inexplicable power overflowed from Ming Yu's body and flowed along his arm into Yang Kai's body, attacking his mind and internal organs. Finally, Yang Kai came back to his senses. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to pull his hand out of Ming Yu's chest, but Ming Yu held on tightly, making him unable to move. The star boundaries world will cannot be snatched away by the demon race. Ming Yu gritted his teeth and shouted. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, wetting the clothes on his chest. The warm blood flowed to Yang Kai's arm, burning like a soldering iron. Only you can bring this world will back. This is why Heaven's Revelations asked you to come to the demon territory. Yang Kai was startled. He once again recalled what Heaven's Revelations said to the great emperors. In the demon territory, you will have an opportunity and a calamity. He had never known where this opportunity and calamity should be, but now he finally understood. What could be greater than the world will of a great emperors? Did Heaven's Revelations already expect this? If so, he didn't ask him to come to the demon territory to rescue the great emperor's Ming Yu, but to receive the world will of Ming Yu. However, if this opportunity came at the cost of the great emperor's life, then Yang Kai would rather do not want. In the blink of an eye, that mysterious power had already filled Kai Yang's entire body. This power didn't immediately make him stronger, but it gave him an indescribable feeling, causing his perception to become countless times sharper than before. Yang Kai knew that this should be the world will of the star boundaries world will. This seat is sorry. Ming Yu squeezed out a smile at Yang Kai, but this seat has no other choice. Please don't hate me in the future. Although this opportunity was fought over by hundreds of half-saint of demon race, it was a huge burden for a human. After all, he had killed a great emperors with his own hands. This was an indelible fact. This was also the first great emperors to die in the hands of the emperor realm since ancient times. Rather than being killed by Yang Kai, it was better to say that Ming Yu had fallen in the hands of Yang Kai. You should go. Ming Yu's expression suddenly froze. Yu Sang was killed by him, and the blood light array also collapsed by itself. At this moment, when the blood sea collapsed, the figures of the half-saint who had chased after him appeared in all directions. Looking at the current situation of Yang Kai and Ming Yu, many half-saint were dumbstruck. Soon after, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. They had paid such a huge price. Even 10 half-saint had died in Ming Yu's hands. They had finally forced the great emperors of the star boundary into a desperate situation with great difficulty. They were just waiting to reap the fruits of their labor. Who would have thought that in the end, a human brat would take advantage of them? How could they tolerate this? The demon saint had said that no matter who killed Ming Yu, they could snatch the world will from him. As long as they could withstand it, they would have a great chance of becoming the 13th demon saint of the demon territory in the future. This was the lifelong pursuit of all half-saint. The capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth was limited. The opportunity to reach the peak was close at hand. Even if they had to gamble with their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. But after getting angry, the half-saint sneered. A trifling mid-rank demon king had obtained this opportunity. Was it really an opportunity? Without the protection of powerful strength, this opportunity would turn into a disaster. Compared to killing a great emperor who was on the brink of death, they were more willing to face a mid-rank demon king. Their divine senses locked onto Yang Kai in an instant. The nearly 100 half-saint were unexpectedly quiet at this moment. No one took the initiative to attack. Instead, they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Yang Kai wasn't in their eyes. The other half-saint were the real obstacles for them to reach the peak. At the center of the field, Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn. After looking around, he found that Ming Yu had already closed his eyes. His vitality had completely dissipated. Yang Kai stared blankly at her, his heart filled with pain. Before he could say goodbye to Mingyu, before he could say sorry, this great emperor's had already fallen. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai forcibly restrained his chaotic state of mind. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly withdrew his hand from Mingyu's chest. Then, he carefully put Mingyu's corpse into the sealed world bead and placed it next to the medicine garden. Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky. His howl gradually became louder and louder. It turned into a rolling dragon's roar that resounded through the world. With a neigh, as if it had been summoned, Xiaofan's vigorous figure galloped over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Kai Yang. Raising its front hooves, it almost stood up. When it came down again, Kai Yang had already flipped onto its back. Gently patting the mane on its neck, he whispered, "Run." Chapter 35-41. The night was cool and the moon was bright. At the top of the mountain, above the palace, Star Soul Palace's Princess Lan Sun put her hands together and prayed piously to the bright moon in the sky, praying that her father could return safely. Almost every night, she would stand here for 2 to 3 hours, hoping that her sincerity would move the will of the heavens and earth and give her father enough protection. Heaven and earth seemed to hear her prayer, and the bright moon hanging in the sky suddenly became brighter. Soft moonlight sprinkled on the earth and spread over Lan Sun's body. It was like her father's big hand stroking her head when she was young, giving her a warm feeling. Lan Sun was stunned for a moment, thinking that she was hallucinating, but after careful observation, the bright moon in the sky was indeed much brighter than before. And this brightness continued to increase with the passage of time, making the whole world as bright as day. At the same time, all the creatures in the star boundary looked up at the bright moon in the sky that seemed to have turned into a sun. Against the full moon, the sparse stars in the sky were dim and lightless. Lan Sun's face suddenly became a little pale as inexplicable palpitations surged into her heart, making her feel confused. All of a sudden, a dazzling light blossomed from the sun. This kind of light lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it suddenly exploded and was annihilated. It was as if it had burned out the last of its brilliance and became incomparably dim. The entire moon seemed to be covered by a layer of black gauze. In the sky, meteors streaked across, and soon, the scattered meteors turned into a meteor shower that ran through the sky, followed by a sadness that pervaded the entire star boundary. The heavens and earth seemed to be crying, the bright moon was its eyes, and the falling meteors were its flowing tears. Dang, dang, dang. The heavy and melodious sound of a bell rang through the entire Star Soul Palace 9 times in a row. When the last bell rang, Lan Sun fell softly to the ground. "Your Highness!" the maid exclaimed and rushed over in a hurry. In the Heaven's Secret Valley, the great emperors Chu Tianji and the martial beast Mo Huang sat opposite each other, each holding a black and white chess piece. Mo Huang casually put down a chess piece and asked without lifting his eyes, "Why are you feeling uneasy?" During the game, Mo Huang clearly felt that his old friend was absent-minded. Although his opponent concealed it very well, as one of the great emperors, how could Mo Huang not notice it? Chu Tianji's hand did not move for a long time, but he also did not make a sound. Suddenly, Mo Huang's heart trembled. He raised his eyes to look at him and saw that Chu Tianji was also looking at him. Sigh. Chu Tianji let out a sigh. The white piece in his hand quietly fell onto the chessboard and rolled a few times. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a trace of unconcealable sadness on his face. "In the end, we still came to this step," Mo Huang said with a solemn expression. "Did I sense wrongly just now?" Chu Tianji bitterly smiled. "You didn't sense wrongly, neither did I." Mingyue, he left. Mo Huang said, "Didn't you say that he still had a chance to live?" Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. "Man proposes, God disposes. Who can clearly explain what happened in the territory of the demon race? Maybe only Yang Boy knows what happened over there. Is Yang Boy in danger? Being in the territory of the demon race, how can there be no danger? Seeing that Mo Huang's expression was not good, Chu Tianji said again, misfortune is a blessing in disguise. We can only wait and see. It's useless for you to worry. Simply, bastard. Mo Huang held back for a long time, but finally cursed out. He said with a sullen face, didn't you claim to be able to see the past and the future? Why didn't you expect this to happen? Chu Tianji bitterly smiled and said, if I was really so powerful, the passage between the two worlds would not have opened. But, the silver lining is that although Mingyue left, he seems to have connected with Yang Boy. Mo Huang was stunned for a moment, but soon understood what Chu Tianji meant. The great emperors had fallen, and there were strange phenomena in the heavens, but the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth had not decreased, and the will of the heavens and earth did not show any signs of being plundered. This meant that Mingyue passed the most important thing to Yang Kai before she left. Otherwise, it would not just be strange phenomena in the heavens and earth, but various natural and man-made disasters. It could even lead to the collapse of one side of the world. After a long silence, Mo Huang sighed, we can wait and see. I'm afraid that someone is going to start a massacre. Chu Tianji slightly nodded and said, what's wrong with collecting some interest first? In the two-realm battlefield, after several years of tug-of-war, the demon race relied on their advantage in numbers to capture almost the entire Western territory. The allied forces of the Star World retreated again and again, and had already retreated to the edge of the Western territory. A few hundred li further back would be the territory of the Southern Territory. Once they crossed that line, it would mean that nearly a quarter of the Star World's territory had fallen. This was something that none of the humans could accept, nor could they accept. In the wilderness, tens of millions of lives of both the human and demon race were fighting to the death. Every moment, the light of life would be extinguished. Although the humans resisted with all their might, the demon race had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. There was an endless stream of reinforcements coming from the rear, so from the very beginning, the humans had been retreating bit by bit. Although Li Wui, who was in charge of this battle, had outstanding individual strength, he was powerless to reverse the situation. He fought against 3 half-saint of demon race alone, and although his life was not in danger because of the space divine technique, it was difficult for him to do anything. Seeing the demon race's army rumbling over, Li Wui's expression was miserable. After today's battle, the Western Territory had completely fallen. Everyone knew that this result was not his fault, but since he was the supreme commander of the human side, he could not help but blame himself. Just as the human army was about to retreat to the border between the Southern Territory and the Western Territory, a shocking aura suddenly rushed over from the rear. This aura was so fast that Li Wui had only just noticed it when he caught a flash of a figure from the corner of his eye. This figure was wrapped in an icy chill. Immediately afterward, one of the 3 half-saint of the demon race who had been fighting with him suddenly froze. Li Wui looked over and saw that this guy had been grabbed by the neck by a figure who had suddenly appeared. The dignified half-saint of demon race was being held in the hand like a little chick, unable to resist at all. Looking at the heroic figure, Li Wui called out in a low voice, Iron Blood Master. He was puzzled. Why did this person come over? The demon saint of the territory and the great emperors of the star boundary had long since reached an agreement that neither side would interfere in this battle, so as to avoid the flames of war escalating too quickly. For so long, both the demon saint and the great emperors had strictly abided by this agreement and had never appeared on the battlefield. So when the Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, appeared on the battlefield and attacked a half-saint of demon race, Li Wui was very surprised. Could it be that the war had reached a point where the strongest combatants of both sides had to participate? If this was really the case, it would not be a good thing for the star boundary, but a bad thing. After all, the battlefield was in the star boundary. The confrontation between the great emperors and the demon saint was very likely to shatter the entire Western territory. Great emperors. The face of the half-saint who was lifted up by the neck by Zhang Wuhen turned red as he stared at the resolute face in front of him in disbelief. A thick murderous intent surged out from the man in front of him, causing him to tremble in fear. The big hand around his neck was like a clamp, squeezing his bones until they made cracking sounds. The aura of death enveloped him as the half-saint said in panic, "You can't kill me, the demon saint master has an agreement with you." The iron-blood great emperor's face was gloomy as he lifted the half-saint closer to him, stared into his eyes at a close distance, and said coldly, "So what if I kill you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his emperor chi and clenched his fist. The half-saint of demon race was like a smashed watermelon, directly exploding into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Li Wui couldn't help but widen his eyes. The other two half-saint of demon race were also stunned. He really killed him. No one had expected that the great emperors would suddenly appear on the battlefield at this time, and kill a half-saint of demon race just because of a disagreement. Were they trying to break the agreement between them? Were the great emperors and the demon saint really going to step down from the stands and onto the battlefield? Without the slightest hesitation, Li Wui stretched out his hand and grabbed the other two half-saint of demon race. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the void around the two half-saint suddenly became extremely heavy. These two reacted quickly. Seeing that their companion was killed, they immediately tried to escape, but Li Wui was even faster. This delay allowed the iron-blood great emperor to rush in front of the other half-saint, and under the latter's terrified gaze, the iron-blood great emperor smashed his body to pieces with a punch. Without stopping, the iron-blood great emperor arrived in front of the third half-saint. With a slap, the half-saint's head and upper body disappeared, leaving only two legs standing in the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 half-saint of demon race had fallen. The iron-blood great emperor didn't stop. His figure flickered, and he charged into the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the demon race was wiped out. Whether it was the low-level demon race cannon fodder or the high-level demon king half-saint, they were all as fragile as paper in front of the iron-blood great emperor. Li Wui stared at the iron-blood great emperor's back in a daze. He had an extremely bad premonition in his heart. As one of the great emperors, the iron-blood great emperor wouldn't go crazy for no reason. It was very likely that something big had happened that provoked him, causing him to act like this. Thinking about the heavenly anomaly from before, Li Wui felt a wave of sadness in his heart. However, as the commander of this battle, he quickly composed himself and ordered the human race army to pursue the demon race with the iron-blood great emperor. One of the great emperors suddenly intervened in the battle, and the result was that the entire demon race army was wiped out. The battlefield was covered in the corpses of the demon race. The human race army pushed forward without encountering any decent resistance. All the demon race soldiers were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to stay. They only wanted to escape towards the passage between the two worlds. It wasn't until 10 days after the battle ended that the iron-blood great emperor returned from the passage between the two worlds bathed in blood. Li Wui didn't know what he had done in these 10 days, but after that, the demon race had been peaceful for a long time. Counting the territory in the south that bordered the territory in the west, not a single demon race member could be seen within 200,000 kilometers. The areas that had previously been captured had also been recovered. Chapter 35-42. In the valley of the eternal heaven continent, the unconscious Li Shiqing slowly woke up. She looked left and right, but couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. Instead, many members of the demon race gathered around the magic mirror left behind by Yu Ru Meng. They were all nervously looking at the mirror. Rubbing her neck, Li Shiqing thought about what happened before she fainted. She vaguely remembered that she was knocked unconscious by Yang Kai. Oh right, the great emperors are in danger. With this thought, Li Shiqing completely woke up. But at this time, the members of the demon race gathered around the mirror suddenly exclaimed, as if they had seen an extremely incredible scene. Suspicious, Li Shiqing walked forward and looked into the magic mirror. With just a glance, her beautiful eyes instantly widened and her delicate body trembled. In the mirror, there were two figures standing tall. Moreover, they were two figures that could be seen from a long distance. Even though they weren't very close, Li Shiqing could still recognize who the two figures were. One was Yang Kai, and the other was the great emperors of the bright moon. At this time, Yang Kai's fist had actually punched into the great emperors of the bright moon's chest, creating a huge hole in the great emperor's chest. Blood flowed out from the corners of the great emperor's mouth, and their originally white clothes were completely dyed red with blood. What happened while I was unconscious? Why did the final result turn out like this? Yang Kai actually killed one of the great emperors. This horrifying thought and the shocking scene in front of her turned into an endless buzzing sound. Li Shiqing simply couldn't bear it. Her vision turned black and she fainted again. In the void, Yang Kai flipped onto Xiaofang's back. When the neighing sound rang out, Xiaofan carried Yang Kai and rushed toward the nearest realm gate. Golden flames ignited on its four hooves, leaving a mark in the void. Countless divine senses locked onto him as wisps of murderous intent spread out. Even though Yang Kai knew that Yu Meng was on the Eternal Heaven continent, he still didn't feel the slightest sense of security. In this situation, Yu Meng was afraid that she wouldn't be able to protect herself. If she wanted to live, she would have to quickly escape. The further the better. It would be best if she could pass through the passage between the two worlds and escape back to the star boundary. The 12 demon saint of the Devil territory and even the great emperors of the Night Shadow realm, Kenyi, were currently gathered on the Eternal Heaven continent. Therefore, the defenses on the passageway between the two realms were currently at their most lax. This was also the best opportunity for him to escape. He faintly regretted not bringing Li Shiqing into the sealed world bead ahead of time. If he escaped, Li Shiqing would definitely suffer, but at this time, he could no longer care about Li Shiqing. Comparatively speaking, the will of the great world was of the utmost importance. The will passed down to him by the great emperors Mingyu could not be lost. Before the hundreds of half-saint in the surroundings could react, Wind-chasing wolf had already rushed out of the encirclement with Yang Kai on his back. This caused the half-saint to burn with anger as they chased after him with various means. However, Wind-chasing wolf's forte was his speed, so how could these half-saint catch up to him? From the beginning, the distance between them was rapidly increasing. Many demon saints' faces were gloomy, but Yu Meng's expression was both pleasantly surprised and worried. Although she had always known that Yang Kai could accept the will of the star boundary more easily than the half-saint of the Devil territory, because Yang Kai's strength was not enough, she had never thought of letting Yang Kai participate in this fight for the opportunity. However, what she did not expect was that Yang Kai would actually become the final winner. Moreover, it seemed that the great emperors Mingyu had taken the initiative to deliver this opportunity to him. In comparison, Yu Sang, who was killed by Mingyu, was no longer a big deal. In any case, Yu Sang had already defected to Xueli and could not be considered her subordinate, so it did not matter if he died. However, Yang Kai obtaining this opportunity was equivalent to taking a step forward on his future path. How could she not be happy? However, she was worried that this opportunity would not be so easy to protect. Sure enough, just as this thought surged in her mind, Xueli's angry roar rang in her ears, "Bastard!" After saying this guy actually turned into a bloody light and chased after Yang Kai. It seemed that he wanted to personally stop Yang Kai. He was not the only one. The other demon saint also moved and chased after Yang Kai. The half-saint could not catch up to Yang Kai, but that did not mean that the demon saint could not. Once these demon saint blocked Yang Kai's path, he would definitely be besieged by hundreds of half-saint. The final outcome was obvious. You dare. Yu Rumeng was furious. She had just moved when a burly figure raised his hand and blocked her path. Yu Rumeng looked ahead with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "Boss Huang, what is the meaning of this?" The person blocking her path was the #1 demon saint in the demon territory, Huang Wuji. He raised his hand slightly and placed it in front of him. His movements were casual, but it was as if he had erected an iron wall in front of Yu Rumeng. Even a demon saint like her would not be able to break through it easily. Huang Wuji looked in the direction that the figures had left and said indifferently, "Don't interfere in this matter." Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and said, "Yang Kai is one of my people, how can I not interfere? Moreover, we agreed before that we would not interfere in this opportunity and that they would compete for it with their own abilities. No matter what the result is, no one can complain. What is the meaning of them chasing after him? Do they think that I, Yu Rumeng, am easy to bully?" Huang Wuji said indifferently, "We did have an agreement before, but the target of the agreement was the half-saint under each of us. That boy is a human." After saying this, Huang Wuji turned his head and looked at Yu Rumeng. "Those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. How can such an opportunity be handed over to him?" Yu Rumeng said, "So what if he is a human? He has already betrayed the star boundary and has a demon in his heart. He has also made many contributions to the demon territory before, so why can't he get that opportunity?" Huang Wuji shook his head and said, "You know what we are worried about. Moreover, his strength is too low now, so what if he gets that opportunity? How long will it take for him to fully mature? Our demon territory has 12 demon saint and 1 great emperor of the star boundary. Currently, there are only 8 great emperors in the star boundary, and one of the great emperors of the secular world is still missing. Yang Kai won't make a difference. All you want is to expand the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, so why wait for him to fully mature?" Huang Wuji slowly shook his head. "Unless he can truly become the demon race and become a part of our demon race, he won't be able to keep that opportunity." Hearing this, Yu Rumeng's face turned pale and she anxiously looked in the direction Yang Kai had fled. She clenched her fists and her fingertips pricked her skin. Although back in the star boundary, Yang Kai had indeed become the demon race once and was covered in demonic chi, ever since he came to the demon territory, Yang Kai seemed to have returned to normal. How difficult would it be for him to become a true demon race member? Must he die? Yu Rumeng looked at Huang Wuji with a pained expression. "If he dies, who will repair and maintain those world gates?" Huang Wuji's eyes drooped. "The opportunity is with him now. Only when he dies will it shift to someone else. As for those world gates, let nature take its course." Yu Rumeng painfully closed her eyes. After a long time, she suddenly opened them and the demonic chi in her body rolled. She slammed her palm towards Huang Wuji and shouted, "I really can't sit by and do nothing. Boss Huang, please forgive me." Huang Wuji put one hand behind his back and didn't move his feet, but his body retreated 1,000 feet, easily dodging Yu Rumeng's attack. He said indifferently, "Stop, I don't want to hurt you." Yu Rumeng was so angry that she laughed. "Unless I die, don't even think about harming a single hair on his head." As she spoke, she had already closed in on Huang Wuji. Her beautiful eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange light, as if they had turned into a black hole that was about to suck Huang Wuji in. Huang Wuji lowered his eyes, not wanting to meet her gaze, and smashed his fist down. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the turbulent void, as if a mirror had been broken in half. Yu Rumeng cried out as her whole body was swallowed by the void. Huang Wuji, however, didn't feel the joy of his success. Instead, he frowned and focused on perceiving his surroundings. A faintly discernible chuckle sounded in his ears, and a beautiful fairy-like world suddenly appeared in the shattered world. It was so beautiful and real that Huang Wuji couldn't help but linger in it. He couldn't bear to destroy the grass and trees in this world. He sighed slightly, knowing that he had been careless. As a demon saint, Yu Ru Meng wasn't so easy to deal with. Although he was known as the first demon saint, that was only in terms of fighting strength. In a life-and-death battle, he would definitely be the last person to survive. However, the 12 demon saint each had their own divine technique, so how could he underestimate them? 30 breaths later, when desolate Wuji finally managed to escape from this bizarre world, Yu Ru Meng was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she had gone after the other great devil saints. However, with such a delay, even if Yu Ru Meng rushed over, it would be useless. As long as the great devil saints caught up with that human brat and obstructed him slightly, the semi-saints would be able to tear that human brat into pieces. Xiaofan was as fast as lightning, almost turning into a bolt of lightning as he swept through the void. The half-saint chasing after him were thrown further and further away, but an even more powerful divine sense locked onto him. The demon saint had made their move. Yang Kai was incomparably sad and indignant. He knew that his guess was right. In this situation, Yu Ru Meng really couldn't protect him. Fortunately, he saw the opportunity early and immediately rode Xiaofan to escape. Otherwise, he would have already become a corpse. The impact of Ming Yu's death hadn't disappeared. After all, he had killed her with his own hands. Although that scene was deliberately created by Ming Yu, the self-blame in his heart still made Yang Kai feel so depressed that he couldn't breathe. Xiaofang's howl once again woke him up. Turning his head, Kai Yang saw a blood-red light on the horizon rushing towards him at a terrifying speed. In less than 10 breaths of time, it would be able to catch up. Xue Li. Closely following behind Xue Li was the feather demon Hibiscus. With the fluttering of the pure white wings on her back, her speed was only slightly slower than Xue Li's. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and forced his mind to activate the law of space. He pressed one hand on Xiaofang's back and broke through the void with him, instantly traveling 1,000 miles. When his figure reappeared, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 35-43. When he used the mountains and rivers bell to trap Shu Yusang, Yang Kai did not directly clash with him, but he still suffered a huge backlash. After all, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while Shu Yusang was a half-saint. Even with the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai still had to pay a heavy price to trap him. Because of Ming Yu's death, his mind was shaken, so he did not feel anything. Now that he used the space principles while escaping, Yang Kai immediately felt that his situation was not good. His qi was weak, his whole body was in pain, and he felt like countless bones were broken. In his current state, let alone fighting, if those half-saint caught up to him, he would definitely die. Fortunately, Xiaofan came to his rescue at the critical moment. Just as he slightly opened up the distance between him and the demon saint behind him with a teleport, the other party closed the gap in the blink of an eye and closed in on him at an even faster speed. Yang Kai looked back and was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It was also the first time he was being chased by such a powerful figure. The feeling of his life hanging by a thread at all times was extremely uncomfortable. In a panic, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, chewing them up and swallowing them before leaning over to Xiaofang's back and grabbing his mane with both hands. Xiaofan obviously also felt the severity of the situation. His muscles squirmed as he ran, sparing no effort to carry Yang Kai on his back. A layer of dark red blood mist gradually appeared on his back, and hot white steam came out of his nostrils. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. Even so, after 10 breaths, Xue Li and Fu Yu, who were the first to catch up, were only 1,000 kilometers away from him. A fierce killing intent locked onto him from behind. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. When he looked back, he saw Fu Yu drawing her bow as she chased after him. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai urged the space principles again and teleported away with Xiaofan. With a whoosh, a streak of light shot through the air, piercing through Yang Kai and Xiaofan's afterimages and scattering them. Thousands of miles away, Yang Kai had already changed the direction of chasing wind and fled in another direction. There was no hope of escaping in a straight line. Wind Chaser was fast, but he was not as fast as the Demon Saint. If he continued to run like this, he would be caught before he reached the realm gate. If he wanted to escape from the Eternal Heaven continent, he would have to think of another way. Fortunately, there was always a way out, and his embodiment had already set off in advance. When Yang Kai changed directions, Shui Li and Fu Yu, who were chasing after him, were surprised. However, the two Demon Saint didn't think too much of it. They only thought that Yang Kai had panicked and didn't know where to go. This was actually what they wanted to see. This human was as slippery as a loach. He relied on his mastery of the laws of space to flee here and there. It was truly difficult to chase after him. Once Yang Kai passed through the realm gate, it would be even more troublesome. At this time, he was running away from the realm gate, which was a delightful sight. Shui Li's cold laughter resounded through the world. "Boy, stop obediently, and this noble one can grant you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you taste all the torture in this world." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and only urged Xiaofan to go faster, faster. The bloody mist on Xiaofang's body continued to dissipate. It was obvious that he was also going all out. However, this kind of escape didn't make him feel tired. Instead, he was in high spirits. From time to time, he would cry out in excitement. After so many years of peaceful life, he had almost forgotten the times when he carried Long Tian on a campaign. However, Yang Kai's appearance caused him to once again experience this kind of uncontrollable hot-bloodedness. During this chase, an hour passed by in the blink of an eye. Shui Li gradually became flustered and exasperated. To think that he, a demon saint, had chased a middle-rank demon king for such a long time and still hadn't succeeded. It was truly embarrassing. But then again, half of the credit for Yang Kai being able to run so well was due to that bastard Xiaofan. One ran like lightning, the other teleported. When these two worked together, it was really difficult to catch them. The half-saint had long since been left behind, leaving only the demon saint behind Yang Kai. However, as time passed, Yang Kai's situation became worse and worse. After all, although the Eternal Heaven continent wasn't small, there were more than a dozen demon saints chasing after him. As long as they cooperated with each other, it would be enough to surround Yang Kai. Yang Kai obviously also noticed this, but there was nothing he could do. An hour later, Xiaofan finally stopped floating in the air, a bloody mist rising from its body as it snorted incessantly. Its skin had turned a deep red, as if it was burning hot iron. Yang Kai, who was riding on its back, also had a pale face and was gasping for breath. As he gasped for breath, blood constantly flowed from the corners of his mouth. It wasn't that Xiaofan had run out of energy, but that the demon saint had already finished surrounding Yang Kai, blocking all of his escape routes. Numerous figures appeared in the surrounding space, and they were either gazing at him with interest or indifference. Shui Li gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai resentfully. "Run, run again. Why aren't you running anymore?" Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood with a rebellious expression. His cold gaze swept around, seriously looking at the faces of every demon saint, as if he wanted to imprint their appearances into his bones. Shui Li pointed at him with a finger and said, "Boy, I'll make you beg for death." Yang Kai snorted coldly and turned to stare at him. "That will depend on whether you have the ability or not." Shui Li laughed in anger. "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Let's see how you cry later." Huo Bo laughed strangely at the side. "Why are you arguing with a child? Shui Li, are you stupid? Even if you don't find it embarrassing, this noble one does. Can you shut up? Shueli suddenly turned his head and glared at him. Huo Bo didn't back down and glared back. But at this time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, this young master will repay you 100-fold for what you've done today." When he said this, many demon saints looked at him suspiciously. In the next moment, the expressions of all the demon saints changed and they all reached out to grab Yang Kai. Fu Yu even locked onto Yang Kai with her divine thought. When she twisted her hand, a stream of light shot out. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed and the world hummed. Yang Kai's body turned into nothingness and strangely disappeared from where he was. All the demon saint grabbed empty air. Only Fu Yu's arrow, which was locked onto Yang Kai with her divine thought, missed. She also shattered the void and disappeared without a trace. The demon saint were all dumbfounded. They never thought that Yang Kai would be able to escape from under their noses in such a situation. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The feeling of being made a fool of was not good, especially when the one who made a fool of them was only a seriously injured mid-rank demon king. Many demon saints' divine thought spread out like a tide, but they couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai in the first place. This made them feel incredulous. After all, Yang Kai had used the space divine technique to teleport before, but each time he teleported, he could only move 1,000 miles at most. How could he disappear in an instant? It wasn't until a dozen breaths later that Balrog Qi Yan's expression changed and he said in surprise, "This kid is actually at the realm gate." At the same time, Yu Ru Meng rushed over in a hurry. When she saw the situation and didn't see Yang Kai, she couldn't help but turn pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "What did you do to him?" Bai Li Mo chuckled, "Don't worry, your little man has already run away." Ran away? Yu Ru Meng was stunned for a moment before she quickly said with a sullen face, "Nonsense, so many of you are chasing him, how could he have run away? Hurry up and hand him over to me." Bai Li Mo snorted, "Can't you check whether he ran away or not yourself? He's right at the realm gate." Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Yu Ru Meng quickly urged her divine sense to investigate the distance. Among all the demon saint, her divine sense was the most powerful, so it only took 5 or 6 breaths for her to detect Yang Kai's aura. Her mouth opened slightly in surprise. She couldn't figure out how Yang Kai escaped in that direction while being chased by so many demon saint. That place was quite far from here. But soon, she detected the aura of the embodiment body and immediately understood what was going on. Observing her expression, Bai Li Mo chuckled, "Little sister, this little man of yours is really something, playing us like a fool. Now I'm afraid he won't be able to die easily even if he wants to." With such a great humiliation, how could the demon saint let it go? As long as they caught him, they would definitely torture him ruthlessly. Yu Ru Meng looked at everyone coldly and said, "I'll kill whoever dares to touch him. Can't you chase after him if he runs away? What are you doing here?" Huang Wuji's figure flew over from afar, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. He turned his head towards a certain spot in the void and said, "Return to the passage between the 2 realms, we can't let him escape back to Star Boundary." There seemed to be a weak aura flashing through the void. Yu Ru Meng's face was as gloomy as water. She knew that the Star Boundary's great emperor Qin Yi had taken action. As long as the passage between the 2 worlds was blocked, Yang Kai would be like a turtle in a jar no matter how powerful he was. Sooner or later, he would be caught. Bai Li Mo chuckled, "Little sister, big brother Huang is going to attack him, you should kill him first." Yu Ru Meng's teeth creaked as she glared at Bai Li Mo, cursing inwardly, "Bitch, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." Mo Kan said, "Big brother Huang, the situation has changed. I'm afraid that boy is going to escape from the Eternal Heaven continent. If we want to capture him, we have to do it ourselves." Huang Wuji said, "Then let's find him as soon as possible." Shueli rolled his eyes and said with a chuckle, but this doesn't match the previous agreement. Can't we say that the boy belongs to whoever catches him? The demon saint wasn't interested in Yang Kai himself. What they were interested in was the will that belonged to Star Boundary in his body. As long as they could capture him and transfer that will to their half-saint subordinates, then they would very likely have another demon saint as an ally in the future. This was what attracted many demon saint the most. Okay. Huang Wuji nodded. Shueli laughed strangely and turned into a bloody light to escape. His voice came from afar, "That boy is mine." Following closely behind him, the other demon saint also used escape techniques to leave. Before Bai Li Mo left, she even looked at Yu Ru Meng provocatively, "Don't worry, little sister. If I find that boy, I'll definitely give him a quick death, so you just have to pray that I succeed." After she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and laughed. Chapter 35-44. Yu Ru Meng also wanted to leave, but she was stopped by Huang Wuji again, but this time, Huang Wuji's attitude was even more aggressive than before, and his expression had become extremely solemn. Seeing his expression, Yu Ru Meng knew that he was serious. She was able to get rid of him just now because she made the first move, and because Huang Wuji didn't want to delay her for too long. However, a serious Huang Wuji was definitely not someone she could casually resist. 3 days, after 3 days, I will let you go. Huang Wuji looked at Yu Ru Meng indifferently. Before that, don't challenge my bottom line. Yu Ru Meng coldly said, do you think he can last for 3 days? With so many demon saint chasing after him, let alone 3 days, even 1 day would be enough. Yang Kai's current state was not very good. Huang Wuji lowered his eyes. That's not something I need to consider, and it's not something you can stop. I've already made myself very clear. If you insist on attacking, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as Yu Ru Meng was about to make a move, her expression suddenly changed and she turned to look at the realm gate, immediately revealing a look of surprise. Seeing her expression change, Huang Wuji couldn't help but frown and spread out his divine sense to investigate the realm gate. However, before he could figure it out, Yu Ru Meng started to chuckle, all right, big boss Huang, I'll give you face. 3 days it is. After 3 days, if you still want to stop me, then don't blame little sister for turning hostile. While she was speaking, Huang Wuji had already investigated the situation at the realm gate and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, clicking his tongue. If he hadn't obtained an opportunity he shouldn't have, this senior would really be reluctant to let him die. His existence is really of great use to my demon territory. Yu Ru Meng coldly snorted, is there any point in saying this now? Weren't you the one who asked them to capture him? Huang Wuji's expression was as calm as an ancient well, remaining silent. When Yang Kai began to flee on Zhui Feng, no one paid any attention to his embodiment. When Yang Kai lured all the half-saint away, his embodiment quietly sneaked into the ground and quickly fled towards the nearest realm gate. Although Yang Kai managed to shake off the half-saint, he was chased by the demon saint until he had nowhere to run and was eventually surrounded. It was a pity that the demon saint didn't know that he had the space spirit bead. With the help of the space spirit bead, Yang Kai instantly brought Wind Chaser to the side of the Dharmakaya. They were only 100,000 miles away from the world gate. The arrow that Fu Yu shot out at the last moment did not do anything to him. Instead, it disappeared into a crack in the void. As soon as Yang Kai reunited with his embodiment, he put it back into the sealed world bead and rode Zhui Feng towards the world gate. The demon race's army was still stationed at the world gate, but there was no sign of the half-saint. All the half-saint had gone to fight for the opportunity. Who would be in the mood to stay at the world gate? As such, Yang Kai easily broke through the blockade and escaped from the world gate. He arrived at a continent adjacent to the Eternal Heaven continent. He did not immediately flee. Instead, he turned around and searched for the world gate that connected to the eternal heaven continent. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, he directly sealed this world gate. He did not expect that his deliberate training on the 100-spirit continent would come in handy at this time. In this way, although he had delayed his escape a little, he could still cause a great disturbance to the devil saints who were chasing after him. Otherwise, if they really rushed out without any hindrance, Yang Kai could not guarantee that he could escape. The only thing he needed to worry about now was how long his method of sealing the world gate could delay the demon saint. It would be a joke if they broke the seal in an instant. However, he did not have the time to pay attention to this. He secretly prayed that his seal could delay them for a few hours. The reason why Yu Rumeng suddenly agreed to Huang Wuji's request was because she noticed the abnormality of the seal on the world gate. She did not need to think to know that this was Yang Kai's method. After all, in the entire demon territory, only Yang Kai had such ability. At this moment, she could not help but feel a little stifled. She did not know when Yang Kai had such ability. Not only could he repair and maintain the world gate, but he could also seal it. However, when she thought about the conversation she had with Chang Tian in the 100-spirit continent, Yu Rumeng faintly guessed that Yang Kai had cultivated this ability in the 100-spirit continent. Just as Yang Kai passed through the world gate, the demon saint arrived at the world gate one after another. When they looked over, they were all shocked. Yu Qiu said in shock, "Where's the world gate? Did we go in the wrong direction?" They had clearly followed Yang Kai's tracks, so they should not have gone in the wrong direction. Moreover, there was a demon race army stationed nearby. They were clearly guarding the world gate. Xueli frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He reached out and grabbed a trembling mid-rank demon king. Xueli lifted this guy by the collar and asked, "Where's the world gate?" The mid-rank demon king had never seen such a large army before. Normally, it was rare to even see one demon saint, let alone so many of them. The strongest existence he knew was only the half-saint on his own continent. Suddenly, so many demon saint had arrived, and one of them had even caught him. This demon king almost fainted from fright. His face was pale as he said in a trembling voice, it was just here. I don't know why, it suddenly disappeared." "Bastard!" Xueli roared angrily. He reached out and pushed, throwing the demon king back. "That brat actually has such ability?" Bone Devil Gammon rubbed his white bone chin. The two will-o'-the-wisps in his eyes danced. He was slightly dazed. The world gate could not have disappeared for no reason. That human brat had obviously used some method to hide it. Moreover, this method was flawless. At such a close distance, these demon saints could not detect any trace of it. "What do we do now?" Rock Devil Mo Ken looked around. This was truly a joke. A group of devil saints were being toyed around by a single human. Just now, they had already let him escape once. Now, they were actually being blocked by someone else. If he really managed to escape, then this group of devil saints would really lose all their face. Flame Devil Chi Yen coldly snorted, "Since it's a seal, then it can be broken. Let me try." As he spoke, he strode forward and arrived at the original location of the world gate. Flames burned on his fist as he punched the void. The flames exploded and the void trembled. A huge crack immediately appeared in the void that was originally empty. Seeing this scene, Crimson Flame sneered, and his other fist also blasted out with the force of thunder. After a few punches, the void in front of him shattered like a mirror. It completely collapsed, revealing a black hole the size of the world gate. However, what made Chi Yen speechless was that an extremely dangerous aura was transmitted from the black hole. The inside of the black hole was a chaotic void. When his divine sense probed inside, it was directly devoured. Chi Yen could not help but be speechless. Although he was a demon saint, he did not dare to rashly enter to investigate the situation. If he accidentally got lost inside, he might not be able to find a way out. His eyes turned and he reached out to grab a few demon kings from below. He said, "Carefully investigate the situation inside and see if you can find an exit. I'll report back." After speaking, he did not wait for the reactions of the demon kings. He directly threw them into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, the demon kings disappeared. Standing in place and waiting for about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Qi Yan said with a cold face, "It looks like the world gate here is destroyed." If it hadn't been destroyed, one of the demon kings would have been able to find the exit, and it wouldn't have taken them too long to return and report. Until now, the demon kings were still nowhere to be seen, so they were probably dead. He also did not expect that after the world gate sealed by Yang Kai was forcefully broken, it would become like this. Yang Kai also could not have predicted this. He previously judged that if the world gate he sealed was forcefully broken, there would be two possibilities. The first was that the world gate would be revealed and returned to normal. The second was that the world gate would be destroyed as well. The current situation was undoubtedly the second situation. Xueli laughed strangely. There are only two realm entrances left in the Eternal Heaven continent. This one can be considered to be destroyed. If he also seals the other one, doesn't that mean that we will all be trapped here by him? What a joke. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu had already turned around without saying a word. She quickly rushed towards the other remaining realm gate. Although Xueli's words were creepy, everyone knew that Yang Kai did not have the time to seal the last world gate. After all, the two world gates were connected to different continents. Since Yang Kai had already escaped, it was naturally more important for him to escape. How would he have the time to seal the second world gate on that continent? After Fu Yu, the other demon saint also hurriedly moved. Half a day later, at the last world gate, many demon saint rushed out from the Eternal Heaven continent, all of them with heavy expressions. Everyone knew that after such a delay, it would be extremely difficult for them to find Yang Kai's tracks again. However, Kan Yi had already returned to guard the passage between the two world gates. That human brat would definitely not leave the demon territory. Rashly passing through the passage between the two world gates was just walking right into a trap. As long as that human brat did not leave the demon territory, there would be a day when he would reveal himself. However, in the current situation, there were not many places that the brat could hide. As long as they set up an ambush in a few places in advance, they might be able to catch a turtle in a jar. After exchanging glances for a while, the many demon saints scattered and ran in different directions, all of them heading towards the places they felt that Yang Kai was most likely to go. Halfway there, Bailey Mo's figure suddenly paused. Her beautiful eyes flashed a few times, and she lightly pursed her lips into a smile. She changed direction and rushed towards a certain direction. At the same time, Yang Kai was speeding at a high altitude of a certain continent. He held a map of the demon territory in his hand and checked his position. His original intention was to immediately think of a way to return to the Star Realm once he escaped and complete the last wishes of the great emperors by bringing back the will of the Star Realm. However, when this thought popped up, an inexplicable chill appeared in his heart. It was as if he really did that, he would be walking right into a trap. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and gave up on this idea. Chapter 35-45. The demon saint must have expected that he wanted to return to the Star Realm, and there was only one passageway between the two realms. They only needed to set up defenses on that side to completely block his path. Yang Kai reckoned that a demon saint must have already gone to the passageway between the two realms. Although Windchaser was fast, he was not as fast as a demon saint. Since he could not go to the passageway between the two realms, there were only two places he could go. One was the 100 Spirit Continent. Rushing to the 100-spirit continent to seek protection from Chang Tian might be a way to survive, but Yang Kai did not know if Chang Tian could withstand the pressure from so many demon saints. Chang Tian did indeed value him very much. Because he did not have much time left in his life, he also wanted to nurture Yang Kai as his successor. However, if more than 10 demon saints joined forces to pressure him, Chang Tian might not completely fall out with them for him, leading to the destruction of the 100-spirit continent. For so many years, the reason why the 100-spirit continent was peaceful was because Chang Tian was not to be trifled with. He was powerful enough to make the great demon saints pay attention to him. Secondly, none of the great demon saints were willing to push Chang Tian into the arms of others. That was why the 100-spirit continent was able to survive in the cracks. But now, the qualification of the 13th demon saint was related to the interests of the entire demon territory. Many demon saints should be able to reach a consensus on this issue. What's more, it was not wise to entrust one's safety to others. He had not been in contact with Chang Tian for a long time, so he did not know this person very well. Therefore, this idea only appeared in Yang Kai's mind for a while before he immediately rejected it. The second place was Yu Rumeng's territory. Although the conversation between Bai Liemo and Ming Yu had caused him to be a little wary of Yu Rumeng, it was obvious that Yu Rumeng had been very protective of him back in the Eternal Heaven continent. Therefore, it shouldn't be a big problem if he went to her place. The question was whether Yu Rumeng could protect herself. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided not to go to the 100-spirit continent or Yu Rumeng's territory, but to find a continent that had disappeared. There were many continents that had disappeared in the demon territory, so he only needed to find one to hide from everyone. Now that the situation was tense, he only needed to hide there for 3 to 5 years. When the situation died down, he would be able to show himself again. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to find a way to return to the star boundary. After making up his mind, Yang Kai quickly checked the map in his hand. At the same time, he recalled all the information he had read about the various continents in the demon territory. After a while, Yang Kai confirmed his location and found the nearest continent that had disappeared. It was not too far away and he only needed to pass through 2 realm gates to reach it. Just as he put away the map, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He reined in Windchaser, who was running at high speed. With a whoosh, Windchaser stopped in midair and snorted. His blood was boiling. Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn. He turned his head and looked around, then said in a deep voice, "Which holy senior is here? Since you are here, just show yourself. Why are you sneaking around?" After speaking, he waited for a moment, but there was no response. Yang Kai sneered, "The opportunity of the great emperors is with me. If Holy Senior wants to take it, just do it. Are you afraid of me?" There was still no response. This made Yang Kai frown. He wondered if he had sensed wrongly. It didn't make sense. Just now, he clearly felt that he was being watched in the dark, and that feeling was very obvious. With his current cultivation and perception, it was absolutely impossible for him to be wrong. And the guy who could hide from his detection was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that he was a demon saint. Since he was a demon saint, why didn't he show up? He wasn't a match for a demon saint right now. Hearing Yang Kai talk to himself, Windchaser couldn't help looking back at him. His eyes were filled with suspicion, as if he was asking if Yang Kai was an idiot. There was no one nearby, so who would he ask? At the same time, Kai Yang suddenly discovered that the feeling of being spied on had disappeared without a trace. This caused him to be at a loss. In his heart, he was wondering what had happened. Could it be that he had sensed wrongly? However, regardless of whether it was a demon saint secretly watching him or not, since the other party didn't show up, it meant that they didn't plan on making a move. This was a bit unreasonable. Without thinking too much, Yang Kai once again controlled Wind Chaser to fly towards the continent that had disappeared. At the same time, he stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and swallowed them. After passing through 2 world gates, just as he was about to reach his destination, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but darken. This was not a bad thing, but a good thing. He felt the aura in his body fluctuate. The bottleneck he had been stuck at for many years was finally loosening. He was actually showing signs of breaking through at this time. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For so long, Yang Kai had been worrying about his second-order Emperor realm cultivation, especially after the War of the Two Realms broke out and he entered the territory of the Become the Demon race. He always felt that his strength wasn't enough. Every time he faced a half-saint, he had the will, but he was powerless. He had always wondered when he would be able to make another breakthrough, but his cultivation hadn't shown any signs of improvement. It just had to be at this time. This was really an eventful time. Now, when he should be keeping a low profile and hiding his strength, who would have thought that he would show signs of breaking through at this time? Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. After accepting the opportunity of the great emperors and the world will of the star boundary, although it didn't significantly increase his strength, the hidden benefits were slowly erupting. The loosening of his cultivation bottleneck should be related to this. If he had a choice, Yang Kai would never choose to break through at this time. But when he tried to suppress it, who knew that the floating aura was like a spring? The more he tried to suppress it, the more it rebounded. It was as if it was determined to break through the barrier and soar into the sky, leaving Yang Kai speechless. He couldn't go to his original destination. Those disappeared continents were safe, but the world principles there were broken, so it wasn't suitable for him to break through. The small sealed world was an excellent place to go. Now that the small sealed world's principles were complete, coupled with the rich world energy, it was enough for Yang Kai to break through. Moreover, if he broke through there, no matter how big of a commotion he caused, no one would notice. But when this idea popped up, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. If he really broke through in the small sealed world, he would definitely miss something important, something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai immediately controlled Wind Chasing Beast to change direction and fly towards the Cloud Shadow mainland. He didn't choose to break through in the small sealed world, firstly because of the hesitation in his heart, and secondly because it wasn't safe. If he entered the small sealed world, the sealed world bead would definitely be exposed. No matter how well he hid it, with so many demon saints searching in the demon territory, it was difficult to guarantee that the sealed world bead wouldn't be discovered. The divine senses of a demon saint were incredibly powerful, so if they searched carefully, they might find an obviously unusual bead. Once a demon saint found the sealed world bead, he would really become a turtle in a jar. The embodiment was the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, so if he chose to break through there, it would bring him great convenience. At the very least, it could conceal the movement of his breakthrough to the greatest extent. Moreover, the Cloud Shadow mainland was Yu Ru Meng's territory, so if something went wrong, Yu Ru Meng would definitely be able to rush over immediately. Since he had already made his decision, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Riding on Wind Chasing Beast's back, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The breakthrough was imminent, so he must maintain his best condition. Otherwise, once the breakthrough failed, his cultivation path would be cut off. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy. The injuries on his body were not caused by others, but by the recoil of the mountains and rivers bell when he joined forces with the embodiment to deal with Yu Sang. They weren't serious, but they weren't light either. Under the effect of the spirit pill, his injuries were rapidly recovering. Coupled with his strong physique, Yang Kai faintly felt that he should be able to recover by the time he arrived at the Cloud Shadow mainland. After passing through one realm gate after another, half a day later, when Yang Kai was about to arrive at a realm gate, trouble came. Looking from afar, there were actually many demon race blockades in front of the realm gate, and people passing by were strictly interrogated. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that a passing demon race even had their space rings taken away for investigation. This made Yang Kai's face darken. He knew that this should be his fault. The reason why he hadn't encountered them before was probably because the news hadn't spread yet. Now, the entire demon territory was probably under strict guard. After sensing a little, Yang Kai felt fortunate that there weren't any half-saint level powerhouses guarding there. Although there were a few demon kings, if he really wanted to kill them, those demon kings wouldn't be his match. Yang Kai didn't want to expose his whereabouts, but it didn't make sense to change his route. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai put Windchaser into the sealed world bead and flew out alone. After wandering around for a while, he soon found a demon race that was alone. The strength of this demon race wasn't low, at least at the level of a low-rank demon king. Seeing Yang Kai blocking its way, it opened its mouth and sneered. Yang Kai's response was a series of attacks, and with just a few punches and kicks, the low-rank demon king was beaten to the ground. Yang Kai didn't waste time and directly reached out to grab the demon king's head, his divine sense pouring out like a tide, tearing apart the low-rank demon king's spiritual energy defenses and planting a soul brand in its mind. When Yang Kai released his hand, the low-rank demon king still hadn't reacted. However, as soon as Yang Kai's divine sense moved, the demon king's complexion changed greatly, and he looked at Yang Kai with a humiliated expression. "Who are you? What do you want?" For no reason at all, someone had planted a soul brand in their knowledge sea, and their life and death were under someone else's control. This was somewhat unacceptable for anyone, but the demon king wasn't a fool and understood that Yang Kai definitely had a purpose for doing this. Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out the sealed world bead, saying indifferently, "Swallow this bead later, then go through the realm gate over there." Hearing this, the demon king frowned. "What do you mean? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, or else your life will be in danger." Yang Kai coldly snorted and threw the sealed world bead over. Chapter 35-46. When the demon king took the sealed world bead and looked up, he found that there was no one in front of him. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. If it weren't for the brand in his knowledge sea and the bead in his hand, he might have thought that he was hallucinating. He looked around, trying to find the trace of that guy from before. Immediately, an unbearable pain came from his mind, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. His heart trembled. He knew that even if that guy was hiding in the dark, he must have been observing him and had the ability to kill him at any time. This must be a warning. What did he call him just now? Oh, swallow the bead and pass through the realm gate. Looking at the sealed world bead in his hand, the demon king was distressed. This thing didn't look special, and he didn't know whether it was poisonous or not. He was filled with grief and indignation. He hadn't offended anyone, but disaster suddenly fell from the sky. Where could he go to reason? Even his knowledge sea had been implanted with the soul brand. Even if this bead was poisonous, he had to swallow it. Therefore, he only muttered to himself for a moment before swallowing the sealed world bead into his stomach. With a dark face, he rushed towards the realm gate. He had no choice but to go. There was clearly an aura in his knowledge sea that had locked onto his soul and could destroy it at any time. Not long after, he arrived near the realm gate. Looking up, he saw that it was heavily guarded. The realm gate was surrounded by an army of demon race. Among them, the aura of many demon king overflowed. They were strictly interrogating all passing demon race members. Only then did he understand why that brat had asked him to pass through the realm gate. It turned out that he had committed a crime. But what crime had he committed to actually mobilize so many master race beings to hunt him down? If it weren't for the trace of danger in his knowledge sea that could destroy his soul at any time, he would be very happy to report it. However, the aura that had locked onto his soul made him not dare to act rashly. He thought that as long as he passed through the realm gate, he would be able to see the world. At that time, no matter how powerful that brat was, he wouldn't be able to find him. After all, with so many soldiers guarding him, that brat couldn't possibly pass through the realm gate quietly. If he really had the ability, he wouldn't have forced him to do such a thing. He flew to the realm gate in fear and trepidation. Immediately, a demon general reached out and stopped him, saying coldly, "Stop. Where did you come from? Where are you going?" The demon king squeezed out a smile and cupped his fists. He did not lie and carefully answered these questions. The demon general put away the painting and said indifferently, "If you see this person, report it immediately. If the news is confirmed to be correct, you will be rewarded with 100 myriad demon pills. If you can capture him, you'll be rewarded with 500 pills." Although he was a demon king, he was only a low-rank demon king. He didn't live well on his own continent. He had only heard of myriad demon pills and had never seen them before. If he was really given 100 myriad demon pills, it would be enough for him to cultivate to the level of a high-rank demon king. But if he could capture that brat, he would be rewarded with 500 pills. What kind of concept was this? If he really had that many myriad demon pills, he wouldn't have to worry about the rest of his life. Only a demon saint could take out so many myriad demon pills at once. Even a half-saint wouldn't have the ability to do so. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He almost blurted out that he knew, but when he thought about his own life, he swallowed his words. Myriad demon pills were good, but he had to be alive to refine them. If he didn't even have his life, what was the point of having myriad demon pills? He carefully asked, "What did this brat do?" The demon general said, "He ruined the plans of the various Saint Venerables. Now, the various Saint Venerables are working together to capture him." It was actually related to Saint Venerables, and it was related to many Saint Venerables. Hearing this, the demon king couldn't help but sweat. He vaguely felt that he had been involved in a serious matter. Going forward, he went through a series of checks. Even his space ring was searched before he was allowed to pass. He secretly made up his mind. As soon as he passed through the realm gate and confirmed his safety, he would immediately find someone to send a message. He couldn't get the reward of 500 myriad demon pills, but he could at least get a reward of 100 pills, right? After a short while, he passed through the realm gate and arrived on another continent. He looked around furtively, then gritted his teeth and said, "I've finished what you asked me to do. Is there anything else?" The surroundings were completely silent. No one answered. "Ha ha ha, I knew that brat wouldn't be able to pass through the realm gate with me." The demon king was overjoyed. After identifying the direction, he hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he could see 100 myriad demon pills waving at him. But at this moment, he felt a slight pain in his knowledge sea. He staggered and almost fell from the sky. After stabilizing his body, he looked left and right with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Impossible, this is already another continent. How could that brat's methods still affect me? Could he be nearby? But that doesn't make sense. If he could really pass through the realm gate without anyone noticing, why would he need me to do all this? Just as he was feeling suspicious, the pain in his knowledge sea increased by a bit, scaring him so much that he hurriedly shouted, "I didn't expose your existence. Let's talk things over." As soon as his voice fell, the pain disappeared. But before he could catch his breath, the pain attacked him again. This cycle repeated many times. The demon king was tormented until he was weak. He said with a sad face, "What do you want? Tell me, don't torture me like this anymore." No one would feel good walking on the edge of life and death. That kind of crisis where one's soul could be destroyed at any time was simply a kind of great suffering. But no matter how much he said, that brat didn't respond at all. After a long time, the demon king's expression suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and spat out the bead he had swallowed before. There was a trace of surprise on his face. When the bead was spat out, a figure flashed in front of him. The person who had tortured him so much suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Yang Kai also had a cold face. He snorted and said, "I thought you didn't understand. If this guy didn't spit out the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would have no choice but to break out of his body. At that time, the Demon King would die without a doubt." Saying so, he took back the sealed world bead. The Demon King stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, then looked at the sealed world bead. He stammered, You, Yang Kai said with a straight face, "You don't have to worry about my business. I need to go to the Cloud Shadow continent. Seeing that your performance just now was still so, you can take me there." Hearing this, the Demon King wailed in his heart. But under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. The grievance in his heart was simply indescribable. Yang Kai ignored him and directly threw out his tiger-headed chariot. He beckoned to the Demon King and took the lead to get on. After the Demon King got on, Yang Kai had already set the route. Activating his Emperor Qi, the chariot turned into a stream of light and sped off into the distance. With the experience of cooperating once, the following matters were much easier to handle. Every time they were near the realm gate, Yang Kai would hide in the sealed world bead and let the Demon King swallow the sealed world bead. Then, he would pass through the layers of barriers and enter another continent. When they arrived at a safe place, Yang Kai would come out and control the tiger-headed chariot to hurry on. In this way, although it wasted a lot of time, it was better in terms of safety. No one would have thought that Yang Kai would hide in a bead. Through the strict security of the demon race, Yu Ru Meng might be able to see through this, but it was impossible for her to communicate with other demon saint. After 4 or 5 days, they finally arrived at Yu Ru Meng's territory. Unlike the territories of other demon saint, the realm gates on the continents in Yu Ru Meng's territory were not guarded. This was probably the only place in the entire demon race's territory that was not guarded. This made Yang Kai feel a little relieved. To him, Yu Ru Meng was different from other demon saint. After a few more turns, they finally returned to the Cloud Shadow continent. This is the Cloud Shadow continent. Lord Yang, I have fulfilled your request. Can you let me go? After arriving at the Cloud Shadow continent, Huoluan looked at Yang Kai with a face full of hope. Although he knew that there was not much hope, he still had to fight for it. After a few days of interaction, although they did not have a deep understanding of each other, they at least knew each other's names. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Do you think it's possible?" Huoluan's face turned pale. He took a few steps back and said with grief and indignation, "Master, do you really want to kill me?" This was really an unexpected calamity. He was just on his way and did not offend anyone, but he actually had to face a life-and-death crisis. He was really unlucky. He secretly made up his mind that if Yang Kai really wanted him to die, he would first bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh. That's not necessary. No matter what, you have helped me a lot. If I really kill you, it would seem that I am heartless. But I can't let you go. Yang Kai chuckled and raised the sealed world bead in his hand. "I think you have already guessed the use of this thing." Huoluan looked at the sealed world bead and nodded helplessly. In the past few days, Yang Kai had been coming in and out of the sealed world bead under his nose. Only a fool would not be able to guess the mysteries of the sealed world bead. This was definitely a treasure that could contain living things. "I'll give you a choice. Die, or be taken in by me." Yang Kai stared at him. Huoluan's expression only hesitated for a moment before he smiled bitterly. "Do I have any other choice?" As he spoke, his whole body relaxed and he looked like he had accepted his fate. "Wise." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed him. Under the fluctuation of the space principles, he directly took him into the sealed world bead. Chapter 35-47. He didn't kill Huoluan because of what Yang Kai had said. On the other hand, Yang Kai wanted to test whether the expanded space of the sealed world bead was suitable for the demon race to survive. The world inside the sealed world bead was now composed of 3 parts. The first part was the space of the sealed world bead itself, the second part was the 3 cultivation stars that the sealed world bead had swallowed in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star, and the third part was the missing continents that it had swallowed in the territory of the demon race. The first 2 parts had merged into one, while the last part was an independent existence. Although the missing continents had been reduced to fragments and the laws of heaven and earth were broken, after being swallowed by the sealed world bead, they showed signs of recombining. The broken laws of heaven and earth seemed to be gradually perfected. If the demon race could survive and even cultivate in it, it would be of great help to his next plan. Huoluan went to the newly expanded space. After doing this, Yang Kai hurriedly released the embodiment. He wanted to break through the shackles and advance to the next realm in Cloud Shadow, so he needed the help of the embodiment to cover up his movements. Otherwise, he would definitely be discovered. This was the main reason why he took the risk to return to Cloud Shadow. After so many days of delay, Yang Kai's injuries had healed, but his fluctuating qi was getting more and more out of control. It seemed that he had reached a limit. If Yang Kai hadn't tried his best to suppress it, he would have broken through halfway. Time waits for no man, and the breakthrough was now. But at this moment, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He turned his head and shouted angrily, "Who's there?" The embodiment, who was about to take him to a safe place, was startled. He quickly used his divine sense to check the surroundings. After a while, the embodiment turned his head to look at Yang Kai suspiciously. However, he saw that Yang Kai's face was extremely solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. This made the embodiment a little confused. He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's face was tense. He kept looking around and asked, "Didn't you find anything?" "Nothing." The embodiment shook his head. Yang Kai looked at it in astonishment and whispered, "How is this possible?" Just now, the feeling of being spied on appeared again. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, which made his hair stand on end. When this feeling appeared a few days ago, Yang Kai thought that he had been targeted by a demon saint. But after a few days, there was no trace of a demon saint. Yang Kai was also somewhat confused about the situation. Until today, that feeling came again. It was definitely not an illusion. He was really being targeted. However, as the master of the Cloud Shadow continent, the Dharmakaya did not notice it at all. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little incredulous. Could it be that he had been too nervous recently, so his perception was wrong? After all, this was the Dharmakaya's territory. Even if there was a demon saint hiding nearby, it was impossible for him to not notice. If the embodiment was not his divided soul, Yang Kai was afraid that he would think that it was lying to him. Moreover, no matter which demon saint it was, there was no need to be so mysterious. Powerful strength was the capital to crush everything. It only needed to capture Yang Kai. There was no need to be so hesitant. While talking, that feeling suddenly and strangely disappeared. The embodiment said, "Did you really notice something?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then slowly shook his head, "I can't tell. I don't know if it was an illusion or not." The embodiment was silent. In this situation, he did not know what to say. The breakthrough was imminent, so Yang Kai did not have the heart to care about other things. Even if there was a demon saint hiding nearby, if it really wanted to harm him, he would not be able to resist. At that time, he could only react to every move. And a higher level of cultivation would undoubtedly give him more hope of survival. "Let's start." Yang Kai swept away the messy thoughts in his mind and said in a deep voice. The embodiment nodded. Under the urging of the devil aura, it wrapped Yang Kai and took him down to the ground. Shuttling through the underground, there was no light at all, not even a sound. The whole world was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him relax, and the devil aura that wrapped him withdrew. The embodiment's voice rang in his ears, "This is a karst cave 30,000 feet underground. With me protecting you, you should be able to suppress the movement of your breakthrough." Yang Kai used his full eyesight to look. Although the surroundings were dark, he could still vaguely see that this was indeed a huge karst cave. It was humid and dark, and he could faintly hear some sounds of flowing water. It was estimated that an underground river was flowing nearby. Although the conditions were not good, Yang Kai did not ask for too much. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, batches of high-rank source crystals were thrown out of his space ring. The moment they were thrown out, they were crushed into powder. Rich world energy escaped from these source crystals and quickly filled the entire karst cave. The fog turned into dew, turning this damp and dark karst cave into a cultivation holy land in a very short time. In order to break through to the third-layer Emperor realm, Yang Kai spared no effort. At this time, he was very glad that he had prepared enough cultivation resources before coming to the demon territory. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find abundant resources in this damned territory. But this was not the end. He reached out and took out a handful of spirit pills from his space ring and gulped them down to ensure that he had enough energy for his breakthrough. On the path of martial Tao, from the first order to the second order to the third order, and then to the false emperors and great emperors, every realm was a heavenly moat that blocked out batch after batch of talented cultivators. How many people had become the demon race while breaking through? How many had died while breaking through? Moreover, Yang Kai had chosen to break through in the demon territory, so he could not afford to be careless. With everything ready, Yang Kai immersed himself in his soul and silently circulated his secret art. He released the suppression he had been suppressing on his body, and his fluctuating aura immediately erupted. As his physique wriggled, his emperor chi surged, impacting the invisible barrier. Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan as a tearing pain spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble like a sieve. Under the severe pain, sweat poured out all over his body, and in just an instant, his clothes were soaked in sweat. The aura that had expanded to its limit slowly fell. The failure of this breakthrough did not discourage Yang Kai. Although his previous breakthroughs were all natural, and there were few similar situations, who could always have a smooth journey on the path of martial Tao? Who could advance triumphantly all the way? The great emperors and demon saint probably also had many setbacks when they were young. Today's setbacks would only strengthen the foundation for tomorrow. The pores all over his body relaxed as he swallowed the rich world energy around him. The medicinal efficacies also melted in his lower abdomen. His emperor chi flowed, and his momentum rose as he tried to break through the bottleneck again. Muffled groans continued to ring out in this dark and damp cave. The place where Yang Kai was sitting had become a wetland soaked in sweat. Yang Kai tried again and again, but failed again and again. Every time, the pain was heart-wrenching. His physique was ruptured, his meridians were severed, and golden blood flowed out of his pores. The embodiment, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, could not help but worry. It had accompanied Yang Kai throughout his growth. Ever since Yang Kai went to Shadowed Star, the embodiment had been born, but there had never been a time when Yang Kai's breakthrough was so difficult. However, at this time, it could not help much. As the master of clouding, all it could provide was a safe place to break through and suppress the disturbance caused by Yang Kai's breakthrough. This kind of thing had to rely on Yang Kai himself. Compared to other people, Yang Kai's growth was too fast, and this rapid growth was bound to leave behind some hidden dangers. These hidden dangers were usually not obvious, but they would erupt at critical moments, such as now. Do you really not feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing this king? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he opened his eyes and found that he was no longer in the dark cave but in the void, surrounded by a sea of blood. In front of him was a blood-soaked young man with a sarcastic smile on his face. Yang Kai's fist had smashed into this young man's chest, shattering his flesh and vitality. Mingyu, the great emperor's. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately tried to pull his fist out of his chest, just like he did that day. But he didn't expect that Mingyu would grab his arm and hold on tightly. Her body leaned forward slightly, and her face became incomparably ferocious at this moment. I am the great emperor, and I represent the will of Star Boundary. How dare you kill me? Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he stared blankly ahead for a while before his face sank and he gritted his teeth. Heart demon. The great emperors of Mingyu were already dead and their corpses were placed in the medicine garden in the mysterious small world by him, so there was no reason for them to suddenly appear and recreate the scene from that day. The only explanation was that a heart demon had been born. These days, Yang Kai had been on the run, suppressing the guilt of personally killing one of the great emperors in his heart, deliberately forgetting it, deliberately not thinking about it, and the result of suppressing it was that a heart demon was born. On that day, in order to become the demon race's territory, in front of you Ru Meng, Yang Kai and the Iron Blood Great Emperor teamed up to act out a misfire and become the demon race, but he never expected that one day, he would really face such a crisis. If he didn't overcome his heart demon, everything would be for naught. At that time, forget about breaking through, it would be a miracle if his cultivation didn't fall. If things went wrong, he might really become the demon race and become the demon race, not recognizing anyone. A huge sense of crisis enveloped Yang Kai, but he became calmer and calmer. Lowering his eyes, the black hair in front of his forehead casting a thick shadow, Yang Kai took a deep breath, raised his eyes, and looked straight into Mingyu's eyes, saying, "Yes. You are one of the great emperors, but you died at my hands, of course I feel guilty for killing you." Opposite him, Mingyu smiled evilly, "Since you feel guilty, why force yourself? Why don't you accompany this queen? You won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs." Yang Kai also grinned, "Master, do you really think so?" Mingyu's face turned cold. "You are a sinner of the Star Boundary, do you still want to live in this world?" Chapter 35-48. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and slowly pulled his arm out of Bright Moon's chest, but because of Bright Moon's obstruction, his movements were extremely slow. "I don't think I'm a sinner of Star Boundary. Master's words are wrong." Bright Moon sneered, "If you're not a sinner, are you a hero?" "I'm not a hero, after all, I did kill you. However, at the very least, I managed to protect the will of the Star Boundary from being taken away by the demon race. Sir, you perished in my hands. So, to be honest, even though I feel guilty, there was nothing I could do at that time." "Bullshit!" Bright Moon shouted with a ferocious expression, "You have the Space Divine technique, so you have the ability to take this king away, but you were unwilling to take the risk because of your own safety, causing this king to fall into the demon race's territory. You are a sinner of Star Boundary." "Master, you're joking." Yang Kai looked indifferent. "Although I have the Space Divine technique, my strength is low. With the demon saint in charge, how could I take you away? Giving up without even trying, you just want to be alone." Bright Moon's criticism became sharper and harsher, directly targeting the weakest part of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked, and his stable state of mind was almost disturbed. When he saw Bright Moon fall that day, he also asked himself why he didn't save Bright Moon earlier. If he had done it earlier, he might have had a chance, and he wouldn't have that regret that would be engraved in his life. Seeing Yang Kai painfully close his eyes, Bright Moon sneered, "What else do you have to say?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, "I have nothing to say." Bright Moon smiled slightly and her figure fluttered, "Since that's the case, why struggle in pain? Why not follow your heart and let yourself be unrestrained? If Master's unrestrained freedom is to become the demon race, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Master. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and sighed. Master, Junior's pain is because Star Boundary lost a great emperor's, not because I couldn't save you. Junior's strength is low, and I really don't have the ability to save you. While speaking, he finally pulled his hand out of Bright Moon's chest and punched forward. Sorry, Master. Bright Moon collapsed ere his fist came from. After apologizing to Mingyu before she fell, Yang Kai's mood relaxed and the regret in his heart was made up for. These days, he had also carefully considered whether there was a chance to rescue Mingyu when he first met her. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find the slightest chance. The reason he could safely enter and exit the Sea of Blood was all because of Bright Moon. Without Bright Moon's interference, Xue Li, who was overseeing the other side, would definitely discover his tracks at the first moment. Therefore, if he really did put Bright Moon into the sealed world bead, what awaited him would be the fury of a demon saint. At that time, not only would Bright Moon's situation become worse, even Yang Kai would be unlucky. The space spirit bead was a trick. He could leave a space spirit bead at the realm gate in advance. But what use was that? Whether it was the 12 Great Demon formation or the boundless sea of blood formed by the blood sacrifice of the entire Eternal Heaven continent, they all had the power to seal the world. He couldn't use the space spirit bead to teleport in the sea of blood. One had to know that the embodiment was only able to use the space spirit bead to teleport to his side after Yu Sang placed it in his sea of blood. If Yu Sang hadn't been so careless and let the embodiment enjoy Feng in, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Therefore, even though Yang Kai felt guilty about Bright Moon's death, it wasn't to the extent that he would let his heart demon corrupt him. Bright Moon's body turned into light and scattered, but soon another figure condensed. Her figure was curvaceous, and her charming face carried a trace of holiness. It was Yu Ru Meng. Yang Kai looked at her in a daze, his expression complicated. He wondered how Ru Meng had become his heart demon. Could it be that he had been on guard against her these days, intentionally or unintentionally? Yang Kai, the will of the star realm is extremely important to the territory of demons. Hand it over. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai had already punched out. Even the illusion of Bright Moon couldn't shake Yang Kai's state of mind, let alone Yu Ru Meng. If the effect of the heart seal secret technique hadn't been transferred, Yang Kai might have been distressed and heartbroken, but now Yang Kai didn't feel anything at all. Not to mention a mere heart demon, even in the real world, if Yu Ru Meng really dared to say such words to him, he would still punch her. Yu Ru Meng's illusion was shattered, and just like before, it crumbled. Yang Kai felt extremely relaxed, thinking that he had succeeded, but he didn't expect that the shattered illusion would condense again. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening with curiosity. Whose illusion would it condense this time? Did he have so many heart demons? Along the way, he didn't have too many regrets or dissatisfaction. Bright Moon and Yu Ru Meng appearing was reasonable, but who was this third guy? But soon, Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he stared in front of him in astonishment. The condensed illusion wasn't a person in his imagination. It could even be said that it wasn't a person at all. Instead, it was a black shadow with a distorted human shape. At first glance, it looked like a shadow demon. Could it be the great emperors of Night Shadow? Yang Kai's face darkened. This didn't make sense. Although the great emperors of Night Shadow betrayed the star realm and dealt a fatal blow to Bright Moon before, he didn't have much interaction with him. How could he transform into a heart demon at this time to interfere with his promotion? Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, the shadow in front of him suddenly let out a sharp cry. When the cry entered Yang Kai's ears, his soul shook. The shadow in front of him turned into a black light and rushed straight towards him. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was hit head-on. Immediately afterwards, his knowledge sea seemed to be torn apart and he felt a sharp pain. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something extra in his knowledge sea. Not daring to neglect, he immediately immersed himself in his knowledge sea and summoned his soul avatar. Looking up, he saw that above the tumbling sea, the shadow from before was suspended in mid-air, staring fixedly at the seven-colored island in the middle of the sea. Soul. Warming. Lotus. A vague and hoarse voice came out of the shadow's mouth, like the sound of rusty iron rubbing against each other, like a person who hadn't spoken for a long time suddenly speaking. Although these three words were uttered with great difficulty, it was obvious that they were filled with excitement. Yang Kai's face changed greatly as he narrowed his eyes at the shadow. This wasn't his heart demon. The so-called heart demon was just an illusory thing. It was a flaw in one's soul and an obstacle to a cultivator's promotion. It was impossible for it to have its own thoughts, let alone speak. The shadow in front of him was obviously a strange creature. Yang Kai didn't even know how it got close to him, and the heart demon just now was probably its doing. At this moment, Yang Kai remembered the 2 times he felt like he was being spied on while he was escaping from the cloud shadow. Could it be that the one spying on him in the dark was this guy? Why didn't the embodiment notice it? Isn't it guarding me nearby? How could it let someone invade his knowledge sea and not have the slightest reaction? Who are you? Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. Soul. Warming. Lotus. The shadow ignored him and continued to pay attention to the soul-warming lotus, the treasure of heaven and earth, as it repeated what it had just said. To be honest, Yang Kai was a little surprised that this guy could see the true form of the Rainbow Island at a glance. This wasn't the first time his knowledge sea had been invaded, and because of his previous experience, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus transform into the appearance of a small island to prevent others from seeing through it. Who would have thought that this shadow would be able to see through the mystery of it as soon as it came in? Its eyesight was quite sharp. I'll ask you one more time, who are you? Yang Kai shouted with a sullen face. He had already made up his mind to not let this guy leave. If the secret of the soul-warming lotus were to be exposed, those demon saint would spare no effort to hunt him down. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated, causing the seawater below to churn violently. The shadow still didn't respond, but instead turned into a streak of black light and rushed directly towards the soul-warming lotus, as if the soul-warming lotus was extremely attractive to it and it was determined to obtain it. Slash! Yang Kai pointed his finger and sent out a wave of saber light. The soul-splitting saber was an emperor-grade soul-type artifact that had been nurtured in Yang Kai's knowledge sea for a long time, and in this strange place, the soul-splitting saber's power was undoubtedly maximized. The saber light was incredibly fast and directly cut through the shadow's body, splitting it in two. But before Yang Kai could celebrate, the shadow actually returned to its original state and in the blink of an eye, appeared above the Rainbow Island. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Taking a direct hit from the soul-splitting saber in his knowledge sea was actually unscathed. What the hell was this thing? Seeing that the shadow was about to succeed, Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and urged the power of the soul-warming lotus to its limits with his divine sense. In an instant, the rainbow brilliance of the Rainbow Island blossomed and turned into an invisible barrier, blocking the shadow outside. The shadow attacked several times in a row but still failed to break through the soul-warming lotus's defenses, so it continued to charge forward. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and charged forward with the soul-splitting saber. With a single slash, he cut it in half again. However, the shadow didn't care about him at all, as if it only had eyes for the soul-warming lotus, causing Yang Kai to laugh in anger. Eyeing his treasures in his own territory, was this guy a robber? After struggling for a while, Yang Kai was a little speechless. He could tell that this damn thing didn't seem to have high sentience. Once it set its sights on something, it was determined to get it. Unfortunately, the soul-warming lotus's defenses weren't so easy to break through. The current situation was that this damn thing was persistent about the soul-warming lotus but couldn't enter it. Yang Kai slashed it left and right with the soul-splitting saber, but although it was cut in half again and again, it would quickly recover, as if it had an immortal body. Yang Kai couldn't do anything to it. Things had fallen into an endless loop. However, Yang Kai was also somewhat relieved that this damn thing didn't have much sentience, otherwise, with its strength, it would have been difficult for him to deal with it. Chapter 35-49. After staring at the black shadow for a while, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He was still in the process of breaking through, so it was impossible for him to ignore such a thing in his knowledge sea. Otherwise, if he was disturbed at a critical moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, even the soul-severing saber could not destroy this thing, so Yang Kai did not know what it was. Logically speaking, since it could enter his knowledge sea, it should be condensed from his soul. There was no reason why the soul-severing saber could not destroy it. Turning his gaze, Yang Kai looked at the center of the seven-colored treasure island. The soul-severing saber was useless, and he did not know if the soul-devouring insects could restrain it. If even the soul-devouring insects could not deal with it, Yang Kai really did not know how to expel or kill it. However, he could only try everything he could. With a thought, a black cloud of insects immediately flew out from the treasure island. Under Yang Kai's control, they instantly wrapped around the black shadow. The black shadow was still attacking the soul-warming lotus, but it completely ignored the soul-devouring insects. Soon, the soul-devouring insects wrapped around it, and a series of crunching sounds could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. Yang Kai coldly observed the black shadow situation, and after a while, his expression changed. The soul-devouring insects did not disappoint and had some effect on the black shadow, but the effect did not seem to be great. If it were an ordinary person's soul being gnawed by the soul-devouring insects like this, it would likely collapse, but the black shadow was still full of vitality, jumping up and down. However, as long as it was effective, it was fine. Yang Kai was afraid that even the soul-devouring insects would not be able to do anything. Although the current situation was not satisfactory, as long as there was enough time, he could destroy this black shadow. After the situation in his knowledge sea stabilized for the time being, Yang Kai went to check the state of his body. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because the problem with the black shadow hadn't been solved yet, but he still hadn't been able to break through that invisible barrier and enter the next realm. His Emperor Realm aura was constantly rising and falling. The concentration of heaven and earth spiritual chi in the cave had obviously decreased by a lot, and the effect of the elixir in his stomach was almost depleted. Yang Kai could only replenish it again. Golden blood began to leak from his pores and his entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Yang Kai felt quite depressed as he had never experienced a breakthrough as difficult as this one. He could be considered to have properly experienced the thorns and bumps on the path of cultivation of others, and he couldn't help but have a trace of understanding in his heart. Everyone's strength didn't come easily. On the path to the peak, every additional step taken required 10 or 100 times more effort and risk than others. When he looked back at his smooth sailing path, he was indeed lacking something compared to others. However, this ordeal had finally made up for this flaw. As he thought of this, the pain in his body seemed to have lessened a lot, and he gradually fell into a strange state. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's body shook as he clearly felt that something had changed in his knowledge sea. He quickly immersed himself in it to investigate. Above his knowledge sea, the black shadow wrapped in soul-devouring insects was howling towards the heavens as an invisible spiritual energy spread out, causing waves to rise. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he hurriedly suppressed the abnormality in his knowledge sea, calming his mind, and focusing his gaze. He saw the black shadow rapidly expand and an extremely dangerous aura burst forth from it. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly ordered the soul-devouring insects to retreat. At the same time, he stimulated the power of the soul-warming lotus, causing a seven-colored light to bloom and cover his entire knowledge sea. With a loud bang, the black shadow burst open, and as the black light spread out, many of the soul-devouring insects that couldn't retreat in time were turned to ash and dissipated. Yang Kai was also shaken to the core, his entire soul avatar on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, he was unable to think at all. After stabilizing his soul avatar with great difficulty and regaining his composure, Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he raised his head. He saw that in his sea of consciousness, there were a few more pitch-black marks, as if someone had sprinkled drops of pitch-black ink here, and the ink not only exuded an extremely strong demonic aura, but was also spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. This scene really scared Yang Kai out of his wits. Although he didn't know what the consequences would be if he allowed these black ink to spread, he could infer from the demonic chi that was escaping that he wouldn't have a good end. In a panic, Yang Kai hurriedly used his divine sense to try and stop it. But what made him despair was that as soon as his divine sense touched the ink, it was instantly assimilated, causing the demonic chi in his heart to rise. Above the seven-colored island, the light of purification bloomed, but even it was unable to stop the assimilation of the ink. After a moment of panic, Yang Kai watched as his knowledge sea was completely dyed black. Inside his knowledge sea, demonic chi was monstrous, and only the central area protected by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus was left as pure land. Yang Kai obviously felt some subtle and inexplicable changes in his mental state, but it hadn't reached the point where he would become the demon race, because he could still think normally and hadn't lost his mind. It could even be said that this current state not only didn't make him feel uncomfortable, but instead gave him a kind of indescribable pleasure. Have I really become the demon race? At the same time this thought appeared, another voice sounded in his mind. So what if I become the demon race? Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled again, but this time it wasn't because there was a problem with his knowledge sea, but because his physical body had changed. With a single thought, Yang Kai's soul avatar collapsed and his consciousness returned to his body, immediately feeling that his momentum had reached a new height. The surging power in his body was unprecedentedly strong, and all the obstacles and bottlenecks were not worth mentioning in front of this strength. Without any deliberate movements, Yang Kai allowed this momentum to rise, and when all the pain in his body suddenly disappeared at a certain moment, replaced by a comfortable feeling, an invisible wave of chi spread out with Yang Kai as the center, shaking the stone inside the cave until it fell. The door to a new realm slowly opened in front of Yang Kai. The Third Order Emperor Realm. Upon seeing this, the Dharma body that had been guarding at the side hurriedly cast a spell to suppress the commotion caused by the breakthrough. Although this place was 30,000 meters underground, and even a demon saint might not be able to find it without a careful search, it was always better to be safe than sorry. With the embodiment suppression, it could ensure that the movement here would not spread too far. However, when the embodiment looked at Yang Kai with a happy expression and was about to congratulate him on his successful breakthrough, it was surprised to find that the rising momentum in Yang Kai's body had not yet reached its limit. It seemed to be just the beginning, and it was still rising. The embodiment was stunned, not knowing what was going on. But what made it feel that something was wrong was that as Yang Kai's momentum rose, an incomparably powerful suction force came out of his body, crazily swallowing the surrounding world energy. The world energy in the cave was swallowed up in the blink of an eye, followed by the ubiquitous demonic chi in the world, drilling into Yang Kai's pores. In a very short time, Yang Kai's body was covered by a faint layer of black chi. The embodiment was shocked and hurriedly rushed forward. Yang Kai's state seemed to have become the demon race. Because the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and its body was the stone mongoose, it could devour the demonic chi without any worries. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai did not have the embodiment's various conveniences, so how could it end well for him to devour the surrounding demonic qi like this? Just as the embodiment was about to step forward to stop him, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at it indifferently. The embodiment immediately stopped in its tracks. It actually saw a touch of indifference in Yang Kai's eyes, which made it a little flustered. It didn't know what had gone wrong with Yang Kai's breakthrough this time to cause such a change to occur. However, the meaning of Yang Kai's words was also very obvious. Therefore, the embodiment only hesitated for a moment, then stood in place and quietly observed the changes. It was just a wisp of spirit, so how could it interfere with the behavior of the main soul? The wind whistled in the cave, which was the movement of the demonic qi in the world being swallowed. As time passed, the faint layer of black qi on Yang Kai's body became thicker and thicker, more and more demonic. Unlike the embodiment's worries, Yang Kai was enjoying his own state at the moment. He could clearly feel that his strength was becoming stronger little by little. Moreover, with the soul-warming lotus protecting the last pure land in his sea of consciousness, he did not completely fall into the risk of becoming the demon race. This time, I'm afraid it's a blessing in disguise. Just as he was thinking this, a sound came from the depths of his soul. Yang Kai frowned and carefully sensed it, only then did he realize that there was a crack in the seal on his dantian. Ever since he cooperated with the iron blood to break the seal on dantian and release the ancient demonic qi, Yang Kai used the power of the Tsangshu to seal it. However, the consequence of unsealing it so many times was that the ancient devil's demonic qi that had been sealed had become increasingly large. If it were to happen again, the power of the ancient devil would not be able to seal it completely. Not to mention, the sealing power of the ancient devil had not been fully formed yet. At this time, a crack had appeared in the seal, giving Yang Kai a fright. Yang Kai did not feel that it was a big deal if he simply swallowed the demonic qi because of the changes caused by the promotion. However, the ancient demonic qi in dantian was a big trouble. He did not know if it was because he had triggered something when he swallowed the demonic qi, but at this moment, the ancient demonic qi in dantian was crazily attacking the seal, directly tearing a crack in the seal. This was something that had never happened before. Before Yang Kai could figure out how to deal with it, the crack had already expanded. Then, the violent ancient demonic qi in dantian surged out crazily and directly swallowed it. Looking around, the place where Yang Kai was had almost become a black hole. The thick and solid demonic qi entangled in a ball there, emitting a wave of power that made the embodiment tremble with fear. The power of swallowing that was even more violent than before suddenly formed a huge suction force, drawing the demonic qi between heaven and earth to this side. On the ground 30,000 feet above, a huge tornado suddenly appeared, connecting heaven and earth. The pitch-black demonic qi poured into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3550. Sensing this anomaly, the embodiment hurriedly took action to conceal the direction of the heavenly manifestation and demonic qi in order to prevent others from noticing. In the karst cave 30,000 meters underground, Yang Kai's muffled roar resounded from the tumbling demon qi, like a wounded beast licking its wounds alone. When the roar entered the ears of the embodiment, it made his heart palpitate uneasily. At this point, it could no longer provide any help to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's current situation made it clear that he was on the verge of becoming the demon race. If he wanted to survive this disaster, he could only rely on himself. If he failed, everything would be for naught. This made the embodiment secretly anxious. The roar continued intermittently for an unknown amount of time, and Yang Kai's voice gradually became hoarse, as if his vocal cords were being torn apart. During this period of time, Yang Kai absorbed an unknown amount of demonic qi from the surrounding heaven and earth into his body. The massive amount of ancient demon qi sealed in his dantian was also released to its fullest extent, fusing with his physique and meridians. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The world darkened. In this cave 100,000 meters underground, there was obviously no light and it was pitch black, but the embodiment still felt like it was completely shrouded in darkness at that moment. It seemed that not only was his vision blocked, but even his divine sense could no longer detect anything. In the darkness, a ray of golden light was extremely conspicuous. The embodiment looked up and saw that this ray of golden light was actually a vertical golden line. As Yang Kai's embodiment, it naturally knew what this vertical golden line was. Demon Eye of Annihilation. This was the divine technique that Yang Kai had obtained from Tongxian realm. Yang Kai had relied on his Demon Eye of Annihilation many times to defeat powerful enemies and turn the tables on him. But this was not the main point. The main point was Yang Kai's other eye. Although it could not see anything, the embodiment could still feel that Yang Kai's other eye was also open, but it was completely dark at the moment. Ancient Devil Black Eyes. The magical clone's eyes widened, and he felt as if his head had been hit by a sledgehammer. His mind was in a mess. The ancient demon's black pupil had always been a divine ability that Yang Kai could only use when he unlocked the seal on his dantian. As for the eternal darkness, once it was used, the world would turn dark, so how could it appear now? Could it be that the main body had completely become the demon race? At this moment, Yang Kai's roar turned into a long howl of pain. The embodiment's feeling was right. Both of his eyes were not in their normal state at this moment. The Demon Eye of Annihilation and Ancient Devil Black Pupil had been activated at the same time. The Demon Eye of Annihilation in his left eye was fine, but the Ancient Devil Black Pupil in his right eye was burning with pain. Not only was the pain piercing his heart, but it was also constantly throbbing, as if it was going to jump out of his eye sockets. That kind of torment was simply unbearable. Under the throbbing, Yang Kai felt as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to be shaken apart. He felt as if he would rather die than live. He clenched his teeth and persevered. The soul-warming lotus protected the last piece of pure land in his knowledge sea, preventing him from sinking into depravity and truly become the demon race. In this tenacious struggle against his own fate, Yang Kai's originally unstable aura gradually calmed down. As time passed, the throbbing of his right eye became smaller and smaller, and the tormenting pain also gradually lessened. Finally, all the pain disappeared, and the throbbing of his right eye stabilized. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout his body, causing Yang Kai to let out a long sigh of relief. The pitch-black demonic qi in the karst cave rolled up and poured into his body like a receding tide, returning peace to this world that was 30,000 feet underground. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, breathing deeply. The aura of the third grade Emperor realm was obvious. The embodiment stood not far away, watching in a daze. Looking at the current situation, it also couldn't figure out whether Yang Kai had successfully passed the tribulation or completely become the demon race. But no matter what, the main body was still the main body, and it could never be separated from Yang Kai. As long as there was no danger to his life, the embodiment could accept any changes that Yang Kai made. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai opened his eyes again. At this moment, the dark karst cave seemed to be overflowing with light. The embodiment hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Yang Kai stood up, moved his hands and feet, and felt the condition of his body. He scratched his chin and said, "It's hard to say, what's hard to say?" The embodiment stared at him. Yang Kai said, "It's a long story. The breakthrough was a success, but I don't know what's going on with me now." The third grade Emperor realm was set in stone, but Yang Kai didn't know whether he had become the demon race or not. If he said that he had become the demon race, he didn't lose his mind, and his mind was clear. But if he said that he hadn't become the demon race, the nature of the Emperor's qi in his body had undergone a tremendous change, and it had completely turned into demonic qi. After all, he had absorbed so much demonic qi during the breakthrough, and even the ancient demon demonic qi in the dantian had been digested. The Emperor's qi that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years had long been assimilated with it. After telling the embodiment what had happened in his current state, Yang Kai grinned and said, "Anyway, no matter what, I feel unprecedentedly happy now." The embodiment was a little speechless. Even the main body couldn't figure it out, so it was even more confused. After thinking about it, it said, "Then all of this is probably related to the black shadow that invaded your knowledge sea. Perhaps it was it that gave you the ability to merge with the demonic qi." Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression, "I think so too, but we still need to investigate what the hell that black shadow was." If the black shadow hadn't contaminated his knowledge sea after it exploded, he probably wouldn't have been able to absorb the demonic qi into his body unharmed, let alone digest the huge ancient demon demonic qi sealed in the Dantian. Overall, although there were many unforeseen events during this breakthrough, the result was still quite satisfactory. Although the transformation of Emperor's qi into demonic qi made Yang Kai a little unhappy, it was still a good thing that the hidden danger of the Dantian seal was completely resolved. Previously, when he used the power of the Tsang tree to seal it, Yang Kai was secretly worried that if he was forced to break the seal again one day, there would be no turning back. Now that the ancient demon demonic qi had been completely assimilated by him, he would never have to worry about it again. Yang Kai even felt that he could use the divine technique of eternal darkness anytime, anywhere. This was an unexpected surprise. "Huh, so you were really hiding here. This is really a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort." A chuckle suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he immediately recognized whose voice it was. Bei Liamo. "Oh no, she must have been attracted by the abnormality of your breakthrough," the embodiment exclaimed softly. Previously, when Yang Kai's sudden change caused a natural anomaly, although the embodiment immediately covered it up, it was still too late. However, at that time, Yang Kai was at a critical juncture, and the embodiment could not bring him away, so it could only pray that the anomaly did not attract anyone's attention. Who knew that it would actually attract Bei Liamo? Yang Kai took a long time to break through this time, as long as half a month. In other words, Bei Liamo must have been hiding in the Cloud Shadow mainland for a long time, otherwise, it would not make sense for her to spy on that momentary change in the anomaly. Although the embodiment was the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, if a demon saint wanted to hide, the embodiment would not be able to detect it. Kacha. A strange sound was heard. The temperature in the karst cave suddenly dropped, and soon after, a layer of frost covered the walls of the cave. Sharp icicles rapidly grew, and a soul-piercing cold spread out. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted. Even though his strength was now on another level, in front of a demon saint, he did not have the slightest intention to fight. If he was really blocked by Bei Liamo, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the embodiment had already wrapped him up with demon yuan, and then quickly shuttled through the 30,000 feet underground. "Run? Since this lord is here, do you think you can run away?" Bei Liamo sneered, and then the ground in front of them was covered with ice, and was incomparably hard. The embodiment was caught off guard and crashed into it, and in an instant, it was dizzy and had no choice but to turn around and continue to escape. After twisting and turning for a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he found that the embodiment had already brought him to the surface. A gentle breeze brushed past his face, and it was pleasant. 10 feet in front of him, Bei Liamo's figure was enchanting, and her red lips were tender and beautiful. She was looking at him with a smile, and her snow-white silver hair was gently swaying. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the embodiment, and saw that the embodiment's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He did not know how he had fallen into her trap, and now he was in front of her. "Bitch, die!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted, and a huge moon blade slashed towards Bei Liamo. At the same time, he did not stop, and urged the space law to wrap around the embodiment to escape. On the other side, Bailey Mo just raised her hand slightly, and shattered the moon blade that was slashing towards her. Then she raised her hand and grabbed towards the void where Yang Kai was, and the world was instantly locked down. Yang Kai and the embodiment, who had just become blurry, once again solidified, and could no longer teleport. They turned their heads to look at each other, and at the same time, their bodies surged with demon chi, and with a turn of their bodies, they used the divine technique to attack Bailey Mo. This time, they were going all out, not hoping to injure Bailey Mo, but just to buy some time so that they could escape. But after all, a demon saint was a demon saint. Facing the joint attack of Yang Kai and the embodiment, Bailey Mo's eyes were filled with contempt, and the corners of her mouth curved into a sarcastic smile. She stood in place without moving, and only slightly raised her hand and pressed the void. Yang Kai and the embodiment's figures, which were pouncing forward, seemed to have hit an invisible wall in an instant, and suddenly froze in place. Then, a terrifying force attacked from the front, and almost at the same time, the two were sent flying backwards. In mid-air, the embodiment hurriedly tried to stabilize his body, but was unable to do so. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Chapter 35-51. Falling heavily to the ground, he was battered and exhausted. Before Yang Kai could get up, Bailey Mo had already landed lightly in front of him and stepped on his chest. Her foot was as heavy as a mountain at this moment, causing Yang Kai to feel pain in his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Her enchanting body leaned forward slightly, revealing her white cleavage. Bailey Mo's expression was as cold as ice as she stared at Yang Kai. "What did you call me just now?" Yang Kai struggled a few times, but was unable to move. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of golden blood towards Bailey Mo. Bailey Mo tilted her head to avoid it, but in a fit of anger, she raised her foot and stomped down again. With a bang, Yang Kai's entire body sank into the ground, several of his ribs breaking as blood spurted from his mouth. "This is what happens when you have a dirty mouth," Bailey Mo said with a cold expression. "If you have the ability, then kill me." Yang Kai stared at her, his face filled with arrogance. Bailey Mo sneered, "Kill you? How could I bear to kill you? I still want to bring you back." Yang Kai had a part of the will of the star boundary. Whoever killed him would be able to obtain this opportunity. Even if Bailey Mo was angry, she couldn't really kill Yang Kai here. She could only bring Yang Kai back and let one of her half-saint subordinates do the deed. Any other demon saint would do the same. After saying that, she frowned. "Have you become the demon race?" When Yang Kai attacked just now, an extremely powerful and pure demonic chi burst out from his body. Although it was only for a short moment, how could it escape Bailey Mo's observation? She couldn't help feeling suspicious. Yang Kai didn't look like he had become the demon race, so why would he have demonic chi in his body? "It's none of your business." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at her. "You better kill me now, or I'll kill you later." Bailey Mo giggled. "Your strength isn't high, but your ambition isn't small. I want to see how you'll kill this senior. However, I do have one thing I want to ask you. If you have something to say, then say it." Yang Kai's face was so cold that it could almost form ice. As he spoke, his mind was frantically trying to think of a way to get out of this predicament. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. He had finally broken through to the third stage Emperor realm and solved the hidden danger in his Dantian, but he hadn't expected to fall into Bailey Mo's hands before he could properly feel the increase in his strength. This was really an unlucky year. Bailey Mo seemed to have slowly gotten used to his vile attitude. She didn't take it to heart and said, "Boss Huang said before that unless you truly become a part of my demon race, no one will be able to protect you. Tell me honestly, have you turned into a demon?" "So what if I have?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Bailey Mo looked at him seriously, her brow wrinkling slightly as she exerted some force with her feet. Urge your strength again. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before obediently urging his demonic qi. In an instant, pitch-black demonic qi surged out from his body and wrapped around him, but he didn't take this opportunity to attack Bailey Mo because he knew he wasn't her opponent. Attacking her would only bring shame to himself. You really have become the demon race. Bailey Mo's mouth was slightly agape, a look of surprise on her face. She couldn't understand how Yang Kai had become like this after not seeing him for only 10 or 20 days. In the current situation, Yang Kai could barely be considered a member of the demon race. Although he was born in the star boundary, since he had become the demon race, it was indisputable that he was a member of the demon race. I'm really a little reluctant to kill you. Bailey Mo's brow wrinkled, as if she had encountered a huge problem. Not to mention Endless Wild's words, if she really brought Yang Kai back and let her half-saint subordinates kill him, it would be tantamount to slapping Endless Wild's face. There was no benefit in angering that guy. Yang Kai's strength was unique in the entire demon territory. It would be a pity to kill him. However, if she didn't kill Yang Kai, she wouldn't be able to use him. With Yu Rumeng's heart seal secret technique, Yang Kai would only ever be loyal to Yu Rumeng. This gave her a headache. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai also seemed to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. Rolling his eyes, he said, then perhaps we can sit down calmly and have a good talk. Bailey Mo sneered, boy, what kind of tricks are you playing now? This sage is not Yu Rumeng. I won't be deceived by your flowery words. I advise you to put away your little tricks, otherwise you'll suffer. Yang Kai grinned, in front of the holy sage, I wouldn't dare to have any tricks. Bailey Mo snorted, now you're calling me holy sage? Why didn't you speak properly just now? That was then and this is now. Besides, I've worked with the holy sage before, we're not strangers. I have a little understanding of the holy sage's character. Are you trying to say that you know me very well? Bailey Mo sneered. I wouldn't dare, but compared to the other demon saint, the holy sage is much easier to get along with. If the holy sage is willing, I'm willing to listen to your orders. What about Yu Rumeng? Bailey Mo's lips curled up. Yang Kai sighed, I'll explain to Yu Rumeng. Bailey Mo snorted, obviously not believing Yang Kai's words. But so what if this boy was full of lies? If he really fell into her hands, wouldn't she slowly train him? With her ability, it was enough to make Yang Kai listen to her in a very short period of time. In the past, she didn't want to offend Yu Rumeng, but now this boy was worth it. Bailey Mo's thoughts ran wild. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ground next to her, a pitch-black war hammer slamming towards her. It was the embodiment that had quietly sneaked up from the ground and launched a sneak attack. It was ignored when it was sent flying by Bailey Mo, so it naturally wouldn't abandon Yang Kai and run away. It quietly approached, and when it finally found an opportunity, it naturally went all out. When the war hammer slammed down, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was already activated. Get lost. Bailey Mo didn't even look at it, as if she had already expected it, and the silver hair behind her suddenly turned into a silver light that swept towards the embodiment. Wherever the silver hair passed, there was a bright silver light, and the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was shattered. The embodiment was hit hard, and after a slight pause in mid-air, it quickly turned into a small black dot and was sent flying like a meteor. The demon chi that was gushing out of its body was almost scattered at this moment. In front of Bailey Mo, the Dharma body with the strength of a half-step saint couldn't even withstand a single move. It was just like how Mingyu had killed a half-step saint devil with a single sword strike. If Bailey Mo wanted to, the Dharma body would have been reduced to fragments by now. But in the next moment, Bailey Mo suddenly felt a great sense of crisis enveloping her. When she looked up, she saw a cold light blooming in Yang Kai's hand and shooting towards her. Almost without hesitation, Bailey Mo pulled back, her beautiful eyes staring at the cold light, and her beautiful face turned pale as she screamed, "Xian Ming needle. How do you have the Xian Ming needle?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and rushed towards her. Under the dragon transformation secret technique, his hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and without the slightest bit of mercy, he directly grabbed at Bailey Mo's full breasts. He didn't know why Bailey Mo was so afraid of the Xian Ming needle, but he could only think of this method to threaten her. Originally, Yang Kai was invited by Bailey Mo to go to Proud Snow Ice Palace to help her repair the World Gate, but was imprisoned by her in the ice prison. In the ice prison, Yang Kai met a young girl. That girl's memory was in a mess, and she couldn't even remember her name, so Yang Kai casually called her Miss Bing. Lady Bing vaguely remembered that she and Bailey Mo had a master and disciple relationship. Because she had made a big mistake, she had been locked up in the 18-layer ice prison by Bailey Mo. In the end, she had given Yang Kai a profound dark needle, which contained a forbidden technique she had created herself. Not too long ago, Yang Kai naturally remembered Miss Bing's words. She told him that the forbidden technique of the Xian Ming needle couldn't kill Bailey Mo, but it could delay her for at least 3 breaths, and at most 10 breaths. This was the only thing Yang Kai had that could help him fight against Bailey Mo. The other divine technique was not worth mentioning in front of a Saint Master. However, the effect was somewhat beyond Yang Kai's expectations. When the Xian Ming needle appeared, Yang Kai also saw Bailey Mo's reaction, and he could clearly see a trace of fear and hatred in her eyes. At this moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Perhaps Miss Bing still had some secrets that she hadn't told him. But now that the arrow was on the bow, he didn't have the heart to care about anything else. He only hoped that he could borrow the power of the Xian Ming needle's forbidden technique to do as Miss Bing had said. If he could really do that, he and the embodiment body might have a chance to escape. Bailey Mo's speed was extremely fast, and her figure was erratic, twisting and turning. She was indescribably agile and beautiful, but the Xian Ming needle was like a maggot that refused to let go. Even a dignified demon saint couldn't shake it off. 3 breaths, in just 3 breaths, the Xian Ming needle had already shot towards Bailey Mo. A trace of panic flashed across Bailey Mo's face, and immediately after, her devil chi shook, and a layer of protection appeared on the surface of her body. But it was meaningless. The Xian Ming needle easily broke through the demon saint's protection, and directly pierced into Bailey Mo's body. Bailey Mo's delicate body shook, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and she was frozen in place, unable to move. Her charming face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, Yang Kai's dragon claw tore through her defense, and his hand pierced into her chest, grabbing her beating heart. He had succeeded. Yang Kai's eyes widened, as if he was in a dream. He really didn't expect that he would succeed so easily. Bailey Mo was a demon saint, one of the 12 strongest powerhouses in the entire demon territory, but she was actually restrained by the Xian Ming needle. Didn't Miss Bing say that this thing could only delay her for a few breaths? Why was it so powerful? What was it that he didn't understand? Chapter 35-52. With no time to think, Yang Kai exerted force in his hand and prepared to destroy Bailey Mo's demon heart. As a demon saint, she must have more than one demon heart. Even if he crushed it, it might not be enough to kill Bailey Mo, but at the very least, it would severely injure her yuan qi, making it easier for him and his embodiment to escape. Yang Kai had also thought it through. After crushing this demon heart, he would immediately escape with his embodiment, regardless of the torrential flood behind him. But at this moment, the spot where the Xian Ming needle pierced into Bailey Mo's body suddenly released an invisible force. The force spread out in a circle, visible to the naked eye, and swept across 1,000 miles of land at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai's movements suddenly froze, and he couldn't muster any strength in his body. His soul was in turmoil, and showed signs of flying out of his body. At this moment, he was scared out of his wits, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stabilize his soul. His vision blurred, and the whole world changed drastically. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was covered in white snow, and the cold wind was howling. All around him were large and small ice mountains, all of them crystal clear. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers were constantly falling from the sky, and when they landed on his body, Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver. Bai Liemo, who should have been in front of him and had her chest pierced by his dragon claws, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she appeared on top of an ice pillar 100 feet away. She stood there beautifully, her silver hair fluttering behind her, like a small flower blooming in this icy world. But at this moment, Bai Liemo's expression was full of resentment, and she was staring in his direction, gnashing her teeth. Yang Kai frowned, obviously feeling that something was wrong with his situation. He carefully checked his body and was surprised to find that he was in the state of a soul avatar. In other words, he was in this world, not a physical body, but a soul avatar. It was the same for Bai Liemo. Both of their physical bodies should still be somewhere in the cloud shadow mainland, maintaining the same posture as before. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind him. Yang Kai turned around and looked. His eyes slightly shrank as he said in a deep voice, "Miss Bing." Miss Bing, whom he had met in the ice prison of the proud Snow Ice Palace, was approaching from behind with a sweet smile on her face, as if she was ignorant of the ways of the world. But as she approached, Yang Kai felt a great sense of danger. He turned half of his body to face Bai Liemo and this mysterious girl at the same time. Speaking of which, although Miss Bing had helped him in the ice prison that day, Yang Kai did not fully believe her words. The reason why he had accepted the profound nether needle was mainly because Miss Bing had said that it was quite powerful and could delay Bai Liemo for 3 to 10 breaths of time. At that time, Yang Kai was repairing the world gate in Bai Liemo's territory, so he had to guard against Bai Liemo. If not for today's incident, Yang Kai would not have used the profound nether needle and would have kept it hidden. Now, it seemed that he had fallen into the other party's trap and had been used by them. But even if he could do it again, Yang Kai would still have to use the profound nether needle. In front of Bai Liemo, he really did not have the ability to resist. "Boy, you did well." Bing Nu's figure came to a halt and she stood 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai and Bai Liemo, forming a triangle as she looked at him with a smile. "You've succeeded so quickly, choosing you was the right choice." Yang Kai said lightly, "I don't know what you are talking about." Being used by others naturally made him unhappy. Although he had not seen the true face of Miss Bing until now, he knew that she was definitely using him to scheme something. This was enough to make Yang Kai vigilant. "What did you call her?" Bai Liemo glared at Yang Kai hatefully and sneered, "Do you know how old she is? You actually called her Miss Bing. You're not young either." Yang Kai glanced at her. These two women are not good at all. The most important thing right now is to figure out where this damn place is and then find a way to escape. Since this Lady Bing dared to make use of him to scheme against Bai Liemo, it was likely that her strength was not low. Now that the city gates were on fire, it was best for him to escape as soon as possible. If he was caught in the crossfire, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect himself. "Traitor!" Miss Bing gritted her teeth, "I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years and your courage has grown. You actually dare to talk to this senior like this?" Bai Liemo sneered, "Master, why are you still not dead yet? This disciple thought that you had already died in the ice prison. I didn't expect to see you again." Yang Kai, who was looking left and right to find a way out, heard this and couldn't help but laugh. you two are really master and disciple. That day when Miss Bing said that she and Bailey Mo were master and disciple, Yang Kai did not believe it. Now it seems that Miss Bing was not lying about this, but the truth was not like what she said. She was Bailey Mo's disciple, the truth was the other way around, she is actually Bailey Mo's master. A demon saint's master. This was simply an existence at the level of an antique. What did you tell him? Bailey Mo looked at Lady Bing and asked. When she saw the Xianming needle, Bailey Mo had already understood everything. It was definitely the day when Yang Kai was locked up in the ice prison that gave him the opportunity to come in contact with her master. However, for the past tens of thousands of years, Lady Bing had not made any movements in the ice prison. She had really thought that Lady Bing was dead. After all, she had personally investigated her many times, but she had not discovered any mysteries. Now, it seemed that Lady Bing had used some kind of secret technique to deceive her senses. Miss Bing pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. I didn't say anything, I just told him your story and asked him to do me a small favor, shameless. Bailey Mo snorted coldly, did you think that you would win by dragging me here? Master, you must have forgotten that I am no longer the obedient me of the past. I, Bailey Mo, am a demon saint. Miss Bing nodded repeatedly, I know, otherwise why would I be imprisoned in the ice prison for tens of thousands of years? Bailey Mo said, if you had hidden in the ice prison, perhaps you could have died of old age, but since you dared to come out and scheme against me, don't blame me for not being polite. Miss Bing smiled sweetly, your ability was taught by me, what do you think your chances of winning are? More than enough to kill you. Bailey Mo retorted. Wait a moment, you two. Yang Kai heard them bickering and felt a little bored, so he raised his hand to stop them. Looking around, he asked, may I ask, what is this place? Miss Bing smiled and replied, this is this Queen's soul battlefield. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, is this the secret technique sealed in the dark profound needle? Yes. Miss Bing nodded, once the soul battlefield is activated, it can pull the other's soul avatar into this place and fight with their souls, until death. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod, what an amazing secret technique. Miss Bing's physical body was still trapped in the 18 layers of ice prison and had been imprisoned there for tens of thousands of years. Even if her physical body was still intact, it probably wouldn't be of much use. In other words, even if she was given a physical body, she wouldn't be able to use much of its strength. However, this soul battlefield was different. Both sides were free from the shackles of their physical bodies and fought with their soul avatars. Lady Bing was able to suppress Bailey Mo's advantage to the greatest extent. Since she had been preparing for this for tens of thousands of years, her attainments in soul strength should not be underestimated. I have a proposal, but I don't know if Miss Bing is willing to listen. You just want to kill that slut Bailey Mo, so if you can promise me, I will take her life within 10 breaths. Hearing Yang Kai call her a slut without hesitation, Bailey Mo's face turned black and she secretly gritted her teeth. If she had the chance, she would definitely teach Yang Kai a lesson. The corners of Miss Bing's mouth curled up, take her life within 10 breaths? Boy, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? What kind of cultivation do you have? Even this queen doesn't have this ability, let alone you. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, naturally, I will need Miss Bing's cooperation. Miss Bing asked, how? Let me out and I promise to chop her body into mincemeat. As Yang Kai spoke, his hands turned into knives and quickly chopped the air as if he was chopping meat. As soon as this was said, Bailey Mo's face changed greatly and she gritted her teeth, boy, you dare. If her body was really destroyed, then she would be finished, so when she heard Yang Kai say this, she was very nervous, afraid that Miss Bing would agree to his proposal. He. Miss Bing suddenly laughed out loud. Yang Kai also laughed, what does Miss Bing think of my proposal? Speaking of which, I am very innocent, I accidentally got involved in your battle. I have nothing to do with this and I can't help much here, so why don't you let me go out and help? Your proposal is very good. Miss Bing nodded, but the smile on her face disappeared. But I can't promise you. Yang Kai curled his lips. Why? Miss Bing narrowed her eyes and looked at Bailey Mo. If you chop her body into mincemeat, then this queen won't be able to take over her body. Yang Kai blinked and laughed involuntarily. So this is your plan? You actually want to take over my body? Bailey Mo sneered, but since the other party had such a plan, she was a little relieved. Otherwise, she was really afraid that Yang Kai would be released. Why not? Miss Bing raised her brow slightly. You and I cultivate the same secret art. As long as I can defeat you, it shouldn't be too difficult to take over your body, and this queen is just taking back what belongs to her. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Bailey Mo sneered. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we try. Miss Bing smiled gently, her aura slowly rising as Ice Principle filled the air. Licking her red lips, she said, Disciple, do you know? That year, before that man died, he kept calling out your name, wanting you to save him. Chapter 35-53. On the Cloud Shadow mainland, 300,000 feet above the place where Yang Kai had broken through, a man and a woman stood there like statues. Yang Kai's dragon claw pierced into Bailey Mo's chest and grabbed hold of her beating demon heart. A look of pain appeared on Bailey Mo's face, but her pair of beautiful eyes had no focus, only emptiness. A faint smell of blood drifted with the wind. The embodiment returned in a sorry state, but when it saw this scene, it was stunned for a moment and hurriedly rushed to the side, looking carefully for a while, its angular face showing a troubled and anxious expression. It didn't know what had happened just now, but it couldn't feel any trace of soul from Yang Kai and Bailey Mo's bodies. In other words, their souls had already left their bodies and gone to some unknown place. This made it a little difficult for it. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the best time to kill Bailey Mo. Bailey Mo's body was here, but her soul was nowhere to be seen. No matter what it did, she wouldn't be able to resist. But the key point was, if it really killed Bailey Mo, what if Yang Kai was also implicated? Two souls couldn't have left their bodies at the same time for no reason, it was definitely because of some secret technique. Before it saw through the use of this technique, the embodiment didn't dare to act rashly. It didn't even dare to move the bodies of the two. Helpless, it could only use the power of the entire mainland to cover up the traces here, lest it be discovered. In the Divine Soul battlefield, Miss Bing's voice was cold and piercing to the bone. Every word she said was heart-wrenching. That guy was infatuated with you. He thought that you would come and save him in the end. However, even when he died, he couldn't fulfill his wish. Disciple, do you know, when he died, the look of despair on his face was really memorable? Why didn't you save him at that time? As long as you asked, Master would have helped you. You are Master's most valued disciple. Black Ice. Bailey Mo let out an angry roar as her pretty face twisted. Her delicate body trembled as countless cold lights shot forward like a swarm of locusts. Xian Bing had a faint sneer on her face. A visible light curtain appeared on her body, forming a semicircle in front of her. Sizzling sounds could be heard incessantly. When the cold light collided with the light curtain, it only created layers of ripples. However, it was unable to break through the protection of the light curtain. The concept of ice in the Divine Soul battlefield became more and more intense, as if it was going to freeze one's divine soul. This pair of master and disciple were both snow demons. They were both proficient in the laws of ice. Moreover, their attainments in the power of the soul had reached a frightening level. With this attack, the entire soul battlefield was affected. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong when Xian Bing provoked him. He hurriedly ran away. Bailey Mo was a demon saint, so she naturally had a demon saint-level soul cultivation. Since profound ice dared to attack her, Bailey Mo estimated that her soul was not far off. Yang Kai did not dare to participate in the battle between these two. But what made Yang Kai speechless was that although this soul battlefield seemed vast and boundless, it was actually very limited. He had just escaped 10 kilometers away when he was blocked by an invisible force. It was as if he had reached the border of the soul battlefield and couldn't run any further. When the ice-cold power hit him, Yang Kai's entire soul avatar trembled and a thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of his body. Startled, Yang Kai hurriedly pushed his spiritual energy to resist this ice-cold power. This was really bad luck. Yang Kai's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Judging from the situation in front of him, he was afraid that he would die here before the battle between Xian Bing and Bailey Mo finished. Watching the tigers fight and reaping the benefits of the fisherman was nothing but a delusion. Although Xian Bing had the protection of her spiritual energy, preventing her soul avatar from being harmed, she was still forced back step by step. From this point of view, it seemed that her attainments in spiritual energy were inferior to Bailey Mo's. After all, she had been imprisoned by Bailey Mo for tens of thousands of years, and Bailey Mo was now a demon saint. It was normal for her strength to be inferior. But the smile on her face didn't weaken in the slightest, and the provocation in her mouth didn't stop. Are you angry? After so many years, you still can't forget that guy. You really are a good disciple of Master. You even want to remember your Master's man. What happened in the end? He died by your hands. Bullshit. Bailey Mo, who had been silent all this time, gritted her teeth and cursed, "You were the one who killed him, what does it have to do with me?" Xian Bing's face was cold. "If it weren't for you, why would Master kill him?" As she spoke, Xian Bing retreated a few hundred meters. The corner of her mouth curled up, and she smiled. "Disciple, you seem to be injured. Why is your soul strength different from what I expected?" On the other side, Yang Kai, who was struggling to resist the cold, heard this and understood. Of course Bailey Mo was injured. Not only Bailey Mo, but all the 12 demon saint in the territory were injured. Ming Yu had destroyed most of their soul fragments, and in such a short time, it was likely that these demon saint hadn't recovered yet. And with her soul strength injured, Bailey Mo's strength in the soul battlefield had dropped a lot. So what? Bailey Mo snorted coldly, raising a finger and gently pointing it at Xian Bing. With this point, Xian Bing's delicate body shook, and then a snowflake appeared on her chest. The snowflake was like a brand, imprinting itself on Xian Bing's chest. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the snowflake quickly grew bigger, and the ice principle condensed, covering Xian Bing completely. An extremely painful expression appeared on Xian Bing's face. Her body also became stiff. But soon, she suddenly laughed and said sarcastically, I taught you this ability, what can you do to me? As she spoke, the snowflake on her body melted quickly, and at the same time, she took a few steps forward and pointed a finger at Bailey Mo. Bailey Mo's expression turned cold, and her body moved, avoiding the invisible finger. Before Bailey Mo could regain her footing, several white chains shot towards her from all directions. They were like spiritual snakes that had come out of their lair, trying to bind her. Bailey Mo stretched out her hand and grabbed at the air. A sparkling sword appeared in her hand. She casually pointed at the top of one of the chains. With a ding-dang, the chain was sent flying. She casually waved her hand and a rain of swords fell like a waterfall, transforming into a curtain of light. The sound of clanging rang out incessantly, and when the cold light bloomed, the two were locked in a fierce battle. This master and disciple, whether it was their race or their cultivation method, came from the same source, and the methods they used to fight were very similar, but one was trapped for a long time and was weaker than the other, while the other was injured and fighting in an away place. For a short time, they were evenly matched. Yang Kai was completely ignored by them. Xian Bing did not know that Yang Kai had a great opportunity, so she was focused on seizing Bai Li Mo's body and devouring her disciple's soul, so she did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. Even if Bai Li Mo wanted to save Yang Kai's life, she had no time to be distracted at this moment. The result was that Yang Kai's situation was becoming more and more unbearable. It was fine when these two women did not fight, but when they did, the coldness of the entire soul battlefield rose steadily. Yang Kai desperately urged the power of his soul to resist, but he was unable to protect himself. Although he had hidden at the edge of the battlefield, his body was gradually covered in frost, and the bone-chilling cold not only made his soul tremble, but also seemed to freeze his mind. The frost gradually turned into ice, and in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's soul avatar was completely frozen, and his consciousness gradually sank, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and darkness filled his eyes. This time, it was really over. In the eternal heaven continent, he had escaped from under the nose of the 12 demon saint, but unexpectedly, he was defeated in this damned place. Was there anything more sullen than this? Just as Yang Kai's thoughts had completely sunk into the boundless darkness, a cool feeling suddenly swept through his body, causing Yang Kai to suddenly wake up. When Yang Kai's vision refocused, he discovered that he was still wrapped in a layer of ice and an unbearable chill was spreading from every part of his soul. However, under the effect of the cooling sensation, he didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. The soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's eyes rolled, and he somewhat didn't dare to believe it. How could the soul-warming lotus still have an effect? His soul avatar was pulled into this soul battlefield, but the soul-warming lotus wasn't. Logically speaking, the connection between him and the soul-warming lotus should have been completely severed, but at this moment, it seemed that this connection hadn't been severed at all. Yang Kai even felt that he could summon the soul-warming lotus, and not just the soul-warming lotus, but everything in his sea of consciousness could be summoned. Aware of this, Yang Kai quietly closed his eyes, and decided to temporarily become a coward. On the battlefield, the battle between Xian Bing and Bai Li Mo was in full swing. Powerful soul energies were overflowing, and the entire soul battlefield was turbulent, as if it could collapse at any time. The crystal-clear ice mountains around them exploded into powder, and the entire world was filled with ice powder. The snowflakes drifting down from the sky became more and more violent. The two figures were entangled in midair, sometimes colliding, sometimes separating, and sometimes grunting. A soul battle was not like an ordinary battle, and this kind of battle could be said to be the most dangerous. A moment of carelessness could lead to death, and every time they collided, whether it was Xian Bing or Bai Li Mo, they would have to endure great pain, and it was almost like they were losing 800 of their own. But these two women, who were supposed to be master and disciple, were now like irreconcilable enemies, determined to kill each other. Now, it was time to see who would be the first to give up. Up to this point, Bai Li Mo's expression had returned to normal, and Xian Bing, on the other hand, was flustered and exasperated. Obviously, she was at a disadvantage. This wasn't hard to understand. Even though Bai Li Mo's soul was damaged, she was still a devil saint. If not, Xian Bing wouldn't have been her opponent long ago. Although she was Xian Bing's master, that was a matter of tens of thousands of years ago. A scholar who had been away for 3 days would have a whole new level of respect, let alone tens of thousands of years. Chapter 35-54. Another violent collision shook the entire spiritual battlefield. However, this time, Bai Li Mo and Xian Bing did not separate. Instead, they stuck close to each other, their palms touching each other. Their spiritual energy surged wildly, turning into a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas as they attacked each other. It's been tens of thousands of years, and this is the chance I've been waiting for. Even if I die here today, I won't let you off so easily. Xian Bing's pretty face was twisted in anger as she screamed hysterically. Bailey Mo's expression was dignified as she urged her spiritual energy to resist Xian Bing's attack. Teacher, the past is the past. I think we can sit down and talk. Talk? Xian Bing laughed sarcastically. Talk about what? What do I have to talk about with a bitch like you? In order to deal with you, I even gave up my body. There is no way back. Bailey Mo said, but teacher, you are no longer my opponent. If you continue like this, your soul will be destroyed. Although you gave up your body, I can find you a new one. You may have a chance to rise again in the future. How can you be so kind? Xian Bing sneered, don't forget, I raised you. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? I'm afraid if I stop, you will immediately kill me. Bailey Mo sighed slightly, then what do I have to do to make teacher believe me? Stop dreaming, I will never believe you. Bailey Mo said lightly, even if I swear in the name of the great demon god, teacher, you will not believe me? Xian Bing's eyes widened, you are willing to swear in the name of the great demon god? Bailey Mo nodded gently, as long as teacher is willing to stop. Xian Bing did not expect Bailey Mo to be so sincere. Her expression froze for a moment, but it was only for a moment before she gave up on this thought. Her face became ferocious again, and she slowly shook her head, it's too late, it's too late. When I killed that person, you and I were destined to fight to the death. Bailey Mo gritted her teeth, do you have to be so aggressive? I have already retreated time and time again. Seeing that you are my master, I am willing to give you a way out. Don't be so ungrateful. Xian Bing coldly snorted, don't try to flatter me. I'm not your opponent. If you keep going on like this, I'm going to die here. But so what? You won't have an easy time. She was confident that she would be able to deal a heavy blow to Bailey Mo if she risked her life. Bailey Mo closed her eyes and didn't say anything else. When she opened her eyes again, the fluctuation of her divine soul suddenly became stronger. Xian Bing groaned under the pressure. In the sky, the two women were in a stalemate. Their spiritual souls were decreasing at an obvious speed. However, Xian Bing's spiritual soul was decreasing much faster. In less than an hour, she would be killed here. Although she had borrowed Yang Kai's hand to forcefully drag Bailey Mo's spiritual soul into the spiritual battlefield, and Bailey Mo was also injured, but her strength was inferior to Yang Kai's, so all her calculations were useless. Even so, when Xian Bing looked at Bailey Mo, her eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. After an incense stick's worth of time, Xian Bing's spiritual avatar had become translucent. This was a sign that her spiritual strength had been overdrawn. At this moment, even if she wanted to stop, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long in this state. Bailey Mo, who had been confronting her for a long time, was also pale and her body was shaking. However, at this time, neither of the two women dared to stop. Otherwise, they would be the first to be injured. In this battle of spiritual energy, only one of them would be able to completely fall in the end. Judging from the current situation, the one who would die would undoubtedly be Xian Bing. At this moment, another aura suddenly came from 10 kilometers away, like a sleeping dragon waking up. The two women turned their heads in unison and were both stunned. On the other side, Yang Kai, who had been frozen in ice, suddenly opened his eyes and summoned the soul-splitting saber with his divine sense, transforming into a curtain of light that enveloped him. With a series of cracking sounds, Yang Kai broke free and grabbed the soul-splitting saber in his hand, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. The situation here was as he thought, everything in his knowledge could be summoned. If the soul-splitting saber could, then the other thing should be able to as well. With a thought, a 7-colored light bloomed under Yang Kai's feet and a 7-colored treasure lotus appeared out of thin air, lifting him into the air. Yang Kai stepped on the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and carried the soul-splitting saber on his shoulder, like a mountain king preparing to descend from the mountain to rob, valiantly walking towards the center of the battlefield. The wind was cold and the law of ice was raging, but the light around the soul-warming lotus blocked all the cold and Yang Kai was not affected at all. Both Xian Bing and Bai Li Mo were stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai until Xian Bing whispered, "You're not dead." After the battle with Bai Li Mo, she did not pay attention to Yang Kai's situation. In her opinion, such a weak boy would not be able to last long in her spiritual battlefield, so there was no need to pay too much attention to him. But in fact, not only was Yang Kai not dead, but he was also full of energy. As he approached, a fierce and evil aura pressed down on Xian Bing, causing her to stagnate. "Are you disappointed?" Yang Kai grinned at her, then looked at Bai Li Mo, the corners of his mouth full of evil intentions. Bai Li Mo's expression changed, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and spat out an icicle towards Yang Kai. With a whoosh, a hole was immediately pierced through Yang Kai's chest and abdomen, but there was no blood. After all, he was a soul avatar, so naturally there would not be any blood. Yang Kai looked down at his wound in a daze, then looked up at Bai Li Mo with a violent expression, "Bitch, it hurts so much." While speaking, he stepped on the soul-warming lotus and rushed in front of Bai Li Mo, then slapped her. With a bang, Bai Li Mo's head tilted to the side. If she was a physical body, there would be a 5-finger mark on her face. This slap not only stunned Bai Li Mo, but also Xian Bing. She stared blankly at the wounds on Yang Kai's body, unable to understand why he was still unscathed. With a soul avatar suffering such a heavy injury, even if it did not die, it would definitely lose the ability to resist, but Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. This was not normal. While the two women were still in a daze, the wound on Yang Kai's chest and abdomen was already flowing with a 7-colored light. The hole caused by the icicle was actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the soul-warming lotus at his feet also released a dazzling radiance. Soul-warming lotus. The treasure of heaven and earth, the soul-warming lotus. Xian Bing screamed, her eyes burning with passion as she stared at the 7-colored lotus. Although Yang Kai came here on the soul-warming lotus, Xian Bing did not think too much about it. She was only surprised by the tenacity of this little brat's vitality. Now that she saw the miraculous effects of the soul-warming lotus with her own eyes, a light flashed in her mind and she recognized what the lotus was. This was the treasure of heaven and earth. The so-called supreme treasure was a unique existence that originated from the primal chaos and was born with the heavens and earth. No wonder this little brat was able to survive. With the protection of the treasure of heaven and earth, although the environment of the soul battlefield was harsh, it would not take his life. This was a treasure that only existed in legends. Xian Bing never thought that she would one day see it with her own eyes. Xian Bing, who was already prepared to die, could not help but think. Her situation was not good, and she did not have a physical body. Unless she could successfully take over Bai Li Mo's body, she would not be able to live for long. However, if she had the soul-warming lotus, things would be different. If she could obtain this treasure of heaven and earth, her soul avatar would never be in danger of dissipating. Not only would she be able to turn the tables, but she might even be able to take over Bai Li Mo's body. Bai Li Mo was stunned when she heard Xian Bing's voice. As a demon saint, she should have been furious after being slapped by Yang Kai. However, when the word soul-warming lotus entered her ears, she forgot to be angry. She turned her head and stared at the rainbow lotus in a daze. Although she hated Xian Bing, she believed in her judgment. Furthermore, she was a demon saint. Naturally, she could sense that the rainbow lotus was not ordinary. This little brat actually had the soul-warming lotus? What a terrifying opportunity. No wonder she always felt that this little brat's soul cultivation was higher than her own. So this was the reason. He also had a part of the will of heaven and earth in his body. He was also proficient in the laws of space. Any one of these was a dream that ordinary people could only dream of. Now, they had all gathered in one person. Was this guy Hao Hongyu's illegitimate son? How could a person's luck be so good? Just as Bai Li Mo was in a daze, Yang Kai slapped her again. With a smack, Bai Li Mo's head was slapped to the side. She turned her head and gritted her teeth. Smack, she turned her head again. Smack, after 3 slaps, Bai Li Mo's body trembled. She was obviously furious. To think that she, a dignified demon saint, was slapped in the face like crazy. This was the first time in her life that she had ever been humiliated like this. The anger in her heart turned into a monstrous wave. However, she did not dare to turn her head again. She did not know why, but seeing Yang Kai again, she felt that he had changed a little. His words and actions were full of ruthlessness. Don't go too far. Bai Li Mo's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in her eyes. I'm going too far. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he pointed his soul-splitting saber at Bai Li Mo's white neck, coldly saying, "Who's the one who's gone too far? You should be clear in your heart. I already said, if you don't kill me now, I'll kill you myself. Do you regret it now?" Bai Li Mo did not make a sound, but she gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Xian Bing, chuckling lightly. "Senior's calculation is really good. I almost fell for your trap. When you gave me the profound dark needle, you didn't say that it would be dangerous to me if it was activated." Xian Bing said, "Aren't you the one who reaped the benefits now?" Chapter 35-55. "Aw, I've caught a cold. It's so uncomfortable." "Ha." Yang Kai rested the soul-severing saber on his shoulder again and rubbed his chin with his other hand. "That's because this young master is lucky. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid their souls would have already scattered." Xian Bing didn't say anything. Her face changed. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Kai looked around for a while and said in an unquestionable tone, "There are 2 options. I'll chop you to death with 1 strike, or I'll chop you to death with 1 strike. Make your choice." As he spoke, he slowly raised the soul-slaying saber. As his divine sense surged, the saber light flickered like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Both Xian Bing and Bai Li Mo paled slightly. The 2 women had never expected that the situation would develop to such a point. They had been fighting like fire and water, fighting to the death, but now Yang Kai had taken advantage of them. Without any hesitation, Bai Li Mo looked at Xian Bing and said, "I will count to 3. You and I will retreat together." At this time, only if she and Xian Bing reached a temporary compromise and stopped fighting at the same time could they escape this crisis. Otherwise, if Yang Kai really slashed down, even if she was a demon saint, she would still die here. After saying that, he began to count without any explanation. Yang Kai sneered from the side. The Soul Cutter's aura was becoming more and more dangerous. Before Bai Li Mo could count to 3, the soul-severing blade had already slashed towards her mercilessly. To Yang Kai, Bai Li Mo was undoubtedly more dangerous than Black Ice, so if he wanted to kill her, he would kill this demon saint first. Black Ice's soul avatar was now in a semi-transparent state, so there was nothing to fear. Bright Moon had only fallen for less than a month. If they could kill a demon saint, it would be considered as revenge for him. Seeing the blade chi slashing down, Bai Li Mo's face fell, and she tried to retreat, disregarding her own injuries. "Wait!" Xian Bing suddenly shouted, "I have something to say." The saber chi stopped right above Bai Li Mo's head, and the sharp chi cut into the Devil Saint's soul avatar, causing her to feel a piercing pain. She was so shocked that her face turned pale, and her soul avatar trembled. Yang Kai looked at Xian Bing and said coldly, "Cut the crap. I have no patience." Xian Bing said straightforwardly, "Do you want a saint of devil who listens to you and works for you? If you do, you'd better listen to what I have to say. Xian Bing, Xian Bing, Xian Bing, Xian Bing, Xian Bing, what do you mean? I mean it literally. Xian Bing, Xian Bing was, Xian Bing. In order to subdue a person, it was nothing more than planting one's soul brand in the other party's knowledge or forcing the other party to hand over their soul brand. From there, one could control the other party's life and death with a single thought. Yang Kai had done this more than once, but the premise was that his soul cultivation was stronger than the opponent's. Only then could he break through the opponent's soul defense. Bailey Mo was a demon saint, and Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to control her life and death. Xian Bing sneered, the difference in strength between the two of you is too great. Even with my help, how can you subdue her? She paused, Xian Bing's lips curled up, but I have my own plan. Narrowing his eyes, Kai Yang pondered for a moment before saying, even if you have the ability, what good will it do you? Of course it won't do me any good. Xian Bing sneered, not only will it not do me any good, it will do me a lot of harm. But as I said, even if I die, I won't let this bitch have it easy. Bailey Mo said in a low voice, boy, this woman is full of tricks. Don't fall into her trap. Yang Kai pressed the soul-severing saber down and pointed his chin at her. Before I give you permission to speak, if you say another word, I'll cut you in half. Bailey Mo trembled with anger, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Seeing that she had calmed down, Yang Kai turned to Xian Bing, tell me in detail, how will you help me? Yang Kai had to admit that Xian Bing's words were very attractive to him. Compared to subduing a demon saint, killing a demon saint wasn't bad, but the benefits were too small. Of course it's to plant your soul brand. Are you joking with me? Kai Yang's face suddenly sank. He felt like he had been deceived, making him feel very bad. Xian Bing chuckled, of course I'm not joking. I know what you're worried about. It's just that this bitch's soul cultivation is stronger than yours, and you can't break through her soul defense. But what if someone takes the initiative to cooperate? Yang Kai's face darkened, she's not an idiot. She won't cooperate. As he spoke, he lost his patience, and his aura became dangerous. Of course she won't cooperate, but I will. Xian Bing laughed, and there was a crazy look on her face. At first, Bailey Mo didn't take her words to heart, but after hearing what she said, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed, and she glared at Xian Bing with a trace of fear in her eyes. Her change of expression didn't escape Yang Kai's eyes, and Yang Kai felt that Xian Bing's words were more believable. Xian Bing continued, you can plant your brand in my soul, and then my life will be under your control. Then. She glanced at Bailey Mo coldly, I will try to possess this bitch. If I succeed, my life will still be under your control, but if I fail, what will happen if you fail? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked. Since this slut can devour my soul, the soul brand will naturally be transferred over and used on her. Xian Bing laughed crazily, so no matter if I succeed or fail, you will have a demon saint. What do you think of this deal? As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's pupils dilated. If what Xian Bing said was true, then this was a business without any capital, and the returns would be great. It was really tempting. But how could he believe Xian Bing's words? Bailey Mo looked anxious, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Yang Kai said, what do you want to say? Bailey Mo hurriedly said, don't believe her. She's just lying to you. Yang Kai turned to Xian Bing and smiled, what I said is true. Boy, if you have the ability to tell right from wrong, you will know that I can't lie to you about this. Bailey Mo humphed, is that so? No matter who swallows who in the end, the power of our soul will be much stronger than his. So what if he has the brand of soul? He will only need to spend some time to break it. Xian Bing said, you said it yourself. It will take some time to break it. What if he strengthens the brand of soul every once in a while? Bei Li Mo's face changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are digging your own grave." Xianbing laughed, "Are you afraid? It's good that you're scared. This consort is merely paying you back for all that you've done back then. Do you know how this consort has endured these tens of thousands of years? If I didn't want revenge, I would have killed myself long ago." Turning his head, he gritted his teeth and said to Yang Kai, "Little brat, if you're interested, then quickly lend me a hand. Otherwise, if she really manages to escape, all my efforts will be for naught." "How can I help you?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. In this very short period of time, Yang Kai had already made up his mind. He couldn't help but be tempted by Xianbing's proposal. Now that things had come to this, he could only take a risk. If he succeeded, he could really subdue a demon saint. Use the power of the soul-warming lotus to replenish my soul. Xianbing gritted her teeth and said. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He immediately did as she said. The power of the soul-warming lotus bloomed and covered her. Xianbing, who had been in a stalemate with Bei Li Mo, couldn't help but groan. Her translucent body condensed again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, her body was shining, which looked very mysterious. Bei Li Mo's face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. "Open your soul consciousness," Yang Kai shouted. Xianbing hesitated for a moment but still did as she was told. Yang Kai's soul consciousness surged and a chain suddenly appeared. It wrapped around Xianbing's soul avatar and disappeared into her body. At the same time, Yang Kai had a strange feeling. Before he could understand it, Xianbing said, "You can go out now. Next, it will be my battle with her." As soon as her voice fell, a huge repulsive force came from all directions and directly pushed Yang Kai out of the soul battlefield. Yang Kai only had time to curse before his eyes blurred and his soul consciousness returned to his body. In front of him, there was a fragrance and a faint smell of blood. He looked up and found that he was still in the same position. One of his dragon claws was in Bei Li Mo's chest, holding the beating demon heart. The avatar sensed it and immediately flew over and said, "What's going on?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai's soul consciousness surged and he shared what happened in the soul battlefield with the avatar. After a while, the avatar was surprised. "It can be like this?" Yang Kai said with a dark face, "It seems that I was fooled by Xianbing." At the last moment, when he planted the soul imprint in Xianbing's soul, he had a strange feeling that made him realize something. Even if he planted the soul imprint in Xianbing's soul, he might not be able to control the life and death of a demon saint. The gap between their soul cultivation was too big. "Do you want me to?" The embodiment stared at Bei Li Mo, who was motionless and had a pained expression on her face. He raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Now was the best time to kill Bei Li Mo. She would not resist at all. Yang Kai could easily chop her into a pile of meat paste. But if he did that, then all the previous efforts would be in vain. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "Let's wait and see." Although he could not control the life and death of a demon saint, the soul brand was not useless. Now, he just had to see how effective it was. Chapter 35-56. Moreover, he now had Bei Li Mo's demon heart and could severely injure it at any time, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, in the spiritual battlefield, no matter who won in the end, the spiritual soul would eventually return to the body in front of him. "I'm afraid that time waits for no one," the embodiment said with a dignified expression. "Xueli and Yu Rumeng have already arrived at Cloud Shadow." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. As the master of this continent, since the embodiment said so, he must have sensed something. Yu Rumeng's arrival was not a big deal, but it was a good thing. However, Shueli gave Yang Kai a headache. Do we need to lure you Ru Meng here? The embodiment asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, no, don't let her know about this for the time being. Although Yu Ru Meng had protected him on the Eternal Heaven continent, Yang Kai still could not completely trust her. Before the situation here was clear, luring her here would only add more variables. Her relationship with Bai Li Mo had never been good, so if she really saw Bai Li Mo's current situation, she might take the opportunity to kill her. Even if he succeeded here, Yang Kai did not intend to tell Yu Ru Meng. He should always be on guard against what should be guarded against. Who knows when it will save his life? However, the two demon saint had already arrived at Cloud Shadow, so they would find this place sooner or later. Now, it all depended on how long the embodiment could conceal the aura here. How long can you delay them? Yang Kai asked. The embodiment shook his head and said, I can't delay them, but they are now searching around Cloud Shadow. They will find this place in an hour. Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. I'm afraid it's too late to move now. Bai Li Mo's aura still lingered here, so it would be useless to move. Now, he could only hope that the battle between Xian Bing and Bai Li Mo would end in an hour. The two were silent for a moment, and only the demon heart in Yang Kai's hand was beating continuously. In less than half an hour, only a stick of incense worth of time later, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that Bai Li Mo's spiritual energy had been restored. Immediately afterwards, Bai Li Mo's empty eyes became lively, as if she felt some pain and couldn't help letting out a groan. As she focused her vision, she saw Yang Kai standing in front of her with a guarded expression. One of his hands was already in her chest. Her heart was tightly gripped by that hand, making it hard for her to breathe. Bai Li Mo? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Everyone's spirit aura was different. Yang Kai could naturally tell who the revived spirit in this body belonged to. But what made him feel a little relieved was that the feeling he felt in Xian Bing's soul avatar hadn't disappeared. It seemed like Xian Bing was right. The brand of soul avatar had been transferred to Bai Li Mo, yes. Bai Li Mo gritted her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. So Xian Bing is dead? Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't too surprised. Xian Bing herself didn't have much confidence in swallowing Bai Li Mo, so this ending was within her expectations. Are you disappointed? Bai Li Mo sneered. I wouldn't say I'm disappointed. Yang Kai shook his head. To me, it doesn't matter who lives and who dies. Neither of you are good people. Bai Li Mo took a deep breath, her full breasts heaving up and down, causing the wound on her chest to tighten. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked down at Yang Kai's big hand and asked, Can you take your hand out now? Don't you think it's rude to treat a woman like this? You are a demon saint, not an ordinary woman. Yang Kai snorted, but he didn't insist. Instead, he slowly released the demon heart and pulled his hand back. Blood splattered everywhere, and Bai Li Mo groaned again, her face pale. Before she could even catch her breath, Yang Kai's divine sense had already moved. Bai Li Mo immediately hugged her head and screamed, What are you doing? She glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, testing the power of that soul brand. Stop it. Do you want to kill me? Bai Li Mo screamed, her body trembling as she squatted down. Yang Kai looked down at her condescendingly, his expression cold and ruthless. Don't try to put on an act in front of me. I know that even with my soul brand, it's impossible for me to kill you, but that doesn't prevent me from causing you pain. Remember this feeling. If one day you dare to have any thoughts of harming me, this feeling will accompany you until the day you die. The soul brand couldn't control Bai Li Mo's life or death, but it could restrict her movements. If Bai Li Mo was in the middle of a life and death battle with Yang Kai, she would definitely die on the spot. Bai Li Mo's screams were incomparably miserable, and it was obvious that she was really suffering. Her body was emitting killing intent uncontrollably, but she didn't dare to make a move. Yang Kai had been pushing the soul brand to the maximum, but he couldn't really take Bai Li Mo's life, only making her scream even more miserable. After a short while, Yang Kai stopped. He had already tested the soul brand, and although it was different from what Xian Bing had said before, it was still within an acceptable range. Bai Li Mo was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for air, her body drenched in sweat. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly at the sky, unable to focus for a long time, like a fish on the brink of death. A gust of wind blew, and a chill spread throughout her body, causing Bai Li Mo to shiver uncontrollably. Only then did she regain her senses. Looking up, Yang Kai was standing in front of her, looking down at her. She tilted her head, clenched her fists, and the corners of her eyes were slightly wet. Ever since she became a demon saint, she had never suffered such great humiliation. That bitch Xian Bing, even at the cost of her own life, she still wanted to make a move on her. Open up your knowledge, see, I need to strengthen the soul brand. Yang Kai ordered. Bai Li Mo didn't move, as if she was deaf. Yang Kai laughed angrily, don't look like you're being humiliated by me, do you know that you're still very attractive like this? If you provoke my beast heart, without waiting for Yang Kai to finish his words, Bai Li Mo staggered to her feet, her silver teeth biting her red lips, and her anger couldn't be any greater. I won't say the same thing twice. Yang Kai said coldly. Bai Li Mo closed her eyes, she was afraid that if she looked at Yang Kai again, she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to attack him. Good girl. Yang Kai laughed, and his divine sense surged, rushing into Bai Li Mo's knowledge sea. I'm warning you, strengthening the brand is fine, but if you dare to pry into my secrets, I'll kill you. Bai Li Mo suddenly opened her eyes and said. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he nodded and said, don't worry, I don't have the habit of prying into other people's secrets. Bai Li Mo had been vigilant all this time, and when she found that Yang Kai really didn't do anything else, she was relieved. Because the brand in Bai Li Mo's knowledge sea was transferred to her through Xian Bing, it was inevitable that there would be some loosening, and this strengthening also ensured that the brand was solid. After doing all this, Yang Kai said, I need a soul imprint from you, I'm sure you can fulfill this request. What if I'm not satisfied? Bai Li Mo's expression was ugly. That's okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly, Ru Meng is in the Cloud Shadow continent, I can lure her here, and I'm sure she'll be happy to have a good talk with you. Bai Li Mo's expression changed greatly when she heard this. If Yang Kai planted the soul brand in her knowledge sea, it would not be a dead end. After all, she only needed to spend some time and pay some price, and she should be able to get rid of the brand, and then she would naturally be able to regain her freedom. But if Ru Meng knew about this, it would be over. With her relationship with Ru Meng, Bai Li Mo guessed that she would be happy to plant another soul brand in her knowledge sea. Among the 12 demon saint, because Ru Meng was born as a succubus demon, her soul cultivation was the strongest. Even Huang Wuji had to admit that if she really planted the brand in her knowledge sea, she would never be able to regain her freedom in the future, and would really become a chess piece in the hands of others. Bai Li Mo had to take this threat seriously, and in her heart, she hated Xian Bing to the extreme. If that bitch had not revealed a lot of information before, how could Yang Kai be so cautious? Glaring hatefully at Yang Kai for a long time, Bai Li Mo suddenly smiled and said, it doesn't matter if I hand over my soul mark to you. In any case, even if you destroy my soul mark, I'll only be slightly injured, I won't really die. Even when a wisp of her soul was destroyed by Mingyu, she would only be injured and not die, so how could a soul mark control her life and death? I know. Yang Kai smiled softly, but it's better than nothing. He really couldn't rely on the soul brand and the soul mark to control the life and death of a demon saint, but with these two insurance in hand, he could ensure that Bai Li Mo would not dare to play any tricks in front of him. Seeing him insist, Bailey Mo was full of helplessness, but in the end, she just nodded and said, "Fine, as you wish, but you have to promise to treat me well, otherwise this queen will not comply." Yang Kai said, "If you think my promise is useful, then what's the harm in giving you a promise?" Bailey Mo couldn't help curling her lips. A moment later, Yang Kai received Bailey Mo's soul mark and placed it on the seven-colored island. Only then did he relax and turn to look at Bailey Mo. "You better not try to crack that soul brand, I will check it every once in a while. If I find that you are disobedient, I will make you beg for death." "I know." Bailey Mo reluctantly responded. "Also." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered, "The matter between you and me, you must not let anyone know." Bailey Mo blinked when she heard this, her long eyelashes trembling a few times. "Not even you, Rumeng?" "That's my business, you don't need to worry about it." Bailey Mo couldn't help rolling her eyes as she covered her mouth and giggled, "Strange, don't you have a heart seal secret technique? Why do you still look so guarded against her?" Chapter 35-57. She had a fever, coughing, and felt weak all over. "None of your business." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Bailey Mo's eyes flashed as a meaningful smile appeared on her face, but seeing Yang Kai reach out to her, she frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Give me your space ring." Yang Kai stared at the ring on her finger. Bailey Mo was stunned for a moment before asking in surprise, "You want to rob me? Have you lost your mind?" Yang Kai simply turned his head towards the embodiment and said, "Bring Rumeng here." "Here." Bailey Mo took off the ring and threw it at Yang Kai, her face pale with anger. Yang Kai caught the ring and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, feeling a little excited. A demon saint space ring, how many good things were there? This was at least the accumulation of tens of thousands of years. There was indeed a lot of good things, such as a mountain of demon crystals, countless demonic artifacts, and some women's items such as colorful clothes. These clothes all had different styles, some revealing, some reserved, and others revealing. Yang Kai couldn't help but imagine what Bailey Mo would look like wearing these clothes. They would definitely be very attractive. Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help looking her up and down. Bailey Mo seemed to know what he was looking at and sneered coldly, intentionally or unintentionally reaching out to tuck her hair behind her ear, showing a myriad of flirtatious expressions. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and continued to search the space ring, soon finding what he was looking for, the myriad demon pill. The myriad demon pill was something unique to the demon territory and had a great effect on the demon race above the demon king. The reason why the demon race had so many high-level combatants was largely due to the myriad demon pill's role. It could even be said to have played a decisive role. Previously, Yang Kai had also found a lot of myriad demon pills on the disappeared continents, but they were all swallowed by the embodiment, allowing it to break through to the half-saint realm in a very short time. However, the path from half-saint to demon saint was a long one and the accumulation of strength was unimaginable. In other words, it required a huge amount of myriad demon pills. Not only did the embodiment need them, Yang Kai estimated that he needed them now. Yang Kai couldn't take the myriad demon pills before because the nature of his demon chi conflicted with the myriad demon pill, but now it was different. His emperor chi had transformed into demonic chi, so the myriad demon pills should have a great effect on him. At this time, Yang Kai's of course. As a great devil saint, there was no one in the entire devil domain who could threaten her safety, so she would definitely carry anything good with her. Yang Kai didn't know how many myriad demon pills there were in Bailey Mo's space ring, but there were at least 10,000. There was no need to be polite with her, so Yang Kai simply tossed the myriad demon pills into his space ring while grumbling discontentedly, "You only have so many myriad demon pills?" Bailey Mo's expression darkened, "Is this not enough to satisfy you?" Yang Kai grinned, who would complain about having more good things? Then he looked at her, are you hiding them? What's there to hide? Bailey Mo was furious. I have so many people under me, don't I need to consume them? Don't I need to reward them every year? How many myriad demon pills do you think a demon saint can accumulate? If you don't believe me, you can ask Yu Rumeng and see how many myriad demon pills she has. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything. Since she had already said so much, he figured Bailey Mo wouldn't lie to him. More than 10,000 myriad demon pills were enough for him and the embodiment to consume for many years. Yang Kai didn't take all of them, leaving 100 for Bailey Mo. Then Yang Kai began to fiddle with the demon crystals in her space ring. Demon crystals were not very useful to a demon saint, so Bailey Mo didn't have many in her space ring. At most, there was only 1 billion, but they were all high-rank demon crystals. After the demon crystals were the demon artifacts. In any case, she took whatever was valuable. After a while, Yang Kai returned the space ring to Bailey Mo. Bailey Mo checked her losses and sneered, "You're really something." In just a short while, the good things in her space ring had shrunk by more than half. It was equivalent to half of her life savings being snatched away by Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could speak, the embodiment suddenly said, "They're here." Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he stared at Bailey Mo and said, "Don't say what you shouldn't say." Bailey Mo frowned and soon understood who the embodiment was talking about. 2 streams of light rushed over from the horizon, one from the left and one from the right. The auras of the 2 demon saint were obvious. With 2 swishing sounds, Yu Rumeng and Shueli landed nearby, revealing themselves. Seeing that Bailey Mo was here, Yu Rumeng's eyes shrank. Her figure flashed, and she directly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Staring at Bailey Mo, she tilted her head and asked, "Are you okay?" Of course, she wasn't asking Bailey Mo, but Yang Kai who was standing behind her. Yang Kai smiled faintly, "I'm fine." Yu Rumeng's heart relaxed when she heard this, but her face was also full of suspicion. Since Bailey Mo was here, how could Yang Kai be fine? After careful observation, she discovered that Bailey Mo seemed to be injured. There was a pool of blood on her chest. What was going on? Who injured Bailey Mo? She wasn't in such a sorry state when they parted on the Eternal Heaven continent. Shueli had the same question as her. His pair of dark red eyes looked at Bailey Mo, then at Yu Rumeng. Shueli chuckled, and a faint smell of blood began to spread. At the same time, a dangerous aura began to spread. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Bailey Mo's mood was extremely bad. She glared at Shueli and said, "If you laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." The corner of Shueli's eyes twitched. He didn't know how he had offended this woman. He stopped laughing and said, "You didn't succeed, how surprising." Bailey Mo glanced at him, "Why don't you try?" Shueli said, "Why don't you and I join hands? We'll discuss who this boy belongs to later." On the other side, Yu Rumeng looked like she wanted to protect Yang Kai. It wouldn't be easy for him to deal with her alone, unless he pulled Bailey Mo along. At that time, one of them would entangle Yu Rumeng while the other would take Yang Kai and escape. Yu Rumeng wouldn't be able to do anything. As soon as these words came out, Yu Rumeng's face turned cold. The demonic chi in her body surged and her aura rolled. If Shueli and Bailey Mo really dared to make a move, she would fight to the death with them. Unexpectedly, Bailey Mo chuckled and said, "If you want to make a move, then go ahead. I won't interfere in this matter." Shueli and Yu Rumeng were both stunned and looked at her in confusion. Shueli frowned, "Why?" This answer was too surprising. With such a huge piece of meat in front of them, which demon saint wouldn't be jealous? Bailey Mo actually said she wouldn't interfere? Was this woman crazy? Why hadn't they noticed before? Bailey Mo said indifferently, "Because I don't want to offend Boss Huang." Shueli was even more confused. What does it have to do with Boss Huang? After saying this, he was shocked and looked around. Boss Huang is here? Why would Boss Huang be here? Bailey Mo chuckled. It's just that Boss Huang had said before that if this brat really became a member of the devil race, then he would be able to keep that opportunity. Now, he already has this qualification. Shueli frowned. Isn't this boy a human? When did he become a member of the demon race? Yu Meng was also confused when she heard this. Just as the two were confused, Yang Kai stepped out from behind Yu Meng. As his feet landed, his body instantly surged with demonic qi, and his demonic qi soared to the sky. Shueli was extremely shocked. Yu Meng also stared blankly at Yang Kai's back. Her beautiful eyes shone with the light of surprise. The scene in front of them undoubtedly showed that Yang Kai had completely become the demon race and fallen into the demonic path. Even if he really was born in the star realm and was a human, it wasn't a big deal. Only the demon race could have such pure demonic qi and activate such vigorous demonic qi. This was great news for both her and Yang Kai. Before, she was still worried about what to do if Yang Kai fell into the hands of another demon saint. Now that he was a member of the demon race, all her problems were easily solved. No one dared to not take Huang Wuji's words seriously. How is it? I should be considered a member of the demon race now, right? Yang Kai stared at Shueli and asked indifferently. Shueli's expression changed a few times. Suddenly, his divine sense surged as he sent a few words to Bailey Mo. Bailey Mo immediately sneered, "You can do this kind of deceiving yourself. Don't drag me into it. I don't want to offend Boss Huang anyway." Shueli's face darkened. For the first time, he realized that Bailey Mo was actually a psychopath. He had secretly sent a message to her, but she had actually exposed him. This put him in an awkward position. How embarrassing, Shueli, what are you planning? Yu Meng shouted. Although Bailey Mo didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was obvious. Shueli probably still hadn't given up and wanted to drag Bailey Mo along to capture Yang Kai. After all, only the three of them knew that Yang Kai had become the demon race. When the time came, Yu Meng couldn't do anything about it. Once the rice was cooked and Yang Kai's opportunity was taken away, Huang Wuji wouldn't say anything. Shueli had an embarrassed expression. I just wanted to congratulate you. I don't have any ideas. Yu Meng didn't expose him and only said coldly, there's nothing to congratulate. This is Yang Kai's opportunity. This is my cloud shadow continent, so you can go wherever you want. I will tell Boss Huang that Yang Kai has become the demon race and let him decide the final result. Shueli nodded, yes, we should tell him. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with some regret and slowly shook his head. He turned into a bloody light and soared into the sky. Bailey Mo didn't cooperate, so he couldn't do anything to Yu Meng by himself. If they really fell out, it wouldn't do him any good. Yang Kai did have a great opportunity, but it would take a long time for him to grow. In this endless flowing time, Great Emperor, he might be able to find another opportunity. Yu Meng stared in the direction he left. After confirming that Shueli had really left, she looked at Bailey Mo and said vigilantly, what are you planning now? Chapter 35-58. Bailey Mo's attitude today was really thought-provoking. With her relationship with her, it wouldn't be strange if she agreed to Shueli's request, but in reality, Bailey Mo was protecting Yang Kai at every turn. If it weren't for Bailey Mo's insistence, today's matter wouldn't have been so easily resolved. Yu Meng really couldn't understand this. What Yu Meng couldn't understand was that Bailey Mo had obviously been here for some time, but with her methods, why hadn't she made a move on Yang Kai? She didn't believe that Bailey Mo would hesitate to act just because of Huang Wuji's words. Although Huang Wuji was the strongest demon saint, Bailey Mo was also a demon saint and not one of Huang Wuji's subordinates, so how could she be so obedient? Faintly, Yu Rumeng felt that today's matter was a little unusual. I don't have any ideas. Bailey Mo chuckled, her bright eyes looking at Yang Kai as she said affectionately, I just like this boy, can't I? That tender and sweet expression gave Yang Kai goosebumps. Yu Rumeng sneered, is that really so? How could it be fake? Bailey Mo raised her chin and looked at Yu Rumeng provocatively, if you hadn't come so quickly, I'm afraid he and I would have already been together. Fine. Yu Rumeng opposed, waving her hand and saying, if you really want to, what's wrong with me fulfilling your wish? Right here, with the sky as your blanket and the earth as your bed, I want to see how you two will fulfill your wish. After saying this, she turned to Yang Kai and said, don't look at this woman's age, she still hasn't experienced the nourishment of a man. If you can really take her down, you'll be taking advantage of her. Yang Kai couldn't help sweating slightly, somewhat speechless. Bailey Mo retorted, you say it as if you've been nourished by a man before. The two suddenly stared at each other, not wanting to give in. Under the collision of the demon saint's auras, even the heavens and earth changed color. However, Bailey Mo was injured after all, so she was somewhat at a disadvantage in such a competition of auras. After a while, her face turned slightly pale and she waved her sleeve, blocking Yu Rumeng's line of sight, and coldly snorted, today's matter, you owe me a favor, I'll settle this account with you another day. After saying this, she turned around and left. If she didn't, he wouldn't allow her to break the brand he had planted in her knowledge sea. Although the brand couldn't control her knowledge's brand's knowledge sea, it's the brand SSSSST, SSSS brand B's. STST, B.S. When, TSSSA's. When was his's when he, T.S. when? Yu Rumeng stood in place and pondered for a long time before turning to look at Yang Kai, frowning, what did that woman do to you? Yang Kai shook his head and said, nothing. Then why is she injured? Who hurt her? I don't know, she was already like that when she came. Yu Rumeng stared at him deeply, as if she wanted to see into the depths of his heart. Yang Kai also looked at her calmly. After a while, Yu Rumeng sighed and stepped forward, holding Yang Kai's hand, and said softly, don't worry, I'm here, no one can do anything to you. Yang Kai held her hand and smiled, I'm not worried, but I've caused you a lot of trouble this time. Before he could finish, Yu Rumeng covered his mouth with her hand, her watery eyes staring at him, her red lips slightly opened, between you and me, is there a need to say these things? Her eyes looked at each other for a moment, then Yang Kai leaned down and kissed her. Yu Rumeng's eyelashes trembled twice, and she slowly closed her eyes. Her arms wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, and her full breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, deforming a little. After a long time, their lips parted. Yang Kai held Yu Rumeng by the waist, and said in a low voice, return to the palace. When the embodiment hiding underground thought, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he returned to the palace in Cloud Shadow City with Yu Rumeng. Inside the palace, many demon kings were deeply worried. The change in the Eternal Heaven continent was really unexpected. No one had expected that the 12 demon saints' plan, hundreds of half-saints' participation in the battle, more than a dozen half-saints' deaths, and nearly 100 million people's deaths in the demon race, would actually be their king. If it was an ordinary opportunity, it would have been fine, but it was an opportunity that even a half-saint would fight for. It was an opportunity that even a demon saint couldn't ignore. How could it be so easy to protect? Being chased by all the demon saint and half-saints' combined forces, how could their king survive? Among them, the ones with the most worried faces were the 3 high-rank demon kings of the Blue Origin continent. It couldn't be helped, as Tu Qiaoluo, Baza, and Guli had handed over their divine soul imprints, and had gone through life and death with Yang Kai. If something happened to Yang Kai, the three of them wouldn't be spared either. After retreating from the Eternal Heaven continent and returning to Cloud Shadow, the three of them had been worried every day. They prayed more sincerely than anyone else that Yang Kai would be safe and sound. Today, Carson, Lao Ku, and the others had gathered with the three of them, not to monitor them, but to determine whether Yang Kai was alive or dead through their condition. If they suddenly died, it meant that Yang Kai had met with misfortune. If they were alive and well, it meant that Yang Kai was also safe and sound. The main hall was silent for a long time, and was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. It was at this time that a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from outside. The group of demon kings raised their heads and looked over. In the next moment, they all stood up and looked at the figure striding in from outside with incomparable shock. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Lao Ku even rubbed his eyes hard, fearing that he was hallucinating. "My king!" The three demon kings of the Blue Origin continent rushed over together with indescribably excited faces. They cupped their hands and said, "You've returned." Only then did Lao Ku and the others react, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. But soon, the group of demon kings saw Yu Ru Meng in Yang Kai's arms. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva and lower their eyes. Yang Kai looked around and said with a faint smile, "You've all returned. And, this king is fine, so you can go do what you need to do." After saying that, he directly passed through the main hall and walked toward the rear hall, leaving behind a group of high-rank demon kings looking at each other in confusion. Wasn't their king being chased by a demon saint and a half-saint? How could he still be in the mood to relax? At the back of the crowd, a pair of empty eyes that seemed to have lost their soul stared at Yang Kai's back, and a cold light gradually appeared in them. In the side room, Yang Kai threw Yu Ru Meng on the bed. Under Yu Ru Meng's surprised gaze, he directly pounced on her and pressed her under his body. While holding the back of Yu Ru Meng's head with one hand, he had already kissed her again. His other hand skillfully climbed up the gap between her lower abdomen and her clothes, and grasped a soft and elastic lump of fullness. Yu Ru Meng wanted to speak several times, but was blocked by Yang Kai's heavy breathing. Gradually, a warm current surged from her heart and lower abdomen, making Yu Ru Meng somewhat confused. With a tearing sound, her clothes were torn, and she was casually thrown off the bed by Yang Kai. Not long after, a perfect naked body was exposed to the air. The pure white luster was like the most exquisite porcelain, the skin was so delicate that it could be broken by a blow, the flat lower abdomen didn't have the slightest bit of excess fat, the slender beautiful legs unconsciously entangled together, and one hand covered the most private place, slightly shy. Yu Ru Meng's neck was faintly red, and her delicate earlobes were also dark red. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like a disturbed pool of water, and her breathing was rapid. Yang Kai's clothes were also quickly turned into a pile of fragments. Their hot bodies were entangled together, and they could feel each other's violent heartbeat. Without too much foreplay, when Yang Kai leaned down, a jade hand blocked his chest, stopping Yang Kai's attack. Yu Ru Meng looked at him with blurred eyes, and there was a trace of unclear pleading in her eyes. Four eyes met. Yang Kai's face was calm, but Yu Ru Meng could feel his toughness and determination. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, she and Yang Kai had been honest with each other, but each time there was no real progress, because each time she controlled her emotions at the last moment. But this time, it was obviously different from before. She couldn't tell what the difference was, but she felt that if this time it was the same as before, she might lose something. After a long time, Yu Ru Meng sighed slightly and slowly withdrew the jade hand in front of Yang Kai's chest. She turned her head slightly and closed her eyes. Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all and entered. In an instant, he felt himself being wrapped in a warm and moist feeling. When the moaning sound came out, Yu Ru Meng bit her red lips and clenched her fists on the bed sheet. Yang Kai clearly felt a chill rising from his lower abdomen and rushing straight to his mind. In an instant, it shook his knowledge sea, almost making him faint at this moment. He quickly stabilized his mind, but there was still a lingering fear on his face. The shaking in his knowledge sea didn't stop, but instead became more violent. However, the soul-warming lotus was suppressed in his knowledge sea, so he didn't have to worry about any accidents happening to his soul. At this moment, a huge force exploded in his knowledge sea, filling the world of his knowledge sea, making Yang Kai feel that his soul strength was growing at a terrifying speed. This kind of growth was almost without end, as if it was going to explode his entire knowledge sea. This gave Yang Kai a fright. A murmur sounded in his ears. Yang Kai looked down and saw a drop of tear hanging from the corner of Yu Ru Meng's eyes, but she was smiling. Her red lips squirmed, and when her pearly white teeth opened, strange syllables were spat out from her red lips, playing a wonderful sound of nature. The sound seemed to have a magical power, turning into an invisible hand that gently stroked his knowledge sea, slowly stabilizing its turbulence. His knowledge sea was still expanding, and the surge of soul strength made Yang Kai dumbfounded, but with the help of Yu Ru Meng's sound of nature, Yang Kai gradually calmed down and slowly felt the strength of his soul strength increase. Chapter 35-59. When he broke through to the third-layer Emperor realm, Yang Kai's soul had experienced an explosive increase, but compared to the current situation, that increase was simply insignificant. He had never expected that breaking through the final barrier with Yu Ru Meng would give him such a huge benefit. However, although this was unexpected, it was also reasonable. The primordial yin of a woman who had successfully cultivated generally contained a strange kind of power, and the stronger the woman, the greater this power would naturally be. There were many secret arts in this world that used this kind of power to cultivate, but this kind of plucking yin-yang nourishing yang technique was generally extremely evil, and women who were plucked as cultivation furnaces generally ended up very miserable. The yin-yang joyous unification art that Yang Kai and Su Yen cultivated was similar to this kind of secret art, but this joyous unification art was not a simple plucking technique, but a dual cultivation secret art. Both parties could obtain some benefits from each other during dual cultivation, so to a certain extent, the yin-yang joyous unification art was an orthodox dual cultivation secret art, not an evil one. Yu Ru Meng was a demon saint, so her primordial yin power was extremely terrifying. When she broke through the final barrier, the primordial yin power that had accumulated in her body all her life was released and absorbed by Yang Kai, causing his soul to experience an extremely shocking growth. This was probably related to Yu Ru Meng being a succubus demon, so the benefits that her primordial yin power brought to Yang Kai were not physical, but soul. His knowledge sea continued to expand, but Yang Kai did not feel any discomfort. The dreamlike murmurs kept echoing in his ears, allowing his mind to achieve an unprecedented calmness. This was a very strange state, one that made Yang Kai forget to return, and he wished he could continue like this until the end of time. However, everything had to come to an end. When his knowledge sea expanded to more than 3 times its original size, the power he obtained from Yu Ru Meng's body was gradually digested, and the murmurs gradually subsided. Because of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul had always been higher than his realm. When he broke through to the third-layer Emperor realm, Yang Kai felt that although his soul cultivation was slightly inferior to a half-saint's, it was still incomparable to an ordinary third-layer Emperor or high-rank demon king. At this moment, his knowledge sea had expanded 3 times, allowing him to leave all half-saint in the dust. In this world, only the great monarchs and great monarchs were stronger than him in terms of soul power. With the rapid growth of his soul power, his perception of his surroundings had become much sharper, and he felt as if he had been reborn. Just as Yang Kai was inspecting his body with interest, a soft moan suddenly reached his ears. Only then did Yang Kai return to his senses. When he lowered his head, he saw Yu Ru Meng looking at him with some hidden bitterness. Her face was full of shame and anger, and there were traces of moisture at the corners of her eyes. When their eyes met, Yu Rumeng looked away, bit her red lips, and pinched Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai hissed and leaned over to kiss away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai began to move gently. At this moment, the one pressing down on him was not one of the 12 demon saint, but a woman who could not bear the ravages of sex for the first time. Compared to Yang Kai, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, Yu Rumeng's delicate bud was not bright at all. She was truly tormented to death. He did not come out of his room for 3 days and 3 nights, which was extremely absurd. It was not until 3 days later that Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes in a room filled with decadence. Yu Rumeng's hair was scattered in his arms as she lay on his chest. She was like a kitten that had found the most comfortable and suitable position for herself. Her breathing was steady, and she was still in a deep sleep. This was extremely rare for a demon saint. At her level of cultivation, she could basically not sleep or rest, but 3 days and 3 nights of indulgence still made her feel exhausted. It was even more tiring than fighting an enemy who was also a demon saint. His big hand gently stroked her smooth back, and there was a soul-stirring curve between her back and her perky buttocks. Yang Kai resisted the impulse in his heart and quietly pulled one of his arms out from under Yu Rumeng. Dressed neatly, Yang Kai walked out of the room and came to the courtyard. There was a small bridge over flowing water in the courtyard, a rockery, and a few unknown fruit trees. At this time, it was the time for them to bloom. Small pink flowers hung on the branches, charming and lovely. Yang Kai stood under a tree with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, his eyes absent-mindedly. He had actually succeeded. Yu Rumeng did not stop him. Even after 3 days and 3 nights of absurdity, Yang Kai still could not believe that he had actually broken through the last line of defense with Yu Rumeng and completely occupied her. The words of Bai Li Mo and Mingyu before made him somewhat wary of Yu Rumeng. This time, it could be considered as a test. If Yu Rumeng still refused him, then he would really have to plan carefully in the future. He never thought that the process would be so smooth. Could it be that Bai Li Mo and Mingyu were wrong? A woman was willing to have a first time with him. This undoubtedly showed that this woman did not have any reservations about him. Otherwise, why would she joke about her virginity? In contrast, what surprised Yang Kai was that his attitude at that time was actually so tough. This was something that would never have happened in the past. Usually, as long as Yu Rumeng showed a little bit of resistance, he would not force her. However, 3 days ago, he had thought that he could either have her or break up with her. There was no third possibility. It seems that after becoming the demon race, his temperament has changed a little. Fortunately, the impact was not too great, otherwise, Yang Kai was afraid that he would become a different person. Chi. A light sound came, accompanied by a delicate voice that entered Yang Kai's ears, "Go to hell." A sharp chi attack came from behind. Yang Kai quickly turned around and clamped his fingers in front of him. A gleaming cold sword was caught between his 2 fingers, only 3 inches away from his eyes. The owner of the sword struggled a few times but was unable to take back his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he threw the sword away and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Emperor Qi surged, filling the air with a fragrant scent. Yang Kai felt that what was coming towards him was not a jade palm, but a blooming flower, a peerlessly beautiful flower that wanted to swallow him whole. Yang Kai stepped forward and rushed into his opponent's attack range, startling his opponent. Caught off guard, Yang Kai grabbed his wrist, and under the shock of his demonic chi, he instantly lost the ability to resist. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He knew that after seizing the opportunity of the great emperors, he would not have an easy time in the future, but he did not expect that the first one to jump out to make trouble for him would be Li Shiqing. At this moment, Li Shiqing's beautiful eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Yang Kai with great hatred. She, who had always been timid, was now filled with murderous intent. With her sword snatched, her wrist captured, and her emperor qi unable to circulate, Li Shiqing could not break free from Yang Kai's grip, but her other hand did not hesitate to punch Yang Kai in the chest, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Yang Kai looked at her calmly, letting her punch his chest, but since she was unable to circulate his emperor qi, it was no different from scratching an itch. After a while, Yang Kai asked, "Why do you want to kill me?" Li Shiqing glared at him, "You killed the great emperors, so I want to avenge the great emperors." "How do you know I killed the great emperors?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "What you saw with your own eyes may not be the truth. What I saw was that you killed the great emperors." Li Shiqing suddenly burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face, and her murderous aura instantly disappeared. With red eyes, she asked, "Why did you kill him?" "Why?" Her punch had lost all its strength, and if someone who did not know better saw it, they would have thought they were flirting. Yang Kai was speechless. Why did he kill the great emperors? If he had known that the person he attacked was Mingyu, he would not have been so decisive. Unfortunately, Mingyu had already passed away, so it was useless to think about this now. Li Shiqing's reaction was normal. Anyone who saw this scene in the star boundary would want to kill him to avenge Mingyu. Not to mention, Li Shiqing was the disciple of the great emperors, so she should have more responsibility and awareness than the average person. Yang Kai could not blame her, nor would he blame her. He only hated himself for being too weak at that time and not being able to protect Mingyu. The abnormality quickly attracted Lao Ku and the others, and they all stared at them with wide eyes. Boya seemed to understand something and could not help but sigh. Li Shiqing was still crying when Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked her unconscious. Holding her body, he gestured to Boya and ordered, "Take her down and have a look." Without a word, Boya took the unconscious Li Shiqing, carried her by the waist, and quickly disappeared. "Disperse." Yang Kai waved his hand and walked towards his room. He pushed open the door and walked in, only to see Yu Meng lying on the bed, her jade-like hands supporting her cheeks, looking lazy. She was not wearing any clothes, only a thin layer of gauze covering her body. Her beautiful body was faintly discernible, making one's blood boil. Their eyes met, and Yu Meng said with a smile, "She wanted to kill you, and you let her go just like that? What's the point of bickering with her?" Yang Kai's eyes wandered over Yu Meng's body as he spoke, then climbed up and lay down behind Yu Meng. He held her waist with one hand and used the other to rub her body. Yu Meng grabbed the mischievous hand and said with a frown, "Stop, I can't take it anymore." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and blew into her ear while breaking free from her grip. He covered her plump softness and rubbed it vigorously, chuckling, "You are a demon saint, your recovery shouldn't be this bad, right? What do you want?" Yu Meng did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she also closed her eyes and leaned back. "I want to stir up trouble." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he bit her shoulder. Yu Meng immediately moaned. Chapter 35-60. The atmosphere in the room was sluggish, and there was a strange smell everywhere. As the clouds and rain gradually dissipated, Yu Meng's naked body was dyed a faint crimson red as she lay on Yang Kai's broad chest like a kitten, her fine black hair scattered about as she whispered, "Smelly man, are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai stroked her round buttocks and grinned, "If I could do this every day, then I would be satisfied." Yu Meng suddenly raised her head and angrily glared at him. She punched his chest, "In your dreams. This time is an exception. Don't even think about touching me in the future. No way, right?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as his hand froze. He miserably looked into her beautiful eyes. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Yu Meng leaned back and said with a smile, "It's not impossible for you to have me. When you become the 13th demon saint in the demon territory, I will give you whatever you want. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. How long will that take? After the transformation of the energy in his body, he was only a high-rank demon king. After that, he would become a half-saint, and then a demon saint. Although it was only 2 steps, these 2 steps were the most difficult to break through. It was even more difficult than becoming a high-rank demon king. Yu Rumeng said, "It will depend on your own efforts, don't be like this." Yang Kai bashfully stretched out his hands to hold her face and said seriously, "You are joking with me, right?" Yu Rumeng's expression was very serious as she said seriously, "I am not joking. Before we reached this step, I didn't care about you and let you do whatever you want. But now that you are my man, you have to be worthy of me. I am a demon saint, and only a demon saint is worthy of me." Yang Kai was silent. Although these words didn't sound very pleasing to the ears, they were the truth. It was unreasonable for a demon saint's man to be too weak. Did killing Mingyu have a big impact on you? Yu Rumeng looked at Yang Kai and asked. After all, he is one of the great emperors. Yang Kai frowned. After all, I came from the star boundary. Yu Rumeng said, even if you didn't kill him, someone else would have killed him. From the moment he fell into the demon territory, it was impossible for him to escape. Just like how devil saints like us won't easily enter the star boundary, if we are really surrounded by those great emperors, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape death. Naturally, Yang Rumeng, Yu Rumeng. By the way, how did you suddenly become the demon race? Yu Rumeng asked curiously. Previously, in the star boundary, although Yang Kai had become the demon race once and had a demonic nature, the situation was not too serious. The power in his body was still Emperor's Qi, but when Yang Kai urged his power, what appeared was incomparably pure demon Qi, just like a real demon race. Speaking of which, I was just about to ask you. Yang Kai frowned. Previously, when I obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and fled, my aura fluctuated. I had no choice but to return to Cloud Shadow to break through, but when I broke through, after briefly recounting what had happened to him, Yu Rumeng's expression changed as she asked, "You're saying that when you were breaking through, a strange shadow sneaked into your knowledge sea?" That's right. That black shadow was incomparably peculiar. It was practically indestructible. I didn't even know when it was lurking nearby. When I wasn't paying attention, it slipped into my sea of knowledge. After I killed that black shadow, my entire sea of knowledge was contaminated with demonic nature. Then, I was able to absorb demonic energy. The power within my body also underwent a world-shaking change. Yu Rumeng asked curiously, since you couldn't destroy it, how did you kill it? Yang Kai said, I once raised some soul-devouring insects in my knowledge sea. It was by relying on those soul-devouring insects that I was able to slowly kill it. Soul-devouring insects. Yu Rumeng whispered, extremely surprised that Yang Kai raised soul-devouring insects in his knowledge sea. What was that shadow? Yang Kai asked. It's hard to say. Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head, although I have some guesses, I can't verify them until I see that shadow. What are your guesses? Yu Rumeng poked Yang Kai's chest and said, don't ask so much, you will slowly find out in the future. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask anything, she suddenly glared at Yang Kai and changed the topic, your luck is really good. You obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and broke through your own bottleneck. Now, even your soul cultivation has skyrocketed, right? Yang Kai grinned, you expected this? Yu Rumeng snorted, why do you think I repeatedly stopped you before? I was afraid that you couldn't bear the pressure brought by the skyrocketing soul power. This time, if it weren't for you being pitiful, you wouldn't have succeeded. Pitiful? Where did this come from? Yang Kai was a little speechless, but the benefits he obtained from Yu Rumeng were obvious, so he didn't bother to argue with her. He said thoughtfully, I feel that not only has my soul grown a lot, but it also seems to have gained something else. Yu Meng gently nodded and said, I am proficient in charm techniques, which is the innate divine technique of my succubus demon clan, so in the future, you will have a great resistance to similar soul secret techniques. Let me put it this way, even if those demon saint and great emperors want to use charm-type soul secret techniques to deal with you, it will be very difficult for them to succeed. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is there such a good thing? Wasn't this equivalent to gaining a natural immunity? Even the great emperors and demon saint would have a hard time, let alone those half-saint. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Some debts should be settled properly. Yu Meng said, but it is limited to charm-type soul secret techniques. It's better than nothing, Yang Kai grinned. Do you want to avenge Mingyue? Yu Meng suddenly asked, making Yang Kai's body and smile instantly stiffen. Just as he was about to speak, a small hand covered his mouth, and Yu Meng continued, I didn't mean to pry into your thoughts, but when you accepted my primordial yin, our divine senses merged, and I could more or less see into your thoughts. This let me know that you didn't come to the demon territory with me wholeheartedly. You probably came to the demon territory for Mingyue, am I right? Yang Kai's stiff body slowly relaxed. Since Yu Meng said this, there was no point in denying it, so he could only nod and say, yes, I did come to the demon territory for Master Mingyue. Yu Meng immediately gritted her teeth and said, you lied to me. While speaking, a slender jade finger had already pointed at Yang Kai's chest, and demon chi pulsed from her fingertip, and a dangerous aura instantly filled the air. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, do you want to kill me? Yu Meng said hatefully, you think I can't bear to kill you? Yang Kai sighed and slowly shook his head, then do it. While speaking, he closed his eyes, as if he was at Yu Meng's mercy. Yu Meng's teeth creaked, and the demon chi on her fingertip stretched out little by little, turning into a sharp aura, piercing Yang Kai's skin and flesh, and heading straight for his heart. In an instant, blood flowed from Yang Kai's chest. However, when it was only half an inch away from his heart, Yu Meng stopped. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her proudly, then turned over and pressed her under his body. Ignoring the blood flowing from his chest, he laughed and said, I knew you couldn't bear to do it. Although Yu Meng was a demon saint, she was still a woman after all. She would have some strange feelings for the man who first took her. What's more, the two of them were restrained by the heart seal secret technique, so how could she really kill Yang Kai? While speaking, Yang Kai lowered his head and kissed her plump lips. But soon, he raised his head with a painful expression. His mouth was full of the smell of blood because Yu Meng had bitten him so hard that even his tongue had been cut. Is it fun to lie? Yu Meng looked at him coldly. This woman changed her face as quickly as flipping a book, making Yang Kai feel somewhat at a loss. Yang Kai covered his mouth and stammered, but don't bite me. You asked for it, Yu Meng coldly snorted, I said, don't even think about touching me again. Are you serious? Yang Kai was stunned. Do you think I'm joking with you? Yu Meng raised her foot and kicked Yang Kai to the side. When she got up, her clothes fluttered and covered her body. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, she was almost fully dressed. Her towering chest rose and fell violently. Obviously, she was still angry. Yu Meng squinted at Yang Kai and said, let me ask you, is your heart in the demon territory or in the star boundary? This question was too sharp. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and said, so what if my heart is in the demon territory? So what if my heart is in the star boundary? Yu Meng said, if your heart is in the demon territory, I will do my best to help you ascend to the throne of the 13th demon saint. If your heart is in the star boundary, I will no longer care about your life or death from now on. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, if I said my heart is in the demon territory, would you believe me? If Yu Meng had not seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, this promise would not be a problem, but with the divine sense from before, it was impossible for Yu Rumeng to believe him. Frowning, Yu Rumeng said, "You have completely become the demon race, and the power in your body has been transformed into demon qi. Even if you return to the star boundary, will it accept you? Why are you so stubborn?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said solemnly, "The power in my body doesn't mean anything. As a cultivator, I only ask my heart. As long as I have a clear conscience, why should I be afraid of heavenly thunder rolling?" Yu Rumeng was stunned. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. "Why don't you lend me a hand, Rumeng? With your help, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I don't need to tell you about the situation in the demon territory, you probably know that this world is sick. The continents are gradually disappearing, and many of the world gates are unstable. One day, the demon territory will collapse. If the demon race wants to find a way out, they will have to completely occupy the star boundary. But how can the star boundary be so easy to occupy? In the end, both sides will suffer, and both worlds will be plunged into misery and suffering." Yu Rumeng said, "This is an inevitable result. From the moment the passage between the two worlds opened, the demon territory and the star boundary will end in either one of them dying." Chapter 3561. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "Perhaps there is another ending." Yu Rumeng looked at him with a strange expression. "You aren't thinking that the creatures of the two worlds can coexist peacefully, are you?" Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "If there weren't countless casualties, perhaps there would be such a possibility. But now, both the demon territory and the star world have suffered countless casualties. With such a deep hatred, how can they coexist peacefully? Then what is the other ending you are talking about?" Yang Kai said with burning eyes, "The dispute between the star world and the demon territory, in the final analysis, is only one word: survival. The demon territory seeks another world to survive, while the star world seeks to protect its own land. The great emperors and demon saint do not dare to act rashly because they are afraid of collapsing the world. And if the struggle between the two worlds is allowed to continue, even if the demon territory can obtain the final victory, how many people will survive in the end? Not to mention the demon race at the bottom, even demon saint like you won't have a good ending." Yu Rumeng looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "You can see so far." Yang Kai said with a smile, "In any case, I have stayed in the demon territory for such a long time. If I can't even see this point, then I would have come here in vain. Even if you're right, so what? All sentient beings are searching for their own way of survival. The battle between the two worlds will never end until a victor is decided." Yang Kai looked at her and said, "What if there is a place that can accommodate all the demon race?" Yu Rumeng frowned and said thoughtfully, "You mean, another great world?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, his eyes deep. "The territory of that world will not be smaller than the current demon territory. The world laws there will also not be worse than the demon territory. Whether it is the lowest demon race or you demon saint, you will all be able to survive there. That world can be said to be a brand new demon territory. You know where that world is?" Yu Rumeng raised her eyebrows. Yang Kai was silent for a moment. Then he slowly shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. Maybe I will know in the future." Yu Rumeng looked at him for a long time and said with a smile, "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai said seriously, "If there is such a place, Rumeng, are you willing to help me?" "How can I help you?" "Convince the other demon saint to migrate all the demon race there." "What a joke." Yu Rumeng sneered. "Perhaps in the beginning, the war of the two realms started in the demon territory for the sake of survival. But now, it's hard to say how many people can still maintain their original intentions. Don't forget, the demon race is filled with bloodthirsty and warlike fellows." Yang Kai frowned. Thinking about it, it made sense. He took a step back and said, "Let's not talk about others for now. I only want to ask you, when the time comes, what will you choose?" Yu Ru Meng was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she said softly, "If there is such a place." She suddenly flicked her sleeves and said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak again, she said, "I'm going back to Holy City. You come with me. Before Boss Huang says anything, it's not safe for you to stay here. If you have anything to pack, pack it up quickly. I'll wait for you outside." Saying so, she walked outside. But after taking 2 steps, she frowned and showed a pained expression. She reached out and covered her lower abdomen. Then, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood by the bed, completely naked. With his hands on his waist, he admired her enchanting back and her strange walking posture and smiled. Although Yu Ru Meng did not make a clear statement at the last moment, Yang Kai could see that she was moved. This encouraged him greatly and made him feel that the idea he suddenly came up with was very likely to be realized. Moreover, after understanding many thoughts in his mind, she did not do anything to him. Instead, she wanted to take him to Holy City to take refuge. This showed that Yu Ru Meng still had him in her heart. Maybe it was because of the heart seal secret technique, or maybe it was because of the pleasure of having sex, or maybe it was because of both. But no matter what, this was a good start. Yang Kai also felt his body suddenly relaxed. He did not have to act in front of her anymore, which reduced a lot of his pressure. After a short while, Yang Kai dressed up neatly. He went out to find Lao Ku and told him something. Then, he flew away with Yu Ru Meng. He did not take his Dharmakaya with him. He left it to guard Cloud Shadow in case of accidents. Along the way, Yu Ru Meng ignored Yang Kai, as if the joy of the previous few days did not exist at all. Probably because she was still angry, Yang Kai did not want to provoke her and simply closed his eyes to rest. This made Yu Ru Meng grit her teeth even more. Several times, she wished she could throw Yang Kai out of the sky. A demon saint's flying speed was extremely fast. After only half a day, the two arrived at the Phantom Continent and entered the Holy City's palace. Yu Ru Meng directly threw Yang Kai into the courtyard where he had lived before and disappeared, not giving Yang Kai a chance to speak at all. The maids in the courtyard were naturally the same as last time. Except for Xiao Wu, who was taken to Cloud Shadow by Yang Kai, the others had not changed. Naturally, they all recognized Yang Kai and served him wholeheartedly. After entering the room, Yang Kai ordered that no one was to disturb him. Only then did he sit down cross-legged and after a slight sigh, his figure flickered and he entered the small sealed world. The next moment, he appeared in the medicine garden of the small sealed world. Mu Zhu and the wood spirits sensed his presence and immediately flew over from somewhere in the medicine garden. After seeing Yang Kai, they shouted in unison, "Master." Yang Kai looked around and said, "Where is the person I sent in a few days ago?" The two wood spirits looked at each other and Mu Zhu said, "Master, please come with me." Saying so, she led the way. Shuttling through various exotic flowers and grasses, Yang Kai, under the guidance of the two wood spirits, soon arrived in front of a spirit plant with huge leaves. This spirit plant had 3 long leaves, like 3 big beds. 2 of the leaves were stretched out while the other one was wrapped up, as if it was wrapping something. Yang Kai understood and looked sadly at the spirit leaf. Mu Zhu stretched out her hand and touched the spirit leaf. The rolled-up spirit leaf immediately unfolded and a figure appeared on the spirit leaf, looking peaceful, as if he was sleeping. Mingyu, the Great Emperor's. The blood on the Great Emperor's body had been washed clean and they had even changed into a new set of clothes to cover the huge wound on their chest. Their face was pale and lifeless. "Didn't you try to restore his vitality?" Yang Kai asked. The Wood Spirit clan was not only proficient in cultivating exotic flowers and grasses, they were also extremely skilled in healing. When he sent Mingyu here that day, he hoped that the two wood spirits could think of a way to bring the dead back to life and protect this mainstay of the star boundary. When Master sent him in, his soul had already dissipated, leaving behind only a shell. Nana and I were powerless, Mu Zhu replied softly. Yang Kai was speechless. Master, this master is. Mu Zhu asked softly. When Yang Kai sent Mingyu's body here that day, she and Mu Na were the first to discover it and realized that this must be the work of a master. After all, this was the first time Yang Kai had sent a corpse to the medicine garden. If this person did not have an extremely special meaning to Yang Kai, how could he have been sent here? One of the 10 great emperors, the great emperors of Mingyu. As Yang Kai spoke, he lifted his robes and respectfully knelt in front of Mingyu's corpse, took a deep breath, and solemnly said, Master, Junior Yang Kai swears here that he will not disappoint Master and will protect the star boundary's will and the star boundary's safety. I hope that the Master's spirit in heaven will protect us. Finished speaking, Yang Kai respectfully kowtowed 3 times, and the 2 wood spirits behind him also followed suit. Although they had never interacted before, a great emperor's was enough for them to show proper respect. A moment later, after instructing the 2 wood spirits to take good care of Mingyu's corpse, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. Not long after, Yang Kai appeared on a high mountain. At the top of this mountain, a figure stood alone. It was unknown how long this figure had been standing there, but it was indescribably bleak and desolate. As if sensing something, that figure suddenly shouted, "Who is it?" When he turned around, that person's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, as if he had seen a ray of hope in a desperate situation. He rolled and crawled in front of Yang Kai, crying, "Master, I finally see you. Master, please let me go." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at the low-rank demon king in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, "I remember that you are called Huoluan?" Huoluan hurriedly nodded, "Yes, this little one is indeed called Huoluan." This guy was a low-rank demon king that Yang Kai captured when he returned to Cloud Shadow from the Eternal Heaven continent. It was also with this guy's help that he passed through several sealed world gates and safely returned to Cloud Shadow. However, this guy knew about the existence of the sealed world bead, so Yang Kai directly threw him into the sealed world bead just in case. On one hand, he didn't want the secret of the sealed world bead to be exposed, and on the other hand, he wanted to do an experiment. Huoluan said, "Master, if you have any orders, just say the word. This little one will climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. This little one will not frown. I only beg Master not to imprison me here." This damned place was incomparably vast. He had been looking for a way out since he came in, but he hadn't been able to find it. What made him feel extremely horrified was that there was not a single living thing in this place. It was as if he was the only one left in the entire world. In this lonely and unfamiliar environment, this low-rank demon king was under tremendous psychological pressure. If it weren't for the demon king's cultivation and temperament, he would have already collapsed. Seeing Yang Kai at this time was naturally like seeing his savior. "What's wrong? Are you not used to living here?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. Huoluan said with a sad face, "Master, this place is like a primitive wilderness. There is no one here. How can I get used to it?" He spoke the truth and said with a sincere expression, "As long as Master lets me out, this little one will definitely obey all of your orders in the future." Yang Kai smiled, "What can I do with a low-rank demon king?" Huoluan's face turned pale. Thinking about the strength Yang Kai had shown before, a low-rank demon king really wasn't of much use to him. For a moment, his heart turned to ashes. Chapter 3562. Just as he was grieving, he heard Yang Kai ask, "Let me ask you, what is the difference between this place and the demon territory?" Since Yang Kai asked him a question, he naturally didn't dare not answer, calming his mind and replying, "The world energy here isn't abundant, and the world principles here are slightly weaker. If I stay here for too long, my cultivation will likely regress." The mysterious small world's original territory had abundant world energy and world principles, but this newly merged mysterious small world's territory was much worse. After all, these were all fragments of a continent that had disappeared. Being able to fuse back together was already a pleasant surprise, so how could he ask for more? After speaking, Huoluan hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "Master, isn't this the demon territory?" He was a low-rank demon king, suddenly coming from the demon territory to another world. He would more or less be aware of it. "Naturally, this is not the demon territory," Yang Kai nodded, his mouth curving into a grin. "However, it may become another demon territory." What do you mean?" Huoluan was stunned. "You don't need to know what I mean. I have a very important task for you. If you can complete it well, you may be able to regain your freedom in the future." Huoluan was pleasantly surprised. "Please speak, Master, this lowly one will do his best to complete it. Stay here peacefully. In the near future, there might be some unexpected changes in this world. What you need to do is to remember all the changes in your heart and then tell me. Perhaps there will be a day when you won't be willing to leave this place." Only a ghost would be reluctant to leave this place, Huoluan cursed in his heart, but he still quickly agreed, wondering what kind of task this was and what kind of changes could occur in this world. While he was wondering, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Huoluan was shocked and hurriedly shouted a few times, but he didn't get any response, inevitably feeling a little frustrated. However, thinking about Yang Kai's previous instructions, he could only pray that Yang Kai would keep his word and let him go one day. After a while, a treehouse appeared on the top of the mountain. Since he was going to live here, he had to have a place to stay. It was very simple for a low-rank demon king to find a place to live, so with the help of the local materials, a treehouse was quickly formed. In the side room, Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and sat cross-legged, calming his qi and concentrating. Ming Yu was already dead and could not be revived. The only thing he could do now was to complete Ming Yu's request and protect his own destiny. If he wanted to protect himself, he would need to have a strong cultivation base. Since breaking through the shackles and advancing a few days ago, he hadn't had the time to properly experience his current state. Now that he had some rare free time, he naturally couldn't wait to see the difference between himself and before. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to check if there were any hidden dangers in his body. The sudden change in the power in his body caused him to be on tenterhooks. Especially the unsealing of the ancient devil's devil qi in his dantian, he was very worried about whether there would be any repercussions. A powerful divine sense surged out and swept through his body inch by inch, thoroughly inspecting him. After a full day, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. This inspection allowed him to confirm that there was nothing wrong with his breakthrough. The power in his body had been completely transformed, and his flesh and meridians were not damaged in the slightest. The vigorous and pure demonic qi was also flowing through his meridians without the slightest obstruction. Although there were no major problems with his body, Yang Kai was still somewhat distressed. His current state was impressively that of a standard high-rank demon king, which made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. He really didn't know if he would be treated as a demon race member if he returned to the star boundary. But thinking about this now was useless. Yang Kai simply threw these thoughts to the back of his mind and tried to operate his secret art. The demonic qi between heaven and earth rolled over in an instant. Along with Yang Kai's breath, it poured into his body through his millions of pores and flowed through his meridians, immersing itself in dantian. He really could cultivate without any worries in the demon territory. Yang Kai had been in the demon territory for such a long time, but he had basically not cultivated at all, mainly because the conditions did not allow it. The world here was filled with demonic qi, which was completely different from the world energy in the star boundary. Rashly absorbing it into his body could lead to unpredictable consequences. He also did not cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method like his embodiment, so he naturally did not dare to try it lightly. But now, after completely becoming the demon race, the environment in the demon territory was no longer a hindrance to his cultivation. Old demon chi could be absorbed, but what about demonic crystals? Without hesitation, Yang Kai took out a large number of demonic crystals from his space ring and shattered them. In an instant, the room was filled with rich demonic chi. After inhaling and exhaling, the demonic chi flowed into his body without the slightest discomfort. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai took out a myriad demon pill and after a moment of hesitation, popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. The myriad demon pill was not a pill, but a special existence formed by the nest of 10,000 demons in the demon territory. Each of these nest of 10,000 demons was constantly devouring the vitality, essence, and soul of the demon race on the various continents, allowing the nest of 10,000 demons to produce myriad demon pills. Yang Kai did not know why the nest of 10,000 demons had such a strange ability, but he knew that ever since the demon territory collapsed and turned into various continents, these nest of 10,000 demons had suddenly appeared. The nest of 10,000 demons gave Yang Kai an extremely strange feeling, as if they were living beings, but this did not hinder the great effect that the myriad demon pills could bring to the demon race. The myriad demon pills produced in the nest of 10,000 demons were equivalent to the crystallization of the vitality, essence, and soul of the demon race on the various continents, containing a huge amount of terrifying energy. Thanks to the myriad demon pill, the embodiment was able to advance to half-saint in an extremely short period of time. When the pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai did not feel anything at first, but soon, his lower abdomen suddenly became scalding hot, as if what he had swallowed was not a myriad demon pill, but a piece of hot iron. A huge amount of energy exploded in his lower abdomen and rushed into every corner of his body, causing his flesh and blood to squirm and his meridians to swell. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he already knew that the energy contained in the myriad demon pill was unimaginable, only when he actually consumed it did he realize how enormous the energy was. No wonder only the Demon King level demon race had the qualifications to enjoy the myriad demon pill. If this thing was eaten by a demon king or below, even a high-rank demon commander would immediately explode and die. He could now be considered a high-rank demon king, and his strength was far from what a normal high-rank demon king could compare to. A single myriad demon pill naturally could not do anything to him. Guiding the energy in his stomach to his limbs and bones, refining the energy into his body bit by bit, Yang Kai could clearly feel his strength increasing bit by bit. He could not help but sigh with emotion. The myriad demon pill was much more effective than any emperor pill. No wonder the demon race had a huge advantage over the star realm in terms of the number of demon king and above. This was not only because the population of the demon race was greater than that of the star realm, but also because of the myriad demon pill. The strength of the two realms was unbalanced from the beginning. Now that Mingyu had died, one of the great emperors was missing, and this imbalance was even more obvious. If the struggle between the two realms was allowed to continue, the star realm would definitely be doomed. In less than 10 years, the entire star realm would fall, unless they could find a way to eliminate the demon saint population. But how could the demon saint be so easy to kill? If they could use another method to end the struggle between the two realms, it would give the star realm a chance to preserve itself. Yang Kai felt that he had to speed up. He had to invade the territory of the demon race and find a way out before the demon saint left the battlefield. Yang Kai spent a full 10 days to digest the myriad demon pill. It was far slower than the embodiment's speed. Because of the embodiment's physique and cultivation method, the embodiment consumed the myriad demon pill much faster than him. Now that it had become a half-saint, its speed would definitely increase. Fortunately, he had robbed nearly 10,000 myriad demon pills from Bai Liemo. After opening the door, Yang Kai asked the maid and learned that Yuru Meng had not looked for him recently, nor did she have any news to pass on to him. Yang Kai began to cultivate again. Another myriad demon pill entered his stomach, and he refined it as usual. It was only after refining 3 myriad demon pills that Yu Meng sent him a message. The person who came to pass on the message was not an outsider, but an old acquaintance of Yang Kai, Bai Zhua. This guy had participated in the fight for opportunities in the Eternal Heaven continent, but his luck was not too good. He was injured by Mingyu and had been recuperating in the Holy City recently. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the two-realm battlefield. When Yang Kai saw him, this guy's face was still a little pale, and he coughed a few times from time to time. The two left the palace together, found a restaurant in the Holy City, and chatted while drinking. After 3 rounds of wine, Bai Zhua smiled slightly. Brother Yang is indeed a person of great fortune. In the Battle of Eternal Heaven, more than 100 half-saint returned empty-handed, and more than a dozen half-saints even died. Only Brother Yang managed to snatch the opportunities. I am so envious. Yang Kai drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, and said with a smile, "Fortune is mysterious and unpredictable, who can say for sure?" That day, I didn't want to snatch any opportunities, I just wanted to join in the fun. Bai Zhua said with an envious expression, "That's why I said Brother Yang's luck is amazing." So many half-saints were rolling up their sleeves and glaring at him covetously, yet in the end, they were taken advantage of by someone who came to join in the fun. It was truly infuriating. Bai Zhua paused for a moment and said, "The holy seniors asked me to tell Brother Yang that the matter has been dealt with properly, and all the holy seniors have come to an agreement. They won't make a move against you." This was within Yang Kai's expectations. Since Desolate Infinite had said that, he wouldn't slap his own face, and the other demon saint would more or less give him face. In any case, in the eyes of the demon race, he had completely become the demon race, and could be considered a part of the demon territory. There wasn't much difference between him and the other half-saints' opportunities. This was also the reason why Xueli had no choice but to retreat that day. Hearing this, Yang Kai said, "In other words, I'm safe in the demon territory from now on?" Bai Zhua smiled meaningfully. "Relatively speaking, it's much safer." Relatively speaking. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood the meaning behind his words. Chapter 3563. Bai Zhua smiled and said, "Saint Desolation has spoken first, so the other saint sages will naturally not make things difficult for you. However, the same can't be said for the half-saint." Yang Kai was surprised. Even the saint sages have some scruples, so how can the half-saint be so unscrupulous? Bai Zhua slowly shook his head and sighed. "Brother Yang, you have to know that the opportunity you have was originally prepared for the half-saint in the demon territory. However, it ended up in your hands due to a freak combination of factors. If you were really a member of the demon race, then it would be fine. However, Brother Yang, you know your current situation. It's inevitable that someone will use your background to make an issue out of it and then bargain with you. Brother Bai Zhua, I understand what you mean. In the demon territory, the demon saint will not do anything to me due to their status and reputation. However, those half-saint won't let it go, right?" Bai Zhua said, "Since ancient times, wealth has dazzled people's eyes, and opportunities can bewitch people's hearts. Moreover, this opportunity is like a path to heaven for us half-saint. If I hadn't known Brother Yang for a long time and worked under the saint sages, to be honest, I would also be tempted." Yang Kai gently nodded. Bai Zhua lowered his voice and said, "This is also the result of the saint sages' discussion with the other saint sages. The other saint sages didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If you don't have the ability to protect your own opportunity, then it's better to hand it over early. After pausing for a moment, Baizhua said, "The saint sages asked me to tell Brother Yang that since you have already obtained the opportunity, it's best for you to stay in the holy city and cultivate in peace. When the day comes that your cultivation is great, no one in the demon territory will be able to do anything to you." Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Is this the saint sage's words?" Baizhua said seriously, "Not a word more, not a word less." Then, with a strange expression, he asked, "Brother Yang, may I ask something that I shouldn't ask? Did you offend the Lord?" She felt that the Lord's attitude towards Yang Kai was a little subtle this time. There was a hint of arrogance in his concern for Yang Kai, as if he did not want to face him directly. That's right, it was Tsundere. Baizhua would never forget that kind of expression. He had followed her for so many years, but he had never seen Yu Ru Meng show such an expression. That was exactly the expression of a little girl who had her first awakening of love. When Baizhua saw it, he was shocked. If it was someone else, it would have been fine. However, who was Yu Ru Meng? She was one of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory. She was an existence that stood at the pinnacle. Yang Kai smiled and did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Since the Lord asked you to pass the message, does that mean she doesn't want to see me?" Baizhua coughed softly and said vaguely, "I don't know about that. It's just that the Lord values Brother Yang very much." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Brother Yang, you mean?" Baizhua looked at him inquiringly. Yang Kai grabbed the wine pot in front of him and poured it into his mouth. After a while, he slammed the wine pot on the table. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "Time is not on my side. I can't stay in the sacred city for long." Baizhua sighed again and smacked his lips. He said, "The Lord said that if Brother Yang wants to leave, he can leave at any time. There's no need to inform her." Yang Kai heard him and nodded. "That's good. Women are troublesome. It'll be troublesome if we meet." Baizhua lowered his head and looked at his shoes. He pretended that he did not hear anything. "By the way, Brother Baizhua." Yang Kai suddenly looked at him with burning eyes. "Let me ask you something. If a half-saint comes to trouble me, will I kill him?" Baizhua was shocked when he heard this. He looked up and saw Yang Kai's murderous eyes. He could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth and said, "Brother Yang, who do you want to kill?" "I'll kill whoever comes to trouble me." If it was an ordinary high-grade devil king spouting such nonsense, Baizhua would probably laugh it off. He would feel that the person who said such words didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The difference between a devil king and a half-step saint was like the difference between an elephant and an ant. An ant wanting to bite an elephant to death was simply ridiculous. However, the person who said this was Yang Kai. Baizhua had no choice but to take him seriously. The person in front of him was not an ordinary upper-tier demon king. After thinking for a moment, Baizhua said, "No one is willing to stretch their neck out for others to chop off. If someone really wants to harm Brother Yang will naturally return blood for blood. This is Brother Yang's freedom." "That's good." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his hands. "Many thanks for Brother Baijua's hospitality. We will meet again someday." After saying this, he walked out in large strides. After leaving the restaurant, Yang Kai turned around and looked in the direction of the temporary residence. He could faintly feel that there was someone watching him, but he could not tell who it was. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to wave in that direction. Then, he flew into the sky. Half an hour later, in the temporary residence, Baizhua truthfully reported his meeting with Yang Kai. Yu Ru Meng listened calmly. Her eyebrows twitched as she said, "He left just like that? Didn't he leave any message?" Baizhua lowered his eyes and slowly shook his head. "He didn't leave any message." Then, he seemed to hear the sound of teeth grinding. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. After considering it for a moment, Baizhuo said, Brother Yang is now in possession of a great opportunity, but his strength isn't very strong. If he leaves rashly now, it will be no different from a child carrying gold through a busy market. I'm afraid countless people will covet him. Should I chase him back? Why chase him? Yu Rumeng's face was livid. She gritted her teeth and flicked her sleeves. Let him die outside. Baizhuo lowered his head even more as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. This guy just patted his ass and left, leaving me here to endure the storm of attacks from the holy senior. How disloyal. Instinctively, Baizhuo felt that nothing good would come out of staying in the sacred city. He could not care less about his injuries. He cupped his fists and said, My lord, I've been back for some time. The two-realm battlefield is without a leader. Please allow me to return to the front line and take charge of the situation. Hearing this, Yu Rumeng's face softened. She asked with concern, How are your injuries? Baizhuo said, It's nothing serious. I just need to rest for a few days and I'll recover. Thank you for your concern. Yu Rumeng nodded and said, Since you have such intentions, I'll fulfill your wish. Take this, it can help you recover. As she spoke, a jade box flew steadily in front of Baizhuo. Baizhuo knew that it must be a treasure that could heal his injuries. He quickly took it and thanked her. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Rumeng suddenly said, When you go to the two-realm battlefield, focus on defense. Don't start a war so easily. Baizhuo was stunned. He did not know why Yu Rumeng would give such an order. The army under the 12 demon saint was now divided into 12 groups. Each group had their own duties. The territories that each group conquered belonged to themselves. It was equivalent to snatching the territories of the astral world for the 12 demon saints in advance. When they unified the astral world in the future, the size of the territories occupied by the demon saints would be determined by the number of territories that were seized during wartime. Once Yu Rumeng gave this order, it was equivalent to giving up the advantage of snatching territories in advance. Even if she really conquered the astral world in the future, she would not have much territory. Without territory, she would not be able to settle down the people of her various continents. If she could not settle down those people, there would definitely be chaos. He was puzzled. If it were any other time, Baizhuo would definitely ask in detail. However, the sage was currently in a fit of anger, so Baizhuo did not dare to ask. He could only obediently follow the order and leave. After Baizhuo left, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted from Yu Rumeng's delicate body. It swept through the entire hall, shattering all the decorations in the hall. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Bastard! The guards and maids in the hall were so scared that they trembled and crawled on the ground. The scenery of the flying cloud continent was beautiful. There were undulating mountains and countless spirit rivers. The energy of heaven and earth was also extremely abundant. It was one of the territories under Yu Rumeng. Under the rule of a half-saint, the overall strength of the entire continent was not weak. However, there was an extremely obvious difference between the customs of this continent and most other continents. That was, women were superior to men. Unless the strength of the male demon race had reached a certain level, the status of the male demon race was inferior to that of the female demon race. This was extremely obvious among the lower class of the demon race. In every village, tribe, and even city, the important positions were generally held by the female demon race. Even if they were of the same cultivation level, the male demon race was weaker than the female demon race. The reason was that the half-saint who ruled this continent was a female succubus demon. Moreover, she was from the same race as Yu Rumeng. Within the demon territory, each race had their own specialties and characteristics. The succubus demon race's specialty was that their divine soul was more powerful than the other demon races. The female succubus demon was a natural beauty. Within the demon territory, which demon race had a little bit of strength and status? Which family didn't raise a few female succubus demons for their entertainment? The female succubus demon's bedroom technique and ability to bewitch people were famous throughout the entire demon territory. This was something that Yang Kai had experienced with Yu Ru Meng to his heart's content. Even if it was his first time, Yu Ru Meng's performance in the bedroom made Yang Kai forget to return. It was almost comparable to Shan Qing Luo. And this was only the beginning. If this continued, even Shan Qing Luo would have to admit defeat. As the ruler of the Flying Cloud continent, although the half-saint Yin Si was born as a succubus demon, because of her extremely high cultivation and status, no one had the qualifications to make her act obedient. On the contrary, she had raised 3,000 male companions in her Flying Cloud Palace. Moreover, this number was increasing every year. New male companions would enter the Flying Cloud Palace. Naturally, there would be old male companions who would be sent out of the palace. However, no matter what race they were from or what cultivation they had, as long as they stayed in the Flying Cloud Palace for more than 3 years, they wouldn't be able to live for long. The succubus demon race's bedroom technique was exquisite. Taking yang to replenish yin was their specialty. Which demon race could withstand a half-saint's yang harvesting? Every year, at a certain time, the Flying Cloud continent would be busy for a period of time. The demon king in charge of various places would think of ways to select the most outstanding and strong demon race in his territory and send them to the Flying Cloud Palace for Yin Si to enjoy. Chapter 35-64. The Flying Cloud continent was once again bustling with activity even before the selection date. Furthermore, the demand for the Flying Cloud Palace this time was even greater than the previous years. The entire continent was in operation. Male demon race members who met the requirements were constantly sent to the Flying Cloud Palace. Within a month, more than 1,000 people had already entered the Flying Cloud Palace, and it wasn't over yet. Ordinary demon race members naturally didn't know the mystery behind this. They only thought that Yin Si's master was doing this on a whim. They secretly admired Yin Si's vigor and were endlessly envious. Even though they knew that those who were sent to the Flying Cloud Palace didn't have many days left, being able to have sex with a half-saint, especially a half-saint who was born a succubus demon, was something that countless men wished for but couldn't get. Because of this, every time the Flying Cloud Palace wanted people in the past, many male demon race members on the Flying Cloud continent who felt that they met the requirements would take the initiative to register and enter the palace. Only a few Demon King members knew the inside story. Yin Si had always been the ruler of the Flying Cloud continent. Although she had always been the ruler, she had never been as absurd as this time. This wasn't because her master was doing this on a whim, but because she was injured and urgently needed the young demon race members to heal her injuries. In the battle on the Eternal Sky continent, more than a dozen half-saint experts had died, and the number of injured was even greater. Baizhua was one of them, and so was Yin Si. Compared to Baizhua, Yin Si's injuries were even more serious. She was almost killed by the great emperors of the Star Realm on the spot. If she hadn't escaped quickly when she saw that the situation wasn't right, perhaps the Flying Cloud continent would already be without a leader. The Flying Cloud Palace was located in the place with the densest old demon chi on the Flying Cloud continent. The entire palace was built in a grand and magnificent manner. There were countless palaces inside the palace, showing the grandeur of the ruler of a continent. Outside the main palace, a group of male demon race members were lined up in a long line. Each of them was wearing a thin robe as thin as a cicada's wings as they waited calmly. These male demon race members were selected from all over the continent. Each and every one of them had a strong body. Some were as tall and sturdy as an iron tower, some were as beautiful as phoenixes, and some were profound. Each and every one of them had an extraordinary appearance and temperament. At the front of the group, there was a female devil king with an extraordinary cultivation base who was wearing revealing clothes. She walked around the group, inspecting them one by one. Perhaps it was because she had served silver thread for a long time, but this female devil king was bold and unrestrained. While inspecting the male devil clan members, she would occasionally reach out and touch their muscular chests. She would even pull out a few handfuls of their crotches to personally evaluate the size of their assets. If they were to her liking, she would give them a charming smile. If not, she would drive them away on the spot. From time to time, some male demon race members would be dragged out of the line by the guards and thrown out of the Flying Cloud Palace. The male demon race members who passed the inspection were quickly divided into groups of 10 and led into the main palace by another female demon king. The door of the main palace was constantly opening and closing. It was as if an invisible beast was devouring delicious food. The male demon race members who entered the main palace never came out again. No one knew where they went. Occasionally, when the door of the main palace opened, some faint moaning could be heard from inside. This sound entered the ears of the male demon race members outside, causing their blood to boil and their breathing to become heavy. Not long after, the female demon king who was in charge of the inspection arrived in front of a male demon race member. She couldn't help but frown. For some reason, she felt that this guy in front of her was a little out of place. But when she looked carefully, she didn't find anything wrong with him. Instead, her eyes lit up when she saw the faintly discernible firm chest under his thin robe. Licking her red lips, the female demon king reached into the robe and gently touched it. Feeling the hardness of iron, the female demon king couldn't help but hold her breath. Swallowing her saliva, she asked, "Which race are you?" The male demon race member grinned and said, "Power demon." No wonder. The female demon king's breath was like orchids. Her voice was soft. While caressing, she said softly, "It feels so strong." As she spoke, her small hand moved down. Just as she was about to touch a vital part, a large hand suddenly grabbed her lily-white hand. A tyrannical force came from the large hand, causing her to feel a little pain. However, this didn't make her angry. Instead, it made her more interested in this power demon in front of her. Her beautiful eyes glistened and her face flushed red. "What? Can't I touch it?" The power demon leaned over and whispered in her ear, "If Master really wants to touch it, you can just bring this little one back. At that time, you can touch it however you want." His heavy breath hit the female demon king's earlobe, causing her ears to instantly turn dark red. Her entire body felt hot and uncomfortable. She lightly bit her red lips and laughed in a low voice. "You actually dared to tease me." After saying this, she hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. Pulling her hand back, she said, "Later, someone will bring you into the palace. Once you are inside, serve the master well." The demon power shrugged, his expression indifferent. The female demon king brushed past him with a regretful look on her face. She really wanted to bring such a top-grade fellow back, but she didn't have the guts to snatch anything from her master, so she could only feel sorry for him. The doors of the palace opened and closed. Almost every half an hour, 10 people would enter. The long line continued to move forward. About 6 hours later, it was the turn of the power demons group. Following the female demon king, they entered the palace. After the doors closed, a strange sound of impact and low growls could be heard. The sound came from the deepest part of the palace, but it was much clearer than the sound outside the door. For a moment, the male demon race in the line were breathing heavily. Following the female demon king's footsteps, they continued to go deeper. Not long after, a pink world appeared in front of them. This was a side room. There was a huge bed in the room. On the bed, naked bodies were entangled together like maggots. The air was filled with a decadent aura. Among the entangled bodies on the bed, there was only one woman. Her figure was graceful, and several other men surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. They were very close to serving her. From time to time, a male demon race would fall to the ground, their eyes rolled back, and they would stop breathing. The male demon race would be quickly dragged out by some maids. However, the remaining male demon race didn't seem to feel anything. They still surrounded the female demon race with an infatuated expression, offering their lives to her. Even the newcomers of the demon race didn't seem to see anything. Their faces were burning, and their eyes were red as they stared at the perfect body of the female demon race. In the crowd, the demon race's lips curled into a sneer, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. As if she sensed something, the disheveled evil woman on the bed frowned. She looked up and happened to meet the power demon's eyes. In the next instant, the female demon race's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai! In Si!" Yang Kai, who had disguised himself as the demon race, had a cold look in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and rushed in front of In Si, sending a palm towards her. Even though they were in the middle of sex, and even though they were injured, a half-saint's reaction was quick. In the blink of an eye, In Si, who was kneeling on the bed like a bitch, grabbed a male demon race next to her and used him as a shield. At the same time, her posture didn't change as she suddenly retreated. The male demon race that she had grabbed to act as a meat shield was still kissing every inch of her skin. Under her charm, he was completely unaware of the crisis in front of him. Even after Yang Kai sent him into a bloody mist, he still had a smile on his face. Another male demon race that was kneeling behind In Si suffered the same fate. However, his death had nothing to do with Yang Kai. In Si retreated, he didn't know how to dodge and was directly smashed into a bloody mist. Not even his bones were left. Hot blood splattered all over In Si's body, dyeing her snow-white body red. Only then did a terrifying burst of energy erupt. The large pink bed collapsed, and all of the male demons on the bed were killed on the spot. Audacious. In the room, the female demon king that had been serving her finally reacted. Their expressions changed greatly. They never thought that in Flying Cloud Palace, there would be someone who dared to kill In Si's master. Who is this guy? The female demon kings weren't weak. One was high rank, 3 were mid-rank, and 2 were low-rank demon kings. In an instant, all of them pushed the demon chi in their bodies and pounced towards Yang Kai without hesitation. Die! Yang Kai waved his hands and sent out a series of pitch-black moon blades in all directions. With a series of rumbling sounds, the female demon kings who were pouncing towards him instantly felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their eyes widened in unison, and their bodies that were pouncing forward also seemed to be knocked back by a huge force. Before they could even land on the ground, their bodies had already split into pieces. Ever since he started cultivating, Yang Kai had always been good at fighting those above his realm. When he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he had already killed a high-rank Demon King and a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Now that he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, in the entire Demon territory, only half-saint and half-saint Realm Masters could exchange blows with him. Although the female Demon Kings weren't weak, how could they get close to him? In just a single exchange, they were all wiped out. The female Demon Kings probably didn't expect Yang Kai to be so strong. Thinking that In Si was here, they let their guard down and suffered such a tragic fate. On the other side, In Si, who had retreated from Yang Kai's attack range and casually pulled off a thin veil to cover her body, narrowed her eyes. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai was much stronger than the last time she saw him. The death of her subordinates made her even angrier. She immediately gnashed her teeth and shouted, "You're courting death." Although she said so, she didn't immediately attack Yang Kai. Although she was a half-saint and had the ability to crush Yang Kai in terms of strength, In Si still felt inexplicably uneasy. After all, the last time she saw Yang Kai in the Eternal Heaven continent, this guy had a powerful helper by his side. Therefore, as she spoke, In Si spread out her divine sense, as if she was searching for something. Chapter 35-65. Are you looking for Xiaofan? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Xiaofan is not on this continent. In a sense, Yang Kai was not lying. Xiaofan was indeed not on the Flying Cloud continent, but in the small sealed world, so Yang Kai did not feel the slightest burden when he said this. Yin-Si heard this and her expression relaxed. Although she was injured, her half-saint foundation was still there. She did not detect Xiaofan's aura, nor the auras of other half-saints, so her nervous mood calmed down a little. Although Yang Kai's performance was good, she did not put him in her eyes. As long as that beast from the 100-spirit continent was not here, she was not afraid of anything. You broke through? Yin-Si frowned slightly. Even when she was asking this question, she still looked pitiful, as if she was not the one who was doing the lewd things on the pink bed. This was the terrifying part of the succubus demon. Every move, every frown, and every smile had the ability to charm people, and it was very natural, without the slightest trace of intention. Yes. Yang Kai admitted frankly. When he attacked just now, the fluctuations of power were very obvious, so it was meaningless to deny it. Yin-Si smiled. A demon king's breakthrough was not very meaningful to her. What was the difference between a mid-rank demon king and a high-rank demon king? The only thing she needed to worry about was why Yang Kai came to the Flying Cloud continent. Was there any deeper meaning to this? After pondering for a moment, Yin-Si said, "Did the Holy Senior ask you to come here?" Last time in the Eternal Heaven continent, she was bewitched by Yu Sang to set up a trap to deal with Yang Kai. At that time, she did not think much about it, mainly because she owed Yu Sang a favor. When Yu Sang asked, she really could not refuse. Moreover, Di Li was also involved. 3 half-saint subordinates under Yu Ru Meng joined forces. Even if the Holy Senior knew about it, he would not be able to blame her. But that plan was a complete failure. Afterwards, she found out that the Holy Senior valued this human very much, so she was a little scared. However, the Holy Senior did not cause any trouble for her recently, which made her think that the matter of the Eternal Heaven had already passed. At this time, Yang Kai suddenly and brazenly came to the Feiyun continent and even unscrupulously attacked her. Yin-Si couldn't help but wonder if this was Yu Rumeng's idea. If it was really Yu Rumeng's idea, then she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. This has nothing to do with you, my lord. Yang Kai snorted coldly. It's just that I'm repaying my debts. In the Eternal Heaven continent, he was jointly attacked by 3 half-saint realm experts under Yu Ru Meng's command. Although Yu Sang had been killed by Mingyu, Yin-Si and Di Li were still alive and kicking. If it weren't for his current situation, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered to come and find trouble with Yin-Si at this time. He had more important things to deal with, so he didn't have time to waste here. But now that Yu Ru Meng and the other demon saint had reached a new agreement, who knew how many half-saint realm experts were secretly watching him in the territory? If he didn't show them his strength, then he was afraid that there would be endless troubles in the future. And the Feiyun continent was the stage for him to show his strength. Yin-Si was his test target, and he could use this opportunity to settle the score of being schemed against in the Eternal Heaven. A high-rank demon king boasting shamelessly made Yin-Si angry and angry. If it was any other time, she would have already taught him a good lesson and let him know what he could and couldn't say. But this guy in front of her was a little special. Not to mention that he was valued by the Holy Master, and now he had the opportunity of becoming the great emperors. In time, he might become the 13th demon saint in the territory. Yin-Si really didn't have the guts to touch him. After muttering to herself for a while, Yin-Si smiled sweetly, "Prince Yang, I think there might be a misunderstanding between us." Misunderstanding? The corner of Yang Kai's mouth curled up. Yin-Si's reaction was a little unexpected. He thought that there would be a tough battle today, but who would have thought that the other party would be scared before the battle even started, and had the intention of turning hostility into friendship. He immediately said, "See, Master, you think that the matter between us is just a misunderstanding?" "Of course." See nodded. "A few days ago, I was bewitched by Yu Sang and joined hands with her. But at that time, I didn't do anything to you. I just helped Yu Sang distract Xiaofan, and in the end, you came out unscathed. On the contrary, Yu Sang died at the hands of the great emperors. Speaking of which, you didn't lose anything. Moreover, you and I are now serving under the Holy Master. If we really shed all pretense of cordiality and fight here, it won't be good for the Holy Master. It will only make the other demon saint laugh at the Holy Master's incompetence. What do you think?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "That makes sense." See giggled. Her voice was pleasant to the ears. Under the gauze covering her body, her swollen breasts were enough to arouse people's imagination. Any man who saw them would have the desire to climb and liberate them. This was not because she used any charm technique, but because of her own charm. In the midst of her laughter, See said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, then let's talk things out. It'll save us a lot of trouble." Her tone was soft, but she was really sick of it. If it weren't for Yu Rumeng's face, how could she be so amiable to a high-rank demon king? As a half-saint, she had the pride of a half-saint. In her eyes, a high-rank demon king was just a tool to seek pleasure. She thought that Yang Kai's attitude would soften and he would give her face, but who knew that Yang Kai would grin and say, "My Cloud Shadow mainland suffered countless casualties in that battle. See, Master, don't tell me that you want this king to give up and retreat with just a few words? That's too insincere. Cloud Shadow had casualties, but didn't Feiyun also suffer casualties? In that battle, whether it was Cloud Shadow or Feiyun, many people from both continents died. Originally, this was not a big deal. Those who died were just some insignificant people, so See did not really care. But since Yang Kai wanted to talk about it, then the situation was different. She was angry that Yang Kai did not know how to appreciate her kindness, but on the surface, she still smiled and said, "Then what do you think this king should do to show my sincerity?" As she spoke, she actually glanced over at Yang Kai with a seductive look, like a dissatisfied woman in her boudoir. Yang Kai's Adam's apple moved, and he waved his hand and said, "Simple. As long as Master See takes out 1,000 million demon pills, this king will not pursue the previous matter. As you said, we all work under the saint. It's not good for anyone to have a falling out, so this king will give you face. 1,000 million demon pills." See's eyes twitched. "Your Highness must be joking." It was not that she could not take out 1,000 million demon pills, but if she really did, she would have to empty her family. The million demon pills were also very useful to her, so how could she be willing to take them out? If it was 100 million demon pills, it was not impossible to negotiate. Yang Kai's face darkened. "So, this king is giving you face, but Master See is not giving me face? If you don't give me face, this king will go crazy." See frowned. 1,000 million demon pills. That's too much. Why don't we discuss it again? There's nothing to discuss. Yang Kai waved his hand overbearingly. Either you take out 1,000 million demon pills, or this king will tear down your Feiyun continent. Your Highness, do you really have to be so aggressive? See's face also darkened. In her opinion, she had already given Yang Kai enough face. If it was any other high-rank demon king, they would not have the qualifications to argue with her. Did they really think that they could do whatever they wanted just because they were given the title of prince by the saintess? As a half-saint, her patience was about to run out. "I see that you don't have the slightest bit of sincerity." Yang Kai's eyes widened, his face filled with killing intent. Under the stimulation of his demon chi, his entire body was wrapped in pitch-black demonic chi. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. This king will kill you first. As he spoke, he threw a punch at the silver thread. As he punched out, demonic chi surged and condensed, transforming into a pitch-black dragon. It roared as it opened its mouth and bit at the silver thread. "Kill me." Yin-Si was so angry that she laughed. She really did not know where Yang Kai got his confidence from. She raised her hand and punched Yang Kai. With a loud bang, the whole palace was torn apart by the force of the explosion. Countless houses collapsed. Yin-Si took a step back and flew into the sky. Her eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. This guy's strength was not something that an ordinary high-rank demon king could compare with. Although she had not recovered from her injuries, there was no demon king that could casually push her back. On the other side, Kai Yang had been sent flying several tens of feet away, tumbling through the air. Shaking his head, he said, "This little girl's strength isn't small." Before he had finished speaking, he had charged over once again. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the devils outside. At this moment, they all raised their heads to look, and saw that their semi-sage was fighting fiercely with a devil king. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of astonishment. The female demon race who was in charge of checking the male demon king outside was even more shocked. She recognized the guy fighting with Yin-Si. It was the power demon that had made her feel a little amorous. But now that she looked again, that guy was not a power demon. She did not know why, but she had believed that guy's words without a doubt. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk one figure after another flew into the sky. All of them had the cultivation of a demon king. They all rushed towards Yang Kai with a murderous look on their faces. "Get lost!" Yin-Si shouted, "Without this queen's order, no one is allowed to come close." As she spoke, she exchanged another blow with Yang Kai. Her figure swayed slightly, but Yang Kai was sent flying more than 100 feet. As a half-saint, she naturally had the dignity of a half-saint. Being provoked by Yang Kai so unscrupulously, Yin-Si was a little annoyed. If it was an ordinary demon king, it would be fine, but Yang Kai's identity was a little special. It made her feel a little restrained. She did not dare to let her subordinates get close. If by any chance her subordinates killed Yang Kai, she would not be able to explain it to Yu Rumeng. With a command, the demon kings that were rushing towards the battlefield stopped and spread out. They surrounded the battlefield so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Under the gazes of all the demons, Yang Kai and Yin-Si each wore a thin silk dress. The two's bodies were extremely beautiful, but they were fighting fiercely in the sky. The scene was quite comical. Chapter 35-66. It was just that the battle had been one-sided from the start. Yu-Si stood tall in the air, not moving in the slightest, while Kai Yang was like a butterfly fluttering through flowers. Every time he approached, he would launch a fierce attack, but it was all easily resolved by Yu-Si. This scene looked like an adult master toying with a child. The spectating demon kings finally relaxed. At the same time, they wondered where this guy had jumped out from. He was clearly weak, so why did he come here to humiliate himself? "Yang Kai, you are not my opponent. Why don't you just stop here?" Yin-Si's beautiful eyes were cold. She was also angry. Although Yang Kai couldn't do anything to her, being provoked by a high-rank demon king was damaging to her dignity. To her, this was simply a farce. Naturally, she couldn't wait to end this as soon as possible. This king hasn't even used his full strength yet. "How do you know I'm not your opponent?" Yang Kai angrily shouted. He pushed the demon chi in his body and charged towards Yin-Si with even more ferocity than before. "Enough!" Yin-Si angrily shouted. Facing Yang Kai's attack, she surprisingly didn't have any intention of counterattacking. She only coldly stared into Yang Kai's eyes and coldly said, "You haven't used your full strength, but did you think this queen would use her full strength?" As soon as she finished speaking, her divine sense fluctuated. Her eyes turned into bottomless pools with a strange luster flowing through them. Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze in front of her. His eyes, which were originally overflowing with killing intent, suddenly became hollow. His fist was only 3 inches away from Yin Si's towering breasts. The wind created by the punch made Yin Si's hair dance. Their eyes met. Yin Si calmly said, "Don't you know what a succubus demon is best at? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you just because you have the Saint Sovereign's protection?" As she spoke, her slender finger was already pointing at Yang Kai's chest. A look of struggle flashed through her eyes. Standing in front of her was not just a high-rank demon king, but a great opportunity. If she killed Yang Kai here, that opportunity would also be transferred to her, opening a path to heaven for her. She was now a half-saint. One more step and she would be a demon saint. She was an existence standing at the peak of the demon territory. It had to be said that the temptation was too great. Originally, after the battle of eternal heaven ended, she didn't have any hope for this opportunity. She only hoped that Yu Meng wouldn't find trouble with her afterwards. Who would have thought that this opportunity would present itself to him when he was just enjoying himself in his own home? However, if she really killed Yang Kai here, it would be tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality with Yu Meng. She would have to immediately leave the Flying Cloud continent and seek protection from another demon saint. And if she stayed in another demon saint's territory, she didn't know what kind of unforeseen events would occur. If she was schemed against again, then the gains would not make up for the losses. That was why she was hesitant. Should she make a move here? But before she could think clearly, she suddenly felt her wrist tighten. She looked down in shock and saw that Yang Kai had grabbed her arm tightly. That terrifying strength actually caused her bones to hurt. Yang Kai's originally empty eyes instantly regained their color. He grinned sinisterly, "Caught you. You." Yin Si's beautiful face turned pale. Without even thinking, she raised her other hand and fiercely slammed it toward Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't dodge. He only urged his devil essence to protect himself. At the same time, his other fist, which was hovering in front of Yin Si's chest, exploded with a violent power and fiercely punched out. A resplendent shockwave spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Among the demon kings gathered in the surroundings, a few of them who were not strong enough were shaken to the point where they almost fell headfirst. 2 mouthfuls of blood were spat out in midair. One mouthful was golden, and the other was bright red. Under the attack, both Yang Kai and Yin Si felt the blood and energy in their bodies roil and their breathing become labored. The blood sprayed out drenched the two men's heads and faces, making their expressions look ferocious. In comparison, Yin Si only felt that the full lump in front of her chest had almost been smashed by Yang Kai. The intense pain almost made her spasm. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She couldn't believe that Yang Kai was actually able to break free from her soul charm. The other party was only a high-rank demon king. Even if he cultivated a soul secret technique, how could he not be affected by her soul secret technique? After all, she was a half-saint and a succubus demon. At this time, how could Yin Si not know that she had fallen into a trap? The other party's previous pestering attacks were only to numb her nerves and lure her into using her soul secret technique. He wanted her to feel that she was in control of the situation. The moment she relaxed, the other party suddenly attacked. Her arm was caught, and a huge force came over. Yin Si couldn't break free. The man standing less than half a foot in front of her was emitting a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast. It was as if he wanted to devour her, causing her to tremble in fear. What was going on? How could the other party break free from her soul charm? Dragon form. As he shouted, a resounding dragon's roar sounded. A huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It looked down on the world and looked down on all living things. Under the gaze of the dragon, Yin-Si felt as if her life was no longer in her control. The dragon head flashed and disappeared into Yang Kai's body. Immediately after, Kai Yang's appearance underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Short dragon horns grew out of his forehead, and the exposed skin on his body was covered in dragon scales. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and a dragon tail grew out of his back. Only his body size didn't change in the slightest. With the improvement of his dragon bloodline and his mastery of the dragon transformation art, Yang Kai was already able to control the size of his body during his dragon form. An even more powerful force came over. Immediately after, Yin-Si felt her waist tighten, as if she had been bound by a long whip. Looking down, she discovered that it wasn't a whip that was binding her. Instead, it was Yang Kai's dragon tail. The dragon tail was curled up tightly around her slender waist, and the terrifying force behind it seemed as if it was going to snap her in half. Yin-Si knew that it was time for her to fight for her life. If she couldn't break free from the other party's restraint, then today's matter would be difficult to resolve. Her beautiful eyes instantly became icy cold. She raised her lily-white hand and viciously swatted it toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned maliciously. He clenched his dragon claws into fists and also punched out mercilessly. The originally farcical battle had turned into a close combat of life and death in the blink of an eye. The Demon King spectating the battle couldn't accept this sudden turn of events. Boom boom boom, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, they had already exchanged over 100 blows with each other. The sound of bones breaking was as dense as beans being fried. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon yuan covering the surface of his body was also fluctuating, as if it could collapse at any moment. His physical fitness had always been incomparably strong. At this moment, he had even activated the dragon form's secret technique. With dragon scales covering his entire body as protection, logically speaking, he shouldn't be in any danger of being injured. However, Yin-Si was a half-saint. She was stronger than Yang Kai, and this was the Feiyun continent. As the ruler of this continent, Yin-Si could communicate with the continent's source strength and borrow the strength of this continent to increase her own strength. Every blow aimed at his chest was more than twice as strong as Yin-Si's normal strength. Under such fierce attacks, even Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand them. However, he had no choice but to do this. If he let go of Yin-Si, she would definitely disappear. Unless a demon saint personally came, it would be harder to kill a half-saint in the territory of a half-saint. Capturing Yin-Si and exchanging blows with her was the only way Yang Kai could win. From the very beginning, he had been pretending to be weak. From the very beginning, he had planned to engage in close combat with Yin-Si. Yang Kai's condition was miserable, but Yin-Si wasn't much better. Although this was her territory and she was a half-saint, in terms of physical fitness, she couldn't compare to Yang Kai. The succubus demon didn't have any advantage in this aspect. Yang Kai's cultivation as a high-rank demon king coupled with the berserk strength of his dragon form was unleashed. Every blow caused her internal organs to tremble and she spat out even more blood than Yang Kai. Another boom sounded out, Yin-Si's delicate body trembled as she felt something shatter on her body. When she lowered her head to look, she was completely shrouded in fear. Her plump chest had been crushed by Yang Kai's punch, causing blood to gush out, drenching her entire body in a warm, wet state. Yin-Si's beautiful eyes trembled. She simply couldn't accept what was happening in front of her eyes. The women of the succubus demon clan were all natural beauties. They were all very confident in their figures and faces. Now, one of their most prided weapons had been smashed. How could she accept this? Although this kind of injury wasn't impossible to recover from, the ugly scene had already been imprinted in Yin-Si's eyes. She instantly became hysterical. When she looked up, her berserk spiritual energy surged out and turned into a sharp awl. It directly rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yin Si gritted her teeth and roared, "Die!" The awl formed from spiritual energy was now visible to the naked eye. It was clear how terrifying Yin Si's spiritual energy was. At this point in the battle, she no longer had any scruples. Even the opportunity on Yang Kai's body couldn't cause her heart to waver. She only wanted to kill this man in front of her. As for everything else, she would think about it after killing him. The spiritual awl suddenly rushed into Yang Kai's mind. Then, what she received in response was Yang Kai's even more ferocious attacks. Each of his attacks heavily bombarded Yin Si's wounds, causing her unbearable pain. Yin Si was completely dumbfounded. For the first time, she revealed an expression of fear. If her previous bewitching technique had not worked on Yang Kai, it would have been understandable. Perhaps the other party was wearing some kind of treasure that was able to offset her bewitching ability, but why had her attack, which she had poured all of her spiritual energy into, failed to work? Not only did it not work, it didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Chapter 35-67. Yin Si's beautiful eyes trembled violently as her heart turned ice-cold. Her palm strike aimed at Yang Kai also weakened due to fear. On the contrary, Yang Kai was like a mad beast. The power of his fist grew stronger and stronger, causing her internal organs to tumble inside her body. The blood she spat out was mixed with fragments of her internal organs. If this continued, she would really die. She had never thought that a half-saint like her would one day be threatened by a high-rank demon king. Her strongest advantage had actually become her biggest flaw in front of this man. Her failure to use the soul's secret technique twice had thoroughly consigned her to eternal damnation. Coupled with the fact that she had yet to recover from the injuries she had received in the Eternal Heaven continent, she was now at a complete disadvantage. "Why haven't you killed him yet?" Yin Si roared as she vomited blood. Hearing her shout, the surrounding demon kings finally reacted. Their expressions shook as they pounced over one after another with their devil origin rolling. "No one can save you." Yang Kai's expression was sinister. With a thought, the mountains and rivers bell appeared and enveloped him and Yin Si. Without waiting for the demon kings to approach, the two were completely enveloped by the mountains and rivers bell, disappearing without a trace. Pictures of mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fishes, and beasts appeared and rotated on the bell as a world-suppressing aura filled the air. Countless ferocious attacks landed on the mountains and rivers bell, but the mountains and rivers bell was as steady as a rock. Only layers of ripples appeared on its surface. The numerous demon kings turned pale with fright as they attacked even more ferociously. For a moment, the wind and clouds changed color and the heaven and earth trembled. Fierce vibrations continuously came from within the mountains and rivers bell, mixed with resounding dragon roars and the sorrowful cries of women, playing the final dirge of life. After an unknown amount of time, when the movements within the mountains and rivers bell slowly stopped, the group of demon kings also stopped attacking. Their faces were pale as they looked at each other in dismay. With a whoosh, the mountains and rivers bell flew up, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in a flash. It entered the chest of one of the people on the ground, revealing the two figures lying on the ground. Yin Si and Kai Yang were still in their original position, like a pair of lovers who had committed suicide. They were tightly pressed against each other and didn't move at all. Yin Si was even lying on Kai Yang's chest, so quiet that it was as if she was sleeping soundly. However, both of them were now badly mutilated, and there wasn't a single intact spot on their bodies. Who won? Master Yin Si? Many demon kings secretly swallowed their saliva and carefully released their divine senses to investigate. In the next instant, the faces of all the demon kings changed drastically, because the silver thread lying on Yang Kai's chest had lost all signs of life while Yang Kai was still alive. And although he was gasping for breath, he was still alive. A multicolored light suddenly shot out from Yin Si's body. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sky, and then exploded. The entire sky of the Feiyin continent seemed to be dyed with colors at this moment, and suddenly became a riot of colors. However, behind that dazzling and colorful light, there was a sadness that shrouded the entire continent. At this moment, all the demon race living on the Feiyin continent came to a realization. The master of the continent had died. Yin Si was the master of the Feiyin continent. Naturally, she had refined the origin source of the Feiyin continent. Now that she had died, the origin source that she had refined had also broken free from its shackles and regained its freedom. The sun was shining high in the sky, but there was a downpour. Yang Kai, who was being pressed down by Yin Si, slowly opened his eyes. The rainwater hit his face and washed away the bloodstains on his face. The bloodstains and the rainwater mixed together to form a golden-red stream. He raised his hand and pushed the corpse on top of him to the side. Then, he stood up shakily. After swaying a few times, he barely managed to stabilize himself. He covered his chest with his hand and spat out another mouthful of blood. As he breathed, a hoarse sound like a broken bellows could be heard. He turned his head and looked around. Pairs of frightened eyes were fixed on him. Every demon king who had gathered around him was at a loss. Yin Si had actually been killed on the Feiyin continent. Moreover, it was by a high-rank demon king. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. What should they do now? Most of the demon kings were at a loss. Kill him. Avenge Yin Si's master. A delicate shout sounded. It was the female demon king who was in charge of inspecting outside the palace. She was probably one of Yin Si's trusted subordinates. Otherwise, she wouldn't be thinking about avenging Yin Si at this time. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. He doesn't have much strength left. After saying that, she was the first to charge at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a biting cold killing intent. She should have quite a bit of prestige on the Feiyin continent. Therefore, when she moved, many demon kings followed her. All of them were surging with killing intent. To be honest, she wasn't wrong. Yang Kai was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. As a high-rank demon king, he had killed a half-saint. Even if that half-saint was injured, Yang Kai had paid a huge price in close combat. At this moment, he couldn't even use half of his usual strength. Any demon king could take his life. But he wasn't alone. Coldly looking at the demon kings pouncing at him from all directions, Yang Kai's eyes, which were almost unable to open, were filled with ridicule. When the numerous demon kings were less than 10 meters away from him, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. With a gallop, a guy with golden flames burning on his hooves appeared. He was exceptionally handsome and exuded the aura of a half-saint from head to toe. Wind Chaser. After escaping from the Eternal Heaven continent, Wind Chaser was placed in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. Even when he was in a life-or-death battle with Yin Si, Yang Kai didn't release Wind Chaser. The main reason was that he couldn't release it at the beginning. Otherwise, Yin Si would definitely run away when he saw Wind Chaser. And during the battle, Yang Kai didn't have the time to release it. This was the best time for him to appear. The demon kings pouncing at Yang Kai didn't expect such an unforeseen event. By the time they saw Wind Chaser, it was already too late for them to retreat. The female demon king, who was the fastest, was the first to be killed. Xiaofan only moved his head forward and his large head smashed into her body. That female demon king seemed to have been struck by lightning as countless bones in her body shattered. She tumbled backwards as blood and pieces of her organs sprayed out in the air. Before she even landed on the ground, she no longer had any signs of life. Immediately after, Wind Chaser ran around Yang Kai's location. Shaking his head and wagging his tail, the Demon Kings pouncing at him were sent flying back at an even faster speed, either dead or injured. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's surroundings were cleared. Excited from killing, Wind Chaser actually took the initiative to attack. His speed was extremely fast, and only a golden light could be seen flashing in the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved from one place to another. One by one, the Demon Kings screamed as they died on the spot. Even more Demon Kings saw that the situation wasn't good, so they turned around and ran. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the entire palace was empty. Wind Chaser probably knew that Yang Kai's current situation wasn't good, so he didn't chase too far. After driving everyone out of the palace, he turned around and moved his big head in front of Yang Kai. He opened his big mouth and snorted, looking like he had done a good job so he could praise him. Yang Kai pulled back the corners of his mouth. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only raise his hand and pat Wind Chaser's head. Seeing this, Wind Chui slowly squatted down and used his head to push Yang Kai onto his back. Then, he took a step forward and rushed off in a certain direction. An hour later, on a barren mountain far away from the palace, under the guidance of Yang Kai, Wind Chaser stopped and descended. Yang Kai rolled down and panted heavily. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the sealed world bead and showed it to Wind Chaser, saying in a hoarse voice, "Guard it well." After saying so, Yang Kai forcefully pushed his divine sense and flashed into the sealed world bead. When the sealed world bead landed on the ground, Wind Chaser's eyes widened as he stared at this yellow bead, his eyes full of curiosity. After observing it for a long time, Wind Chaser couldn't find anything special about this bead, so he boldly approached it, sniffed it gently, and then licked the bead with his big tongue. Finding nothing unusual, Wind Chaser walked around the sealed world bead a few times before letting out a neigh and walking over to the sealed world bead. He then bent his 4 hooves and sat down, like an old hen incubating eggs, hugging the sealed world bead under his belly. Inside the sealed world bead, in the medicine garden, Yang Kai appeared, his body covered in blood, and after taking a few steps, his vision turned black and he fell to the ground. While he was unconscious, he seemed to hear the screams and cries of the little wood spirit. 3 days later, in the study of the Phantom Continent, Yu Rumeng sat behind a white jade desk, quietly listening to the report of a demon king in front of her. According to our investigation, after Prince Yang left the Phantom Continent, he quietly sneaked into the Flying Cloud Continent and took advantage of the fact that Yin Si Master was summoning many male companions to sneak into the Yin Si Master's boudoir. Then, he launched a violent attack and killed Yin Si Master on the spot. In this battle, more than 800 people were killed or injured, including 23 demon kings. Flying Cloud Continent is now in chaos. He killed Yin Si. Yu Rumeng's eyes widened. Has the news been confirmed? It has been confirmed. When Yin Si Master died, the entire Flying Cloud Continent experienced a natural phenomenon. All the people living on the Flying Cloud Continent felt it. The Demon King lowered his head and replied, "Bastard!" Yu Rumeng slapped the white jade table in front of her, causing cracks to appear on the hard white jade table. She gritted her teeth and said, "Who gave him the courage to kill me, a half-saint?" The Demon King was so scared that he knelt on the ground, his body trembling. It was not a good thing for the sacred sovereign to be angry. If things went wrong, rivers of blood would flow. At this moment, the Demon King couldn't help but mourn for Prince Yang for a moment. He felt that this guy's luck was not good. They were both subordinates of the sacred sovereign, but they actually had internal strife and even killed one of their own. How could this be good? Chapter 3568. However, it had to be said that Prince Yang was really amazing. It was said that he was only a high-rank demon king, but he was actually able to kill a half-saint. It was simply unbelievable. When he first heard this news, he didn't dare to believe it. He even personally went to the Flying Cloud continent to inquire about it. After confirming it, he returned to report it. A high-rank demon king killing a half-saint. In the entire demon territory, not to mention that no one else had done it in the future, it was absolutely unprecedented. Even the Saint Masters had never achieved such a feat. From a certain point of view, he couldn't help but admire Prince Yang's courage and strength. Just as he was on tenterhooks, he heard Yu Ru Meng, who was behind the desk, grinding her teeth and cursing, "Little bastard! Little bastard!" Hearing this, the Demon King's expression couldn't help but become a little strange. Why does this name feel a little strange? Moreover, the Saint Master's anger doesn't seem to be as fierce as expected. It seems that the rumors I heard aren't baseless. The relationship between the Saint Master and Prince Yang seems to be really unusual. Tell me in detail, how did he kill Yin Si? Hearing this, the Demon King immediately told her the details of the battle 3 days ago. He also personally went to the Flying Cloud continent and found a few survivors to inquire about the situation. Therefore, he had a very detailed understanding of what happened that day. This time, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. There wasn't the slightest difference from what happened that day. After a while, Yu Ru Meng's voice came from behind the desk again. There was a trace of unconcealable surprise in her tone. "You're saying that from the beginning to the end, he was fighting Yin Si alone, and no one else intervened?" According to what this subordinate knows, this is indeed the case. After Prince Yang killed Yin Si's master, he seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. When the Demon King of the Flying Cloud continent wanted to harm him, he summoned Xiaofan to protect him. He can actually reach this level. Yu Ru Meng's expression became complicated. However, thinking about it carefully, Yin Si's death wasn't unjust. As a succubus demon, she was extremely confident in her soul secret technique. However, ever since Yang Kai had sex with her, his soul strength had skyrocketed to a level that even a half-saint couldn't reach. Furthermore, the charm technique of the succubus demon clan couldn't possibly work on him. It was likely that Silver Thread was also at a disadvantage because Yang Kai had taken the initiative. In addition, Yin Si had been severely injured during the Battle of Eternal Heaven. Although more than a month had passed since then, she definitely hadn't fully recovered yet. Even though she was the master of the Flying Cloud continent, it was hard to say how much strength she could possibly display. This was why Yang Kai was able to accomplish such a feat. If it had been a half-saint at his peak, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve this with his own strength. However, this dead man actually went to find trouble with Yin Si as soon as he left the Phantom Continent. This was really beyond her expectations. Moreover, he even killed Yin Si in the end. If this matter were to spread out, she would definitely become the laughingstock of the other demon saint clans. Yu Ru Meng could even imagine what kind of hateful face Bai Li Mo would show when she saw her again. How hateful! Just as she was pondering, the Demon King below cautiously asked, "How should we deal with this matter? Saint, please advise us." After all, the death of a half-saint wasn't a trivial matter. If it wasn't handled properly, it might cause the other half-saints to feel uneasy. Yin Si had followed Yu Ru Meng for many years. She had been killed in her own territory for no reason. There had to be an explanation. "Where is that little bastard now?" Yu Ru Meng asked with a sullen expression. "His whereabouts are unknown. Since Prince Yang left on Xiaofan 3 days ago, no one has seen him. Investigate. Find him for me. He must be seriously injured now. Once you find him, bring him back to the holy city. This saint will personally deal with him." Even though Yu Ru Meng was gnashing her teeth when she said this, as if she couldn't wait to eat Yang Kai alive, the Demon King was still able to discern a different message from her words. The Holy Senior really cherished this prince, otherwise, why would she send someone to bring him back to the holy city? She only needed to send a few half-saints to kill him. Master Yin Si probably died in vain this time. In addition, say to the outside world that Yin Si colluded with the traitor Yu Sang and wanted to do something bad. Now that he was killed, it was his own fault. Sure enough, the Demon King responded respectfully. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, then, what about Master Di Li? Do we need to send someone to inform him? He obviously knew what happened in the Eternal Heaven continent that day. Since Yang Kai went to find trouble with Yin Si and even killed Yin Si, he definitely wouldn't let Di Li go. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Prince Yang could kill Yin Si single-handedly, so he definitely had the power to fight against Master Di Li. Moreover, he had Zhui Feng by his side. If he really went to find Di Li, it would definitely be a big mess. Di Li has already gone to the two-realm battlefield. There's no need to inform him. Yu Ru Meng said lightly. Yes. The Demon King had a respectful look on his face. He secretly thought that the Lord had already made arrangements. Since Lord Dili had already gone to the two-realm battlefield, Prince Yang probably wouldn't be able to find trouble with him anymore. This matter should end here. You may leave. Yu Ru Meng waved her hand. Then, she slowly closed her eyes and relaxed her whole body on the soft chair. Yang Kai's words echoed in her mind. Even if the demon territory can win in the end and occupy the star realm, how many of you demon saint can survive the demon race? In the medicinal garden, when Yang Kai opened his eyes, he felt his whole body itch. It was as if there were millions of ants swimming in his body. The strange itch that came from his blood, flesh, meridians, and bones made him want to scratch but couldn't. It was very uncomfortable. Master, you're awake? Mu Lu's surprised voice came from beside his feet. Yang Kai looked down and saw this little wood spirit looking at him with a face full of surprise. Her eyes were red, and there seemed to be a trace of tears on her small cheeks. She must have cried. At this moment, Mu Lu was floating beside his feet. Her hands were forming seals, and the surface of her body was blooming with a dark green light. Above her head, Mu Zhu also maintained the same posture. The green aura released by the two wood spirits was like a water tank that wrapped around him, immersing him in this kind of energy full of vitality and vitality. How long have I been asleep? Yang Kai asked in a hoarse voice. As soon as he spoke, he felt as if his throat was on fire, as if there was a mass of magma in his throat. Even his voice was somewhat distorted. 8 days. Mu Zhu's voice came from above his head. So long. Yang Kai was shocked. He was very clear about his own physique. He didn't need to care about ordinary injuries. Even if his muscles and bones were damaged, it would be fine as long as he recovered a little. This time, he had actually been unconscious for 8 days. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. It could be said that since his debut, he had never suffered such a serious injury. Even now, although he had woken up, the injuries in his body had still not healed. Master, you worked too hard. Mu Lu was worried to death. Mu Zhu scolded with a serious expression. If you hadn't woken up, Mu Lu would have cried herself blind. How? Mu Lu's face was red as she glared at Mu Zhu, as if scolding her for spouting nonsense. When she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, her face became even redder. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I really didn't cry. Seeing her delicate appearance, Yang Kai's heart warmed. He waved his hand and said, you two rest. Saying so, he tried to sit up with his hands on the ground. Seeing this, Mu Zhu hurriedly flew behind him and propped him up. Mu Lu also rushed over and hugged one of Yang Kai's fingers with both hands. Her face was flushed red as she used all her strength to pull on him. As soon as the two wood spirits moved, the green aura full of vitality dissipated. Sitting up straight, Yang Kai smiled and raised a finger to rub Mu Lu's little head. He said, "It's been hard on you too." Mu Lu immediately narrowed her eyes and revealed a look of enjoyment. Mu Zhu came out from behind him. Seeing this scene, she pursed her lips and smiled. She said, "It's all thanks to Master's good physique. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. If an ordinary person suffered such injuries, they would have died even if they had 10 lives." After saying so, she put on a serious face and said, "Next time, Master can't risk his life like this." The fist-sized little person pretending to be dignified really made Yang Kai want to laugh. However, the two wood spirits' concern for him were sincere. Yang Kai hurriedly nodded and said, "It won't happen next time." Hearing this, Mu Zhu sighed. She knew that Yang Kai was just saying it casually. The outside world was extremely dangerous. There was no time when one didn't need to risk their life. If one didn't risk their life, others would. Thus, she didn't say anything else and changed the topic. "Master, you should examine your body first. You mustn't leave behind any hidden dangers." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense surged as he examined his body. Beside him was the immortal tree, but at this moment, the immortal tree was completely bare. The remaining 3 leaves on the tree had been gifted to the great emperors by Yang Kai. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flew to a branch of the immortal tree and sat side by side. Mu Lu swung her 2 little feet in the air with a very happy expression on her face. As if she sensed something, she turned her head and saw Mu Zhu looking at her with a playful smile. Mu Lu's face immediately flushed red. Lowering her head, she could feel white steam rising from her head. His injuries this time were really quite serious. Even with his powerful recovery abilities and the 2 wood spirits' 8 days of continuous healing, he still hadn't fully recovered. However, after a thorough examination, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved. His injuries were indeed serious, but there weren't any hidden dangers left behind. Instead, because of the battle with Yin Si, he had gained some unexpected benefits. At the very least, his cultivation as a high-rank demon king had been completely stabilized. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.